perhaps the gateway to the Alps as the riders move away from their rest place, and that was at Vaison-la-Romaine. There's a couple of climbs very early on, and then there's a second category climb, the Col de Mossaigne. But it's really, I think, may well be decided today, Phil, on the final few kilometres, because when we get towards the outskirts of Gap, we've taken a nasty little climb, the Col de Mons, with a very tricky descent. So if we have a quick look at the profile, you can see there's a climb to begin with, a little bit of undulations in the middle, but that lump down towards the end could be the secret to today's stage.
Yes, and that lump, the Col de Mans there, we've still got those two leaders being chased by the peloton, Todd. A lot of history over the years on that Col de Mans, as Bob Roll well knows.
We will hand it up. We're just moments away from live racing action. Stage 16 on the run into Gap. Still a two-man group off the front. 81 miles still to go. And as Phil and Paul were talking about the history of this town, and we've seen some great attacks, and this has been a pivotal moment for a lot of them. As you go back to 2011 and the run into Gap, and that turned the Tour de France around just a little bit for a guy named Cadel Evans.
Rainy day, and by the way, rain forecast for this afternoon. This is Alberto Contador hooking up for Cadel Evans. The yellow jersey was Thomas Voeckler, but Andy Schleck still very much in the running in 2011, and it was Contador and Evans that really put Andy Schleck against the back foot. Andy Schleck went on to lose 1 minute and 9 seconds to that man, Cadel Evans. That made a big difference in the overall Tour de France, and it was Cadel Evans that came out on top in 2011.
So many GC contenders may be licking their chops on that last climb and the run into Gap. A possibility, an opportunity to get some time on Chris Froome.
After a glorious rest day in the Vaucluse, the riders back in the saddle now as they race home towards Paris. Stage 16, 104 miles from Vaison-la-Romaine to the beautiful town of Gap, which sits in the belly of the Alps. Let's have a look at our Palmer's Cocoa Butter Formula for Men weather report. Sunny all day, maybe a hint of rain towards the end of it. 7 miles an hour, 81 degrees. It's a beautiful day for bike racing today, Paul.
It's ideal racing conditions, and I think the riders will be very happy to have a reasonably easy day the day after the rest day. But they know what's going on, because tomorrow and onwards, the Tour de France is going to get very, very tough. 25 riders, Phil, getting into the early breakaway.
Here's a list of names for you. You can read them for yourselves. There's 25 of them coming at you. Most important thing to note, none are immediately affecting the overall standings in this year's Tour de France. And for that reason, Paul, this break has got a chance. We have had a very, very fast start. We had originally a group of 32. They got caught. And then a group of 18. They got caught. And now we've got 25. And they've gone clear.
No, they certainly have. They've got themselves 3 minutes and 34 seconds advantage at the moment. The best placed rider in this leading group is 20th place David Navarro of Cofidis, and that's him just slipping backwards there. But he's looking for 23 minutes and 36 seconds, so no major threats at all to the top end of the overall standings.
No, and as they're heading up onto the second category climb, the first of two second category mountains of the day. The big one that comes near the end, the Col de Mans. I think we can show you that on the map here. That's where we are now, heading up to the climb of the Col de Massigny, and then we go down to the far end there for the Col de Mans, and that's crucial. And that, of course, is the climb where Yoshiba Belocchi back in 2003 crashed, and Lance Armstrong went across a field to rejoin the race just before the finish.
It's one of those strange descents that it's as tricky in the dry as it is in the wet. Unfortunately, looking out from the commentary position at the moment, there are no clouds in the sky, so it should be a nice, warm and dry descent for the riders, but I do admit it is rather technical.
There's a lot of people, Paul, today in the bike race have thought this is our last chance to try and sneak a stage win before battle really resumes in the time trial tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'll tell you one thing, it's going to be a very, very difficult individual time trial tomorrow, as we caught a quick glimpse there of the Chateau of Hollande. This is the front end of the bike race here this afternoon. 25 riders. The rider just slipping off the back here, number 77 for Française des Jeux. And that, in fact, is Arnaud Jonazon. He's just tried to get across the gap. At one stage, he was about 30 or 40 seconds behind.
He's paying for the price here, trying to keep FDJ in the front. FDJ have lost their team leader today, Thibaut Pinot, who's been having a pretty horrible tour, decided not to start this morning after the rest day. The other rider, by the way, but he decided to be better to be pulled out by his team, because only 19 years of age. Youngest man in the Tour for 66 years, and that's Danny Van Poppel. They suggested to him, you've done great to get this far. There's no need to climb all those mountains. We're sending you back home. And that was a wise call.
I think at 19 years of age, that is a very sensible decision for them to make. And he's come to the Tour de France. He's tasted the Tour de France. He will know what it's like when he comes back next year, a little bit older and a little bit more experience, and maybe a serious challenger for stage victories. And a very, very good sprinter we saw getting 3rd place on the opening stage in Corsica, which seems like months ago now.
It does, and he got the white jersey, his best rookie of the Tour, on the first day in the Tour de France for him. And it's a memory he'll take home with him and keep in his palmarès forever. There's the world champion, Philippe Gilbert. He's made the breakaway. He's looking for a win. The team not having a great Tour de France, Team BMC. The collapse of TJ Van Garderen and their leader, Cadel Evans, left them many minutes off the pace.
Well, my choice for today in the Cadillac predictions was 50-50 between Alejandro Valverde and Philippe Gilbert. I wish I'd taken Gilbert.
Well, I'm glad you didn't. This is the climb details now. 7.6 kilometres, just over 5, just under 5 miles, average grading 5.2%. We top out at 3,500 feet on this climb. But, you know, we are in one of the most beautiful parts of France. We've left one of the most beautiful towns of France, Vaison-la-Romaine, and gone straight into the throat of the Alps, not the Pyrenees, the Alps.
Yes, once we go over the top of this climb, Phil, there's still 120 kilometres to go to the finish. That's about 70 miles of racing. 26
riders in this front group at the moment, so as they push on, this is Cameron Meyer looking straight into the camera lens. Now the inside word from the Australian team, Orica Greenedge, which I know one or two of the riders, they're going for it today, was their expression. Well, they've done well. They've got some riders in the breakaway, so that's a good start.
Michael Albacini was the other rider, so close to getting a stage victory on the road down into Lyon. And he's the kind of rider who likes to get into breakaway moves like this. I don't think we'll see much of a reaction coming from the main field today, especially when you bear in mind tomorrow is a very important individual time trial, which, talking to some of the local cyclists on the rest day yesterday, they said these guys are going to get a serious shot because it's not the climbing that is the most difficult part. It's actually the technical descents as well. So waiting for some more big gaps.
A lot of narrow roads today. Let's update the overall leadership of the King of the Mountains competition, which the lead was taken on the Climb Montmort 2 by the race leader Chris Froome. Today, Ryder Hagedal was in the break. He's in the break again, but not this one. He got the 2 points. Laurent Didier got 1 point. They're not affecting the overall leaderboard. Froome, Quintana, Neva and Pierre Roland dropped to 4th. And Roland since said he no longer is interested in defending his title in the King of the Mountains. Just when we enter the mountains, he's hunting for a stage win. Well, it looks like he's missed out today at the moment. As we look across the Alps now, and the mountains will get higher, let's go straight down to a breakaway which is formed. Been a tough one to be part of. There's the peloton winding its way up this climb. 2nd category mountain, 26 riders up front, and the gap is now pushed out to almost 6 minutes. But it's been a hard breakaway to get into. We've had so many today, but this one looks as though it's going clear.
400 metres high.
Cameron Meyer on the left of the picture. Just behind him is his teammate Albacini, beaten by Matteo Trentin into Lyon, giving Matteo in his first Tour de France a stage victory as well. As these boys are all working well together now, but it's been a tough break to read and be part of.
It took a long time for the breakaway to actually get established. We're not actually getting in. We're not in the Alps yet. We're going through what is known as the pre-Alps, the foothills of the Alps. A gap once we get to, we really then are starting to get into the first part of the foothills of what's going to be a very, very difficult final week of the Tour de France. And if you've ridden too hard in the first week, certainly we'll have a big bill to pay in this last week of racing.
It's over about 20 miles, and that's got 2 2nd category climbs. There's Philippe Gilbert, who is in the rainbow jersey as world champion.
Yeah, well, Philippe Gilbert put a tweet out this morning. Contador has always his best day the day after the second rest day. So a remake of 2011. Nice stage for the offensive. Well, obviously he knows how to go on the offensive because he's in the breakaway here this afternoon.
Yes, and he finished extremely annoyed at the top of Mont Ventoux because he was sort of ignored by his team when he arrived there. He was seen standing around at the masseurs and the mechanics were making a fuss of Cadel Evans, who he'd finished alongside. And in the end, he said, "Hey, any chance of a jacket, guys?" Because he'd been totally ignored. He seemed very upset. So I think he might be able to get his own back today.
This is an ideal stage for a guy like Philippe Gilbert, especially that climb down towards the end there, the Col de Mons. The climb itself is hard enough for a guy like Philippe Gilbert to get away from that leading group of 26 riders, but he could consolidate on the descent, because the descent, Phil, not only is it very tricky, it's going to be very, very exciting.
Sky have got the work cut out, they know that, but they were definitely up to it on the climb of Ventoux. The last to peel off the front was Richie Porte, and he just moved over to see the man in yellow, Chris Froome, handle the rest of them. So the team do seem to be recovering from the early week shock of losing a couple of riders and suffering crashes. Still Sky in control. There's 7 riders on the team, 6 helpers and Chris Froome. And Chris is going to put a lot of pressure on them. 15 mountains to climb now before Saturday evening, when we finish Saturday evening at the top of a major climb called Semnoz outside of Annecy. Then there's a quick journey up towards Paris for the last day in the great city. Well, as we look here at this climb here, we top out with 48 kilometres into the day, just 30 miles of a long day in the saddle, but as always, they're really attacking the stage. At the foot of Mont Ventoux sits this small village of Montbrun-les-Bains. Much of its architecture can be dated back to the 16th century, including its houses, which acted as fortification during the wars of religion. Surrounded by beautiful fields of lavender, Montbrun-les-Bains is historically rich with agriculture, including production of wine. Its features include a clock tower from the 14th century, ruins from the castle of Dupuy-Montbrun, and numerous fountains prevalent throughout the town. So the villages here in the Vaucluse are absolutely magical and remain largely untouched. Back with the peloton down there. This is Johnny Hoogeland on the front now as we come up towards the summit. He's worn the King of the Mountains leader's jersey. As Johnny Hoogeland looks for anybody going to take him on, well, I'm not sure anybody is, and they're not. As he comes up to the summit, he goes over the top first, the champion of Holland, not endangering the overall lead, which is actually, by the way, is led by Chris Froome after his climb up Mont Ventoux. He's got the lead in 2 competitions.
He's got 83 points, Chris Froome, ahead of Nairo Quintana with 66. And Mikel Nieve, the Spanish rider from Euskaltel-Euskadi, he's in 3rd place with 53 points. The erstwhile leader, Pierre Rolland, he's plunged down to 4th place with 51 points. Just saw the little hand signal there coming out from Johnny Hoogeland. That was to indicate to the rider behind him that there was a little bit of an object in the road, and just to be careful and play safe.
They're not pushing on now. The pace has dropped back a little bit. The pecking order has been established. A group of 26 clear. The latest gap is 6:26 as they continue down. 119 kilometres still to race, so it's still a long way to go to the finish. And they're going into it. They go downhill for quite a way now. And just take a look how high we actually are down into the valley below. And then they steadily climb for a long time before they drop into gap, and then out of gap. They could actually go round the corner and finish, but not the way they go back. Happy birthday to Andre Greipel here. He's 31 years of age today. As we go into gap, we climb up the Col de Mons and then drop down a very dangerous descent into the town to finish.
Well, he, like Mark Cavendish, Phil, I think will be not looking forward to the next few days after the individual time trial. These guys, we're looking at the guys from Team Sky. It's no surprise at all not to see any of them in the breakaway, because the breakaway, which forms very early on in the day, is not really something that they'll be looking for. We got at the start today 179 riders, so to give you an idea of how the breakaway can be formed, take out riders who have got injuries. There's about 20 of those, so that takes it down to 159 riders who might try and get into the breakaway. Take out the top 10 in the overall standings, that takes the number down to 149 riders. Take out the yellow jersey in his team, that's 142. So you're getting less and less riders, you see, who've got the chance to get into the overall breakaway on a day like this. Riders within 5 minutes of the yellow jersey, there's 4 of them, so they take those guys away. Sprinters and their lead-out train, well, they're not going to go for the breakaways at all either, so they're looking to save themselves. It's about 50 riders they're concerned, so we're down to 88 riders left who've got the chance of getting into the breakaway. Not exactly a pure science, but you know, that's why we've got 26 riders in the breakaway this morning, because everybody who was not concerned with other, what I like to call the early morning breakaway, although we started at 1:15 today.
We did indeed, and a short race by the Tour standards, just on 100 miles today, 168 kilometres. This is Albacini at the head at the moment as they find their way over the top, and they descend for quite a way now, gently, about 25 miles of descending now.
just looking at the descent here, it doesn't look so fast for us sitting at home in our armchairs, but I can tell you these guys are actually probably touching close to 50 miles an hour here. From the back view here, you get much more of an idea of how fast it is going downhill as we go on board there with Tony Galopin. He's just been back to the team car to take on board a drink. These guys, it looks dangerous to you sitting at home, but these guys and the drivers work in a good, very close relationship. Usually most of the car drivers in the Tour are ex-professional riders, and they keep an eye very much in the rear-view mirror to make sure they've got an idea when a rider's coming back. And the rider will actually use the car to get himself into the last position in the line. He'll just come, if you like a slingshot in NASCAR racing, out of the slipstream of the car and straight onto the back of the main field.
Just got to be careful because the roads down here are rarely straight. They do duck and dive and twist and turn. As we race now into the department of the Drôme, department 26 here in France, and the stunning scenery will continue. So just looking into the distance here, what a stunning day in the Alps today. Our first of 5 days of racing now. Well, we want to leave plenty of action on the run-in for the finish today, so we'll take another commercial break. See you in a moment. That on the climb of Mont Ventoux 2 days ago. Remember, rest day yesterday. We're now resuming here with stage 16 of the Tour de France. We're bound for Gap. Time trial tomorrow away from Gap. Then we'll come back to Gap for a start of the 18th stage to the giant of Alpe d'Huez. And we climb that mountain twice. That's on Wednesday. So there's no respite for the riders now. They're facing up to their last week, and they've really got to try and hit out at Chris Froome. I don't think so much as individually. They've got to hit out as teams to try and break this man. Gentle high-speed freewheel here at the moment because they're picking up the tailwind. There's Johnny Hoogland in the centre. 216, there's Jean-Marc Marino. There are in this breakaway 7 French riders. One of them would love to be winning the stage and therefore being nailed high in the sky as the first French winner of the 100th edition of the Tour de France.
Yes, David Navarro is the best rider in this leading group. He starts the day in 20th position, but he's a long way down, 23 minutes and 36 down. But if he was to take this 6.5 minutes away, he'd find himself moving up into the top 15 in the overall standings. And he was regarded as the pre-race favourite for Team Cofidis.
Well, this is interesting, Paul, because it's on a day like this when those riders can make giant leaps up the overall classification and not upset the leaderboard. And so it could be a double bonus for Navarro, and we'll see how he can continue on. He's on the Cofidis team, and they need some success as well in this Tour.
Well, the French are the ones. The French are the ones who'll be really looking for some success because they haven't yet got themselves a stage victory.
Sky leads them down the mountain. So you can see 5 teammates in front of Chris Froome, 1 behind him, just to make sure he's keeping an eye on him as well, just make sure there's no problem. Now, we've seen some guys do great rides, but there's no doubt whose value is rising, is there? So as we take a look at our Scottrade value is rising, who else would it be but this demon climber? And look at this man, Nairo Quintana. He flew away. Only Chris Froome could bring him back and then ride with him, and in the end Chris Froome dropped him. But Quintana is a man of the future. 23 years of age, his legs may be young, but the heart is big, and he's back in white today. That's our Scottrade value rising in the Tour de France as we get into the last 5 days towards the finish in Paris. 5 days we're in the Alps now. 15 major mountains, 2 of them today. As we wind our way away from this particular climb, there's only 14 climbs left. So as this huge peloton drops down there, Paul, if there's one man that I think Chris Froome would fear, it is Quintana, isn't it?
Absolutely agree with you there, Phil, because this rider, 23 years of age, Quintana, he's learning about the Tour de France. I don't think he's ever ridden 14 days in a row before, and this last week of the Tour de France is going to be extremely interesting for him. But he's not afraid of the mountains. We saw that on Mont Ventoux. He thinks maybe he attacked a little bit too far out from the finish, but watch out for that man when we go to the Alpe d'Huez, because we're climbing Alpe d'Huez on 2 occasions this year. quite nasty of the organisation, isn't it?
It's a really vicious climb, because we climb the 2 climbs of Alpe d'Huez on the same day. We'll just flip over the top and dive down a little used back road, take us around to the bottom and bring us back up Alpe d'Huez itself.
Well, the Tour de France has gone up Alpe d'Huez twice before, and that was in 1979, but that was on separate days. That was in 1979. This year, they're going to ascend Alpe d'Huez twice the same day. It's going to be an amazing day, and there will be a huge crowd out there, I'm certain.
Adam Hansen, the Australian, this breakaway as well, by the way. He had a brilliant Giro d'Italia, won a stage in that, and that probably qualified him to come to the Tour de France as well, as Hansen is in this breakaway. Started it, in fact. He was out there up front with Andreas Kloden. Looking at Andy Schleck back here. I think he's been back for a drink or something, and now trying to get back up to the tail of the peloton. Andy slipping away each time we climb the big mountains. I'm rather sorry to say he had a tough climb up Mont Ventoux. There he is, just taking his drink.
Well, Andy Schleck, 18th overall, and it's not surprisingly, Phil, that he's so far behind in the overall standings, because he's been out of competition for almost 12 months. But by the way, when he was slipstreaming behind that car there, that's actually illegal. But the referees, if a guy's stopped at the side of the road for a natural break or to go back to the team car, as long as he doesn't do it for a long period of time, the referees will look the other way. We've been over the first difficult climb of the day, and the riders now will all be concentrating on what comes down towards the end.
Looking down on the village's Cédron there, situated at the entrance to the Alps itself, perched on high rocks.
Well, that's the name of the town just down below, Cédron, and the little heart in there is because Cédron loves the Tour de France. Was the guy at the back taking on board food from the team car. He won a stage a couple of years ago, 2010, at Axe Trois Domaines from a breakaway group like this, and he's already been in the breakaway already in the Tour de France in the early part of this race.
Nobody talking, getting on. Cameron Meyer going through his first Tour de France. Janson just in front of him in the blue jersey there, the world champion, white jersey, Philippe Gilbert. They're all intent on keeping this break clear. Sooner or later, they will have to attack each other. There's no way we would expect a 26-man sprint down in Gap. I think the Col de Mans will tell us that's not possible.
It's an ideally situated to be a launch pad for somebody to get away from the group, because there's 26 riders in that leading group. We're now looking down onto the front of Team Sky, pacing their man, Chris Froome, in the yellow jersey, recovering dramatically, Phil, from his really nasty incursion into the Pyrenees. Just at the back wheel of Chris Froome there was Richie Porte.
Interesting, in this breakaway, Paul, there are only 4 teams not represented here, and it's not surprised really. Sky isn't, because they're all looking after Chris Froome. Cannondale have got no interest in this. They've got Peter Sagan in the green jersey. Astana are looking for a good ride tomorrow by Fuglsang, and Belkin, of course, they've got 2 riders in the top 5. So they're trying desperately to have an easy day, so tomorrow they can try and increase their overall situation.
Yeah, the guys who've got to come out and ride that time trial hard tomorrow have got to try and be economical today with their pedaling, if you like. They've got to try and sit in the wheels, sit in the slipstream of other riders in front of them, and try and conserve as much energy, not just physical energy, but mental energy for the big time trial tomorrow.
Oh, helicopter's just gone fishing, but he picks up with the Tour de France again. 7:19, still in the ascendancy, the breakaway. This is the bunch we're looking at here. Long straight line, and all the big teams I've just mentioned are the first 4 teams, I think, in the groupings near the front of the peloton. Johnny Hoogland in the red going through there, and the Garmin Sharp rider is Navadauskas. Narrow roads occasionally, you've got to be careful of those rocks on the left, because they can rear up and bite you. See you in a moment. Well, these are the guys who won stages in the breakaway.
Yes, Thomas Voeckler, the most experienced, with 4. Philippe Gilbert won. That was the opening stage. Christophe Riblon back in 2010. And Rui Costa. And that was to the summit of Superbès, ahead of TJ Van Garderen.
Gilbert, they're not the opening stage of this year's Tour, though. It was a year or so ago, wasn't it? Cam Meyer, he's in his first Tour de France. He almost made selection last year, but they decided not to include him in the team. This year he's made it. and he's in the last week of his first tour now.
When you talk about something like the Tour de France, a 3-week race, and it's all about dosing your effort and saving energy when you can. Now, Cam Meyer, the rider from Orica Green Edge in the lime green and blue jersey there, Phil, he's normally a very good time trialist, but he decided in the time trial around the Mont Saint-Michel that he wasn't going to give it full gas because he felt that one day or another the breakaway was going to survive, and he wanted to have enough energy to be able to get into that breakaway.
Let's have a quick spin up to the top. This is the Chateau de Misson that we're looking at the moment.
10th century chateau of this castle, which overlooks the village, and the outer courtyard is partly built in pebblestone. It was once owned by the Count of Provence, although today it's the property of the local municipality. Its restoration began in 2005 under the impulse of the Alpes de Lumière Association. 10th century. Amazing.
It is amazing. Yeah, they filled the inside with soil now so they can put a field on top by the look of it. But it's preserved, and that's what matters.
Throughout a lot of these alpine valleys, you've got a lot of these castles perched on the top of the outcrops, because this was a big trade route for people coming from France to get right through here into Italy and also into Switzerland.
Well, basically our long descent to 527 meters is now done. We're gradually going to find ourselves steadily climbing until we get to just about 1,000 meters high before the descent into Gap. And then the climb out, which takes us up to nearly 1,300 meters. And that's the rough end to the day's racing as we look here at the concentration on the breakaways faces. Philippe Gilbert, who's been twisting his way around these roads since Corsica today, this last 16 days. Remember, we finished this Tour de France in Paris on Sunday, and 198 riders who started this race. We still have 179 riders left in. That's a pretty high number as we enter the last week, and of course they know that all roads will lead to Paris. They have just gone clear of the field. I think we can show you how they did it. It was in fact an attack by Blel Kadri. There he is in the white, sneaking up the inside. Spotted by Jean-Marc Marino. Both of these guys are French. Remember, France hasn't won a stage. Quickly hooked up. No reaction from the peloton, but really they're just dangling them on the end of the hook right now because they're really not going very far ahead at all. We're heading towards the last climb of the day. Long way off yet. Well, I think, honestly, Paul, I think this has been a mistake. They've gone on a part of the road. They wanted to catch the other attackers off guard. Well, that bit they've done so far, but they're not allowing them the head, are they?
No, I think I think it's not really that good a move to make on this flat part of the course. And if they were feeling good, Blel Kadri himself, Phil, is a very good climber, and I would have waited to make the move on the climb. And this is such a big group behind, but in fact they can't figure out how to organise the trace, and the impetus is going away from this group. But we will see, as soon as we hit the climb in about 10 kilometres time, we'll see a massive big move come, and somebody will try and jump across to the two leaders.
Well, Jean-Marc Marino in his second Tour de France, Blel Kadri's in his third, and last week he pulled on his first ever leader's jersey in Albi, which was the King of the Mountains jersey, but he only kept it for one day. Now he's at it again. Stage win is what he really wants, because if a Frenchman wins a stage of this year's Tour de France, the first one to win, is going to hit the headlines here in France.
It will certainly be lauded. They've tried on a number of occasions. The French have been the most aggressive going out into the breakaways looking for that victory. They have the most number of starters of any other nation. Normal, I suppose, because it is their race. 42 Frenchmen at the start of this race.
Well, they're pulling away at the moment. They're not, in fact, it's difficult, but they are moving clear, saying the gap is 23 seconds, 24 seconds now, and to the peloton, forget it. They're coming home to fight tomorrow, 10:30 back for them.
The problem about making an effort like this on the long valley road is you're right up along the red zone, really hurting your body. Then when you turn left and you start to hit the climb, I think that'll put these two guys into a spot of bother.
Now we get on to the Col de Mans. That really begins at 23 kilometres to go as we go into the town of Gap. On the descent, they make a left turn and they start to climb away from Gap with their backs to the finishing line. They won't see the finish line. Then we go off for a journey over the col itself. Once you top over the col, you're 11.5 kilometres downhill virtually all the way into the finish line.
You see the rider at the back, well, briefly there, the rider in the back in the Lampre jersey, Phil. Well, in fact, his dad, Manuel Maury's dad, Primo Maury, won a stage of the Tour de France in 1970. The race started in Grenoble. Guess where it finished?
Gap.
Very good.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a horrible drive, Grenoble Gap, I can tell you that. It's on a very busy road, but they probably went through the mountains. Again, we look down to the flatter roads. This is the Montagne de Cèze.
Yep, peaks out at 2,016 meters in altitude, and it's a site classified as a Nature 2000, as a ski resort and a climbing resort as well here. It's part of the Pays de Bouche, which is the river which we've been riding along for most of the day today, and the shape of it makes it look a little bit like a horseshoe.
Some amazing structures here in the French Alps, and we'll see plenty of those as we head towards our final day in the Alps, which is not until Saturday this year. Very difficult crossing. Lel Kadri and Marino are the two riders in the lead. Jean-Marc Soyson and AG2R are their squads.
A few little gaps starting to appear now.
Bit of a reaction. I think they're beginning to worry about this move now.
We've got another tweet coming in from Jack Hope. Are breakaways planned before the stage starts? Do teams approve chases, or do riders just go? Well, I can say that they definitely are planned before the start of the race, and as we've seen a number of times, it's nearly always a French team's tactics to get in the breakaway early on, and then once it's formed, then they decide on the road if it's the right formation. As we saw, this breakaway was very, very difficult to form. It took almost 40 kilometres because there were some riders highly placed in the overall standings slipping into that move. Once the move was a move that didn't contain any riders who were dangerous in the overall standings, it was given its freedom. And a lot of freedom today, 10 minutes and 42 seconds worth.
They made the right decision today. Well, this man's got rather a heavy weight today to carry to the front of the peloton. Ruben Perez offering all his teammates. There's Nieve in the polka dot jersey. It's not his. He's actually third in the competition. Ahead of him is Quintana, and at the top is Chris Froome. Sky still being told, you'd make the pace, you've got the leader on your squad. We're all happy to ride home to Gap today. It's a big day for the race leads of the Tour de France tomorrow, but there's plenty of attacking to come our way very soon. Long valley here, the riders are now pile driving their way into Gap. It's just over that ridge in the distance, the actual city of Gap now. It really sits right in the enclave of this lovely area. Every road out is usually uphill. As we're watching now the push on as they end, they're just past the town side of Gap. This is now the streets of Gap. As we continue to descend, where they will just swing left very shortly, make a right and then a left up the climb as it starts. Well, they're still on the march. At least they've got first to Gap, Paul. Whether they're first to Gap at the finishing line, that is very much another question. But Marino and Kadri, 24 seconds to the good.
It's not a surprise, really, just looking at the rider on the front there. It looks like one of the riders from BMC Racing, and I would think that would be Quinziato, and he'll be doing that to try and pull this back together before the start of the climb to set something up for his teammate, who's sitting at the back there in that white jersey with the rainbow bands around it. He's the champion of the world, and that's Philippe Gilbert.
Sitting a long way down the line, though. And there's that train line again that stopped the Tour de France earlier today. The train is now safely in the station here in Gap. We're looking now as we head down into the city of Gap. The leaders are there. They've passed the town sign. The descent will continue. Then they will turn left onto the climb of the Col de Mans. If they turn right, they'll reach the finishing line in approximately 3 minutes. But the way they're going, it's going to be a long way. Split on the roundabout. It's all the way round to the right.
Well, they nearly came unstuck there. You've got to be very alert when you're coming into these towns, because this traffic furniture is always very, very dangerous. And you see Jean-Marc Marino is sitting up and waiting for the rider who's with him, because he knows they've still got a little bit of flat road still to go before they get to the start of the climb proper. And it's a long climb, Phil. It's almost 10 kilometers long at an average gradient of just over 5.2%.
Well, they continue with this long descent in the city of Gap now. Wise call to wait, but it cost 5 seconds of the lead. He's down to 20 seconds now. The peloton, the peloton being that group of 24 riders. Shortly, the streets will narrow again here before they make the turn up the climb. At first, it doesn't look too bad. Then all of a sudden, they realise the mountain starts in the centre of the town here.
Well, the main field, huge deficit now, 11 minutes and 42 seconds. But as they get closer to the start of this climb, Phil, the main field will start to accelerate, and that gap will begin to tumble.
Working well, but they haven't gone anywhere really, have they? It's 18 seconds now, as they're working very hard on the descent to try and bring these two back. There will be an attack, and I think it's going to come right on the base of the climb.
Well, this is the kind of move that Barry Hoban, who won 8 stages of the Tour de France for Great Britain, told me about. You shouldn't make moves like this unless you're absolutely certain it's going to pay. And I'm not convinced this one is good.
Now, we started the climb, not officially, but believe me, it goes up. We will see the sign which will tell us about the climb itself, the Col de Mans. It's a climb of 9.5 kilometres, and we must be very, very close to the climb now, as they just about get round the corner onto the climb itself. It's 9.5 kilometres to the top at 1,268 metres. Just on the climb now, it's 9.5 kilometres, an average gradient of 5.2%. And believe me, we're going to see all the public have waited for this ball. A massive crowd again.
Yeah, huge crowd as we look on our way into the Alps. Gap is regarded by many people as the gateway to the Alps, and certainly from this side, not too far away from Briançon, which would take us across into Italy. Blel Kadri is the rider on the front setting the pace, and he now knows we've just gone past the sign indicating 9.5 kilometres to the summit. Gradient of 5.2% is the average, but more importantly, there's only 11.5 kilometres to go from the top of the climb to the finish.
And that is dangerous and very fast, and all downhill back into Gap. They've made the left turn away from the finishing line now. Blel Kadri, who's been a brilliant attacking rider throughout this Tour de France and wore the King of the Mountains jersey for one day, is at it again. There's no jersey for him this time. He's lost too much ground now. The peloton continue even here just to ride along, and the Gap now an enormous 12 minutes plus.
This is the nervous approach now to the start of the climb. There's still Stannard in front of Geraint Thomas, Konstantin Sivtov, and that is a very, very big move by Adam Hansen.
It is Hansen who's gone, and he's been chased by Tom Dumoulin there of the Argus Shimano. Dare I remind you, he's French. Up comes Adam Hansen, very much Australian, from Cairns in Queensland. Blel Kadri tries to go it alone. Jean-Marc Marino can't hang on to Blel, but he's found a second kick. He wants to get on the back wheel of Adam Hansen here, and Hansen is putting in a bid for a stage win for Lotto.
Well, that's a very good move by Adam Hansen, and there's not been much reaction from this main group behind, and he realises all he's got to do is get over the top of that climb, and he's caught now and past the other two riders, and he continues to stamp away at a very high cadence and try to pull himself away from that group.
So Adam Hansen tries again to win a stage of a major tour. He's done it once in the Tour of Italy this year. Look at his face now as he tries to break clear. What a way of celebrating the sprinter's birthday on his squad. Andre Greipel, 31 today.
Manuel Quinziato slipping backwards there and being left behind by this group. The next rider to disappear is Thomas de Gent.
Well, yes, Thomas de Gent is gone, and Manuela Mori is gone there.
Mori's not going to emulate his father, who won the stage into Gap back in 1970. But Adam Hansen, he's putting light between. Yeah, but he's putting light between himself and everybody else.
It looks like it's Rui Costa who's bringing the field up here. And as though Adam just grits his teeth and goes up the climb, it looks like the front runners on the peloton. We just lost Blel Kadri. He's slipping away now. Vauclair in the green is trying to get round riders. He can sense it tiring. Hogeland is going.
I told you that was a bad move for those two riders, Phil, along the Valley Road. They used too much energy before they actually hit the climb proper.
Little second breath for Johnny Hoogland there. He might just about get on. Adam Hansen is leading the charge up the climb here. Once over the top, it is flat out downhill back to gap.
Nicholas Roach is the next rider to come across. He's been hovering at the back of this group for quite some time. He's a very good climber. He's got a bit of freedom in the Tour de France this year because he's a workhorse for Alberto Contador.
Look at this, Daniel Navarro, the man with the most to gain today in the overall situation. Best placed, has gone over them all and he's now pushing on. He could be gaining a lot of time by the end today.
Damage at the back as we see another rider slipping off the back end of the main field there. That was Navadauskas of Team Garmin Sharp. Cam Meyer also one of the victims of that acceleration.
Daniel Navarro 23 minutes 36 seconds behind overnight. He's now pulled back over 12 minutes of that, halved his overnight deficit, and he could even win the stage here because he's now moving clear.
Well, Rui Costa is doing a fair amount of pacemaking behind. He's won a stage in the Tour de France. That was a mountaintop finish up to Superbès.
Well, there's still a few guys showing legs there. Rui Costa is coming up behind Navarro, and Nicholas Roach is still there, just behind the two of them. As they continue the climb up towards the summit, we top out. It's a long climb, this. We top out at 11.5 kilometers to go, so still a long way to climb.
Well, slipping out of the back of the group now, Adam Hansen paying for his efforts as Rui Costa comes and joins the front end of this race now.
He's giving his turn at the front to see whether he can do. He won a stage up a mountain at Superbès back in 2011. Well, this is not a mountaintop finish, but he's trying to go on the climb of the Mans. Cam Meyer in trouble here. Rui Costa at the front, followed now by Daniel Navarro, who seems to be settling in. Trying to reach them there is Nicholas Roach. These three could be going clear. Laurent Didier setting the pace at the head of the chase as the riders are suddenly reducing in numbers. We'll take one more break and see you back very quickly. Rui Costa, for the last 2 years, the winner of the Tour of Switzerland, trying to slip the field on what is a long, hard climb to the summit. We are still 4.3 kilometers from the top.
Well, there's two races going to go on here, Phil. Obviously, we've got Rui Costa. He's trying to win the stage this afternoon. He's a long way down in the overall standings. He lost all chances of a high finish when he stood at the side of the road and waited for Alejandro Valverde in the crosswinds. But he is a talented bike rider. You can see it's all splintering here because of the pressure of that attack from Rui Costa. But there will be serious moves in the main field, and you can see because the time gap has actually started to come down a little bit now as they accelerate once they get to the start of the climb.
Well, as we look here at Janson on the front here, trying the pursuit. Here's the peloton. They just behind him, you can see at the banner, which is the start of the climb for the peloton. It's Tony Martin who brings the race onto the climb, and not the riders from Sky. Sky are now taking second seat here, and they'll be guarding and watching for Froome in case somebody does try something.
Well, Tony Martin setting the pace at the front. It's eliminated his teammate Mark Cavendish there, and also Peter Kenyuk wearing number 3. He slipped out of the back of the field. But there are so many permutations of this race this afternoon. Rui Costa is only thinking about one thing: get to the top of that climb with as big a gap as possible and conserve it on the descent on the running down to gap. But behind, I'm certain once we get to the top of this climb, we'll see one of the major contenders have a little move to see if he can get some time back on Chris Froome.
Well, Kenyuk and Cavendish both come from the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man flag is flying at the finish today. They're going to get together and ride home now, as there's far from decided this stage. It's completely imploded the race itself as we come back here, and they are continuing to implode as well. This is the peloton.
Well, he's got a flat tyre, Igor Anton.
Anton's flat tyre, bad time.
It's not the right place to have a flat tyre.
Now, it looks like they're trying to gain time. This is a team time trial by Katusha from the front of the bunch.
Well, this is a very good move by Team Katusha, and you see how all of a sudden there's no response behind or no major acceleration. Mark Cavendish at the back having a quick chat with the doctor.
Well, this is a move to try and get Joaquim Rodriguez a little leg up the overall classification, because he started the day, Rodriguez, in 8th place, 7 minutes 11. But I think they've pulled him back anyway, and they're all back together.
Yes, well, he was the 3rd place rider in that group of Katusha riders, but slowly but surely Team Sky pulled them back into the fold. But you will see a lot more attacks come as we get towards the top of this climb, and you can see already the acceleration in the main field has really put a lot of riders into difficulty.
And here comes Thomas Voeckler having a little go from the lead group, and they're after him as well as the rabbit tries to flee up the climb here. This is still 3 kilometers to climb to the summit of this mountain.
Well, this race, this group split apart in the early few kilometres, but even Cam Meyer, who was in difficulty a little while back there, Phil, has managed to get himself back into contact.
Now, still at the front, we've got Rui Costa here, and still holding on to a slight advantage. He's got a little way still to go up to the summit as the riders start to spread themselves all over this mountain now. They're forming the select group, about 8 men. Thomas Voeckler at the back, Cyril Gautier's teammate at the front. And this is Peter Sagan at the back of the peloton. So he's Sagan at 20 kilometers to go, is in the back group now, which is forming.
But look how this race has been shattered by the pressure coming from Team Katusha. They will take any chance they can to move their man, Joaquim Rodriguez, a bit higher in the overall standings. The peloton is getting smaller and smaller with every pedal stroke.
Well, I think Sky will be pretty happy with the way Katusha have taken this up, because it doesn't affect the overall situation, and they've got somebody setting the pace. We've gone back up to the leader here. This is Rui Costa, 2-time winner of the Tour of Switzerland, 1-time a stage winner at Superbest in the Tour de France in 2011. This is the immediate chase group here.
Cyril Gautier's a Europcar rider now coming to do the pacemaking to try and help him get Thomas Voeckler back into the race. But 2 more riders have managed to slip away from this group. Right at the back is Trofimov.
Yeah. Little flick of the elbow there. That's from Tom Dumoulin, the Frenchman on the Dutch Argus Shimano squad. And you can see the crowd enjoying the situation here, high above the city of Gap now, as we do a big arc to go back down.
Well, that's a very, very good move, I'd have to say, Phil, by Rui Costa. He's got a very good advantage as we come up to the top here.
We are hearing, Paul, that Cadel Evans is being dropped by the group containing the yellow jersey. And so not what he had such a happy time last time of his De Gap. We may get pictures of him shortly being left by the lead bunch of riders. This is the main field breakaway sharing here.
Well, that's Jonazon at the front there, number 77.
Yep.
And there you can see we've got to go right to the top of this climb before we then come up to this very, very difficult and treacherous descent on the run-in. This is the leader, Rui Costa. 38 seconds his advantage, and Katusha really are throwing everything at Chris Froome this afternoon.
And look at the face on Richie Porte there now. He's the last pile of fish for the yellow jersey of Froome. His job now is going to take Chris Froome. It's put him on the defensive back there, because it's now the riders in the Tour de France who are hoping to attack, who are now having to hold on to Chris Froome himself. He could even gain seconds here. The back is Nieve. He wears the leadership in the King of the Mountains, but he's been dropped here. He may have been a star on the climb of Mont Ventoux. He's going backwards as well. This is a brutish climb, only 2nd category, but a long, long, tough climb coming in the proximity of the finish, as it is.
51, Pierre Rolland, also disappearing off the back end of the group. Well, maybe he's just trying to conserve some energy for the big mountains still to come. And this is a move by Rodriguez in person. He's chased down by Richie Porte, but there doesn't seem to be any panic on the face of Chris Froome.
There's only half a dozen guys here. We've just got to check who they are. Nero Quintana is here in his white jersey. Valverde doesn't matter, he's here. Andy Schleck here, also in trouble again. Well,
it appeared to me that Laurens ten Dam was missing from that group. I'd noticed Bout Mollema was right up there, so we really are on a 2nd category climb, having a serious sort out here.
There's time gains coming Chris Froome's way if he hangs on to this. He said something to Rodriguez like, just stay with us here, because Richie Porte from Tasmania has now been given, they've seen a chance here, and they're going to take it hands down on the eve of the time trial. Contador is here for sure. Bout Mollema is here on the back. Just in the distance is Laurens ten Dam. There's more time to be gained for the Maillot Jaune tonight.
Well, you can see that Alejandro Valverde, Phil, is doing the job here this afternoon to look after his younger counterpart, the 23-year-old Colombian, Quintana. But Rui Costa is flying into all these Spanish flags. He's Portuguese, by the way.
Left here, the yellow jersey, Alberto Contador, Quintana, Bout Mollema. There's people losing time, and Cadel Evans, the winner of the Tour de France 2 years ago, is on the back heel again.
Well, he's having a very difficult time, Cadel Evans, while at the front of the race, Rui Costa continues to build a very good lead. He's currently 46 seconds faster than the group containing Andreas Klöden, and 55 seconds back to the rest, and 11.25 minutes back to the main field, where there is a huge amount of damage being done.
And even though the finish of today's stage of the Tour de France, as the crow flies about 5 kilometres away off the shoulders of the riders, the crowd who decide to come to the top of the Col de Mans. Now, this man is all downhill, and Contador has gone off in search of seconds himself. Not so much to hit Froome, but to try and catch those ahead of him. Alberto Contador goes. He looks over his shoulder.
He's looking to do damage. He's looking for 11 seconds to move himself up into second place in the overall standings. The last time the Tour de France came over this mountain, guess who attacked? Alberto Contador. He knows what the climb is like, but he also knows the descent.
And I think that's the key, the descent. It is such a dangerous descent here. Not a descent for the nervous now. They went for him. It was Richie Porte who nailed him back and brought his yellow jersey back alongside.
Well, Fulsang has disappeared from that group. He's a little bit further back with Lawrence Tendam, so that is going to move Joaquim Rodriguez up in the overall standings. There in the white jersey is Nairo Quintana.
A very select group, and it's dislodging the Belkin boys here. Lawrence Tendam has gone. Bout Mollema, I think he's just here. He's obscured at the moment, but he's still here, just hanging on. The last man on the line, the rider who is second overall in the Tour de France. Well, again, Sky has showed that they rely very heavily on Richie Porte. He's the last man standing when it comes to looking after Chris Froome.
Well, I think all those people, when we went into the Pyrenees and were trying to bury Richie Porte, well, I think they can eat their hats now, because Richie Porte has come back and he's better, and he's going to be very good in the last week of this race, and Chris Froome will always be able to work with him.
Jersey, he's usually uncontrollable when the road goes up. Looks like he's using common sense today. As he sits there, this rider is free to fly to try and win the stage. It's only the breakaway can catch him. We are at 10 kilometres to go, and Rui Costa now, it's all downhill as the UK flag flies for Chris Froome. He'll be about 11 minutes before we see him up here.
This is the next gap on the road. Andreas Klöden and Jérôme Coppel, but when they went over the top of the climb, Phil, they were 51 seconds behind Rui Costa. It's only going to take about 11.5 minutes to get to the finish line, because it's all downhill, and they will be exceeding 60 kilometres an hour.
And they better find out where the brakes are, because this is a tortuous descent here. Not quite as hot as it was back in 2003 when Yoshiba Bolocki went down on the loose tar. And even before he arrived, they were cooling with hose pipes to try and release the heat on the road. But it is dangerous nonetheless. Now, Johnson is attacking here.
Well,
Navarro seems to have found his legs again in the red.
Well, Jean was the last man to get into that breakaway this morning. He had a very hard chase after a group of 25 riders, and he knew that he had to get up there for the FDJ. We're now on the descent. I don't think they're going to catch this man, Phil, because he's a very, very good time trialist. He's the national champion of Portugal in the time trial, and he's also the winner of the Tour of Switzerland. Now Kreuziger's trying to put a bit of pressure on the front here. Richie Porte just sits there, tries to hang on to the wheel, and look at the way Chris Froome is having to get into his real climbing position.
I tell you, Saxo Bank are turning the screw tight there at the moment. Now this is becoming a select group, and there will be changes tonight if it goes to the finish like this. There's only seconds, 40 seconds split second to fifth in the Tour de France, and time gaps are opening. This is the leader going down for the stage win, and they've got to take it easy down here.
That's Christophe Riblin, who's gone from this group of 4 now, because he wants to take advantage of this very tricky descent to try and get himself up to Rui Costa, who's still holding on to 48 seconds advantage. You can see now that this man coming by is Andreas Klöden. He realises he doesn't want to let any more wheels disappear. There always is a chance of victory if you can just keep yourself together on this descent.
Klöden is a good descender as well. So too is Christophe Riblin. Remember, the French are still looking for their first stage win. It's being spoilt at the moment by a Portuguese rider. French are running out of firepower. There are only 2 of them here in this chase group of 4. As we have Costa in the open countryside, but we're getting down. There is Gap in the distance now as we plunge off the Col de Mans.
We are now looking at speeds approaching 55 miles an hour on this descent, and you've got to have nerves of steel on this very narrow. It's almost a farm track coming down here. It's a technical descent where you've got to make sure you use all of the road. Coming back to this very sharp hairpin. He brakes now as we go back to the chase group.
The difference between the leader and the chasers is 7.7 kilometres now. So nearly 5 miles between the yellow jersey. And it doesn't matter at all. There'll be no movement from these boys up the overall that will matter, but there could be movement from these boys that will matter because they're only split by seconds, except Froome, of course, who is stealing yet another march in his battle to win the final yellow jersey.
Well, Richie Porte has bounced back from a difficult ride through the Pyrenees, and he and Chris Froome get on very well together. When Chris Froome attacked on the slopes of the Mont Ventoux, Richie Porte said, well, another move by Contador.
He dances on those pedals when he wants to, and this is a serious acceleration. He's got a big gear going there. Again, Richie Porte tries to get him, but this time Contador is stretching Richie Porte. Porte is just burying himself here, and Froome is on his wheel.
Well, Richie Porte there, Phil, he's got to sit up because he was actually putting daylight between himself and Chris Froome. They need to calm themselves down a little bit, allow Contador maybe to establish a breakaway, and then try and pull him back before they get to the summit.
Contador started the day 4 minutes and 25 seconds behind Chris Froome. He gains a few seconds now. It'd be a psychological victory, and that's about it. But they're going to have to see what they can do here. It's a brave move by Contador.
A little bit further back down the road, and number 31 there is Cadel Evans, and also in difficulty with Cadel Evans is the best placed Frenchman, Jean-Christophe Perrault.
Well, as we look here now, Porte, Contador's been brought back again. Now he's looking to check out who's there. He's seen Quintana still there, the white jersey. Kreuziger, his teammate, he's dropped back to him.
Yes, now it's up to Richie Porte again to keep the tempo going, but don't forget this race may not be decided on the ascent. It could very easily be decided on the descent, because in that group, you know, Phil, it's a very, very good number of riders who would like to still take advantage going downhill.
You can see the nature of the road here. You've got to keep your wits about you all the way to the bottom. We run off this mountain into Gap itself.
Yep, he's using all of the road as he swings over to the right-hand side. Nice lineup. Contador's going again.
Well, this is like the old Alberto Contador, the pure climber who can accelerate and decelerate, but now Froome himself, the captain's taking control, and he's dragging with him on his back wheel Kreuziger. Watch Quintana. Is he stretching his legs on the left? He's
just having a look to see how everybody else looks in this bike race here this afternoon. They're all queuing up behind Chris Froome. Now there's another move by Kreuziger.
Well, Kreuziger has now got the front. Froome is being battered by everybody, and he's got all of the answers so far. Take your hat off to Saxo Tinkoff. They're using their 2 men to go one-on-one with Chris Froome. So far, he has the answers, and it's cost now Richie Porte. But he's seen a slowdown. He's trying to get back.
Well, Richie Porte won't lay down the arms here this afternoon, Phil. He will try and grapple back into this group because he knows as long as he can stay with Chris Froome, he will be able to give him some assistance. And again, if he's isolated like this and he has a mechanical incident on the running down towards the finish, he could lose a whole chunk of time.
Well, they've got about 3 minutes to climb to the summit. Richie Porte needs to dig deep here and see if he can rejoin his captain on the way down. But what a great team man he has been for Chris Froome.
Well, you see, Phil, the day before the individual time trial, they did not want to give Chris Froome an easy ride, and that's why they've been hitting him hard like this, but it's put other guys into difficulty. These 2 guys were in the top 10 overall at the start of the Jakob Fuglsang there. On the other side in the lime green is Laurens ten Dam. In the group, Mick Rogers, he's in 2nd position. He's not going to do any pacemaking because he's got his 2 teammates up front.
And Andrew Talansky doing a superb ride just passed through our picture. That's his teammate there, Dan Martin, as well. Now we're coming towards the 3-kilometer banner. The man who has broken away from the breakaway of the day. It didn't look like it was going to be a move to win, but it is now as he pushes on and continues to look good. He's still prizing a small gap over the chasers.
Well, I don't think anybody would have expected the yellow jersey group to split up quite so much and so many violent attacks to come. on a mere second category climb. It just goes to show that Alberto Contador is not going to give up. And how brave is Richie Porte?
Yeah, brilliantly done. And he's going straight back to his teammates. He must be totally exhausted, but he sensed the slowing of the pace. Alejandro Valverde is the rider on the front now. His tour ended on the windy roads the other day when he lost 10 minutes with a broken wheel. Well, again, now he's hoping to win a stage somewhere.
Well, now that Alejandro Valverde has seen the possibility of moving his own teammate Quintana up another place in the overall standings, he's quite happy to come and set the pace. This is the second group on the road. They're 43 seconds behind the lone leader, Rui Costa, as he starts to tick off these kilometres one by one. The next one he'll see is 2 kilometres to go.
And there it is, Rui Costa heading for what he hopes will be his second historical stage win in the Tour de France. He spared himself a little look over his shoulder there. And this is just deserved for Movistar, the team that was leading the team race. They had second overall, and one day in the wind cost them everything.
Well, on that day, Phil, Rui Costa himself was in 10th place in the overall standings, and he had to sit up and wait for his team leader, Alejandro Valverde. They both lost 10 minutes on that day.
A mistake in hindsight? I'm not so sure, because had he not lost that time, he wouldn't be winning the stage today. He wouldn't have been allowed in this breakaway. These are the 4 riders, Claude, Janson, Riblon, Coppel. These are the 4 riders in this breakaway. 2 kilometres to go, but the gap, Paul, 45 seconds. Costa should start to feel pretty confident.
Well, just around the corner, in fact, Costa, Phil, should be going under the kilometre banner, the red kite indicating 1,000 metres to go. As I've said, he is a very, very good individual time trialist. He's the champion of his own country in the time trial, and amazingly, it looks to me as if Alejandro Valverde is going ballistic on the front of this group.
1 kilometre to go for Rui Costa. He's in the streets of Gap now. That little select group is still together in the main field, although we're not showing you pictures. We're not in control of those pictures, but they have not counted any more moves back there. As we join the man who looks like taking out the day now, Rui Costa, for 2 years, the winner of the Tour of Switzerland. He knows a brilliant attack on the last climb of the Col de Mans. He's won at Superbest in 2011. He's allowing himself half a kilometre here to salute the stage victory for Movistar.
Well, you see the team cars have been brought up there. The race referee knew that this man was going to survive on the way to the finish, and he had mechanical support when he needed it. Keeps looking over his shoulder. He just wants to check and make sure there is no last-minute return of the 4 chasers on the road. He shakes his head a fraction there, Phil, knowing that this is his second victory on what's already been a very, very good season.
Last year, in his 4th Tour de France, he finished 18th overall. He lost his chance in the win last week, so he's had to go stage hunting, and he wins today in Gap. 2013 is lucky for some, and in this case, Rui Costa. The crowd bring him home up the long straight of the Avenue Foch here in Gap. And a brilliant salute, yes. And a big comeback by Team Movistar.
We're not really surprised about this, because this team looked like they were going to be very, very omnipresent throughout the whole of the Tour de France, and that, I think, Phil, is recompense for standing at the side of the road. Now the important thing is to look at the time gaps, not for these guys, but in the yellow jersey group behind, because we could see a changing in the overall standings on the eve of the individual time trial. I don't think Chris Froome's going to lose his yellow jersey, but there'll be a big shuffle up from 2nd down to 10th.
And the average speed for the day brings them in just behind the fastest expected schedule as the sprint starts now. Claude on the left, but is Riblon going to take it here as he's challenged by Coppel. Coppel on the left, and I think it was the AG2, our boy Riblon on the line. Yeah.
And these are the guys who got left behind, and looks like Thomas Voeckler couldn't stay in that group. That's Cam Meyer.
It's Cam Meyer on the far left, not getting the best there. Astolosa in orange on the right. Cam Meyer taking on the world champion, Philippe Gilbert. Not where he wanted to be today. That was his best shot at winning the stage today, and he didn't make it that way.
Now we'll be very, very attentive now, Phil, on this descent. This is the yellow jersey group. They've left behind the 5th place overall rider, and that is Laurens ten Dam, as Nicolas Roche comes charging to the line here.
Yeah, we're going to try and keep you in touch with everything now. Our cameras are going to jump around. Remember, this is the remnants of the breakaway finishing. Back up with the leaders now. This is very dangerous, the high-speed descending. Very select group of key men in the Tour de France. The celebration by Rui Costa in gap, and amazingly still a long way down up the coming down the mountain are the men that matter in this year's Tour de France, as they now arrive on the eve of the mountain time trial tomorrow.
Well, don't worry too much about the descending ability of Chris Froome, because when he was representing Kenya at the Commonwealth Games, he actually raced in the mountain bike discipline as well as riding the individual time trial and the road race.
Costa may have won the stage, but just look at the way they're charging down that mountain there. Chris Froome might even make minor gains over other riders tonight. Down at the finishing line, Johnny Hugelin comes home. The winners crossed the line just on 2.25 minutes ago as Hugelin comes home there. Laurent Didier coming home as well, 2:23 or 24 on the line. And probably like me, we all want to get back up the mountain, so let's do that. Here we are. This is the yellow jersey group, select as it is. Laurens ten Dam is the one rider in 5th place overall who has missed the move today. The race has already been won by Costa, but there's still time gains to be had by this group.
Yeah, it's very important now, if you're sitting at home, Phil, to put your safety belt on, because this is how fast these guys can go down mountains in the Tour de France. We are touching speeds of 55 miles an hour down here, almost 90 kilometers an hour, and it's very dangerous and technical, and that's why Alberto Contador's gone to the front. He wants to take any opportunity over any terrain to try and get some time.
He's stretching out again. He's going to try and go on the descent. He's a fearless descender, this man. Kicking well, remember, seconds. 40 seconds covers 2nd to 5th rider in the Tour de France. He's looking for seconds at the moment.
Well, these guys will do a daredevil descent, and especially Alberto Contador. He'll use every possibility, any terrain that he can, to pull a few seconds back here and there. He will not go out of this Tour de France without a fight.
8 men form this descent. The man who's missed out, a little kick on the wheel there too of Contador, cruising as he came round there. Laurens ten Dam is the man who's missing out. He came the day to the start in 5th place. This is Rodriguez at the back for Katusha.
Well, Alberto Contador will try around every one of these corners, and you know, it is quite true, Phil, that he always comes out of the second rest day in very good condition. He's jumping out of those corners a lot quicker than anybody else.
Oh, and there's crash.
That's Contador.
Yeah, Contador himself. I saw him kick at the last corner. This time
And
he
he's
went
taken
down.
out Froome.
And Chris Froome also. We never saw what happened to Chris Froome. We may get a replay of that. Froome and Contador together as the race speeds on.
But Richie Porte is there for Chris Froome. As we went around that corner, Contador actually went down in the side of the road there, and Froome had to go into the grass.
But he didn't fall off. He just put his foot down. Contador, I think, did hit the deck there. But it's so dangerous. We've warned you so many times. We're approaching the Bolocchi corner shortly.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, he's very, very lucky at this point in the race to have a teammate alongside him. Richie Porte is there, and that's the important thing about having a strong team when you want to win an individual race like the Tour de France. It's all down to teamwork.
And you can't afford to make a mistake. This race obviously is not won till you get to Paris, because no rider prophesies what can happen on the route to Tour de France. A little bit of shake of the head there as we have another look here.
Well, Contador dropped it going around that corner, but he was the one taking risks on this descent. I knew he would use every possible corner. Froome went down just slightly there. I don't think he will have injured himself, but more than anything else, it will have pumped up his adrenaline.
Yes, and he wasn't happy with Contador. I don't know why, because he was a long way in front of Contador. He shook his head as he went past him. But he's got back in position behind his lead-out man here. All they want to do is to finish together. They're not trying to win any positions on the road. Riders who finish together get the same time.
Well, they've lost about 5 seconds there, and I think with Richie Porte being alongside him, they should be able to catch up before we get back to the finishing line.
As we continue the race down here, this is the chase group. It was 8 riders. The yellow jersey and 3rd place Contador are both following the wheel now of Froome's teammate. 5 kilometers to go. And it's up to Porte now. That was why Porte fought so hard to get back to his man to help him on the way down.
Yes,
and he's done just that.
He wanted to be with Chris Froome as long as possible as we go around another very nasty little hairpin bend. Froome backing off a fraction. Contador itching to go into these corners in first place.
Look at Richie Porte diving down here. He kicks out of these corners like he's in a Grand Prix. Brakes on again. Knee kicks out.
Well, the reason he's doing that, he's taking advantage of these corners to get himself closer and closer to the rest of that group that are just in front of him. In fact, he's nailed back that gap very quickly in just 2 hairpin bends.
But what risks are these boys taking? They are, Contador needs to get back, but he looks as though he's had his wings trimmed here. Chris Froome is losing a few seconds, but not going to be too worrying to him.
let's not forget, Chris Froome starts the day with a 4-minute and 14-second advantage over Bauke Mollema and 4:25 over Alberto Contador.
Mollema's ahead of him at the moment. So too is Kreuziger. Contador trying to fight back. He's defending his third place overall.
Richie Porte and Chris Froome know each other very, very well. They train together a lot. They know each other perfectly.
I think that was the bend that Beloki fell on, and they are safely around as they continue on the left-hand side of the road. This tree on the left was where Lance Armstrong rejoined the race route that left Yoshiba Beloki lying on the road.
Richie Porte just looks over his shoulder briefly to make sure he's still got Chris Froome in his slipstream, as Contador also takes advantage of the SkyTrain. They're just about to turn right, and they're on the main road now, which will line up for the finish line in about 3.5 kilometres time.
And do you know what, Paul? Richie Porte is going to put these two back in that group before the finish, and after all of this attacking racing, they're going to finish in the same time.
Well, it's been amazing to see the attacks that we saw on a 2-second category climb. You see Chris Froome saying, Contador, you're coming forward to do a bit of work, my mate.
Contador looking at his elbow, saying, I'm injured, I can't come through. Why should I? Why should he indeed? Because it's up to Froome to drag him back, and he looks like he's doing it. 3 kilometres to go. These are the boys, and Rodriguez looks over and he's seen the other 3 come back. The yellow jersey is back with them.
Well, a few hot moments there for Chris Froome, but fortunately for him, Phil, he had alongside him a guy by the name of Richie Porte, who's not just a teammate, he's a good mate.
Yes, they share room on the Tour de France. All cyclists share rooms. The morale goes down if you sleep alone. They tell stories about the day in the saddle, and these two have got these stories of this year's Tour de France. Quintana looks over his shoulder. This is Bauke Mollema, second overall in the Tour de France. He will stay second overall in the Tour de France tonight.
Well, Quintana won't stay 6th overall tonight, Phil, because he should move up into 5th place.
Yes, because Laurens ten Dam is behind this group, and the few seconds the man in the white jersey needs will put him up into 5th place in his first Tour de France. Now, your thumbs up. Maybe Quintana did nothing in the attack. I don't quite know why you would thank him. He never charged down the mountain, but I'm not too sure how indeed Contador would know that.
Well, Alejandro Valverde now quite keen to come to the front, and he's dragging away Bauke Mollema. But look now, as whenever it's needed to be, Chris Froome comes forward and closes down the gaps himself.
Well, after the way he's raced off this mountain, he's not going to let anybody gain a single second over him now. And he's gone straight onto the back wheel of Bauke Mollema. He's not worried about the man driving it, because that's Valverde, and he's lost 10 minutes.
Yes, but Valverde wants to keep the pressure on in this group, because he wants to see that his teammate Quintana move up from 6th to 5th place in the overall standings, giving him another move up the overall standings, meaning he'll start 5th in the end in the individual time trial tomorrow.
Great day. Big answer coming back from the Movistar team. Today they brought the stage home first with Rui Costa, and as it works out, they've now moved their man up to 5th overall in the Tour de France. 1 kilometre to go now as we charge into the streets of Gap for what is only the 23rd time in the history of this city.
It's the 100th edition of the Tour de France this year, the event that started back in 1903, and we've seen a massive battle today as Valverde continues to do the pacemaking on the front. He's not thinking about a place position on the stage this afternoon. He's thinking about time. That's what this is all about. It's, again, juggling the top end of the overall classification.
And they won't even bother to sprint for this. They'll drive to the line. The clock will stop at the same time for all of them. Now, many of you ask, why don't they split time to thousandths of a second when the peloton crosses the line? Well, can you imagine if you're at the back of 190 riders and you all want to get to the front because the time is different? Every day would end in carnage. So as they come up towards the line now, Bauke Mollema will feel very happy with this, as Froome himself again trying to demonstrate he's the leader of the Tour. He follows the wheel of Rodriguez all the way to the line. A blanket finish, all same time, which threatens so often to be a different time. The loser today, Paul, will be Laurens ten Dam.
Yes, he was the one put under pressure on the slopes of the climb. Joaquim Rodriguez, though, Phil, announcing that he's going to be an aggressive little chap over the next few days when we get into the terrain that suits him best.
Here comes Andrew Talansky, third in the young riders classification. Another good ride by the American on the right. First Tour de France, maintains a very high overall position. Also in this group is Dan Martin too. He's hanging on in there. The rider in the light green has lost enough time to drop a place, just grinning in the left of our picture. That is Laurens ten Dam.
Well, you know, Phil, it can all change again tomorrow with the 32-kilometre individual time trial, which contains two very difficult second category climbs.
So 6:53 seconds behind was Quintana on Tendam. There won't be much in it, but Tendam, I think, will slip to 6th place overall as they ride right up to the line. And look at the gap, 12 minutes since Rui Costa crossed the line today.
There's been a big battle, and I don't think anybody expected it to be quite that tough on the slopes of that climb, the Col de Mons. It's had its word today.
Led home there by Andrew Talansky. That's a good indication that youngster is finishing this tour strong. Sylvain Chavanel now bringing the next part of the race home. They've split up drastically on that descent for sure. Wagner behind the Polish champion as they race up towards the finishing line. Robert Kessing in the Belkin jersey in the light green. He's here in this group. New time gaps. There will be shifts up and down the overall classification all over the place today. Nieve at the back in that King of the Mountains jersey. He was such a star on the climb of Mont Ventoux. Let's have a look. Seconds over Christophe Riblon. The French denied a stage win again. French again in 3rd place with Arnold Janson. Jérôme Koppel also from France in 4th, and Andries Kloden in 5th place, all timed in the same group at 42 seconds on the stage. Nearly 4 hours the race time today. Tom Dumoulin, I think I said he was French. Well, he's in fact Dutch, Tom Dumoulin. Mikel Astelosa, Philippe Gilbert 8th, he won't be happy with that. 9th, Cameron Meyer, further down, all in the breakaway today. Laurent Didier, former champion of Luxembourg, 14th. Thomas de Gent is 15th. Nicholas Roach, these are all in the breakaway. Thomas Booker 19th. Johnny Hoogland crossed the line in 20th place. Well, they're all more or less in. There's still plenty of riders not out on course, but we'll take a break. A win for Portugal today. That's a new country on the block. And a win in particular for Rui Costa. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you all of the podiums on today's stage of the Tour de France. See you in a moment. Show you those standings presented by Michelob Ultra. Froome 4:14 over Mollema, that's the same. 4:25 Contador, 4:28 Kreuziger, all the same. Quintana stays at 5:47 on Froome, but he's come up into 5th place in the Tour de France now. Lawrence Tendam goes down to 6th. Rodriguez, steady climb for him, he's 7th now. Fulsang slipped a little bit to 8th. Jean-Christophe Perrault stays the best Frenchman in 9th. He's finished 9th in the Tour de France before. Dan Martin in the top 10 in the second group home of the main groups at 9 minutes 28 seconds. So there's the pavement artist down there. Well, we'll have to take our leave of you, but don't forget we have everything to show you on our prime time show, interviews, all the updated results, Ask Bobby, Bobke, etc. And so we will have a great time on the prime time tonight.
From the kind of time trial that we had at the base of Mont Saint-Michel. This is very tricky. It's very technical. The last one was almost like a drag car race circuit. This one, you've got to be a very good bike handler, and you have to be a very good climber as well. The first second category climb coming after 6.5 kilometers or 4 miles. Then there's another second category climb as well. These climbs are around about 4 miles in length before a very fast and furious descent into the town of Chorges. 32 kilometers, almost 20 miles of racing, and look at that. It is an unbelievable individual time trial today, and if the forecast weather does change and there's a little bit of rain towards the end, the descents, which we've already seen in the dry fill, are going to be very treacherous indeed.
Watching Darrell Impey in the start house here as the Australian gets underway. Wore the yellow jersey, remember, for 2 days. A very different time trial to the one we enjoyed in Saint-Malo, Tom.
All right, we will hand it off to you gentlemen momentarily, and we will keep our eyes to the sky as we watch the racers go through the 19.9-mile course as Darrell Impey gets set to make his journey down into Chorges.
Looking down a little bit of the artistry here in Chorges as we're looking now at the start of TJ Van Garderen here. Well, he won the time trial in the Amgen Tour of California on his way to overall victory in that race in the month of May. plenty of American flags in the home straight, Paul. I think he'd like to do a good time because he's lost so much, but he wants to prove he's still in this tour.
Yeah, he struggled over the first part, and just looking at the way he's come out of the starting gate there, Phil, I'm not sure that he will do a good time. He's come out very, very slowly indeed. Bear in mind, for a lot of guys who are not riding this race to win overall, today is a chance for a little bit of recuperation, especially if you don't dig too deep. And tomorrow is a very, very important day with 2 ascents of the famed Alpe d'Huez.
Yes, it is, and the forecast is thunderstorms in the Alps tomorrow as well. So let's hope that they don't materialise, because they would become skid pans. This is Julien Elfares coming home. It's not a bad ride, actually. He's not going to be on the top. He's aiming at the 6th time at the moment of Moser. Now that has gone by. Jeremy Roy is the next in his target, and that'll go by as well as he comes up. The Soyuzsun team rider. Still, he's give this a good shot today. Stuart O'Grady's time is going to get beaten. Stuart O'Grady's right up amongst the leaders. He was an early starter, but he's fallen away a bit now to 9th place, and that's just been claimed by Elfares.
Is a very tricky individual time trial. Lots of corners, twists and bends, and 2 second category climbs along the way.
Let's pick up TJ Van Garderen as we head off onto the back of the course. This is a beautiful course, as you'll see, but the roads once we get onto the mountains are very, very narrow, and the downhills are very tortuous indeed.
Yes, there are 2 time checks out on the course, one at 4 miles, one at 12 miles, and then the final one at 32 kilometres or 20 miles. And TJ Van Garderen, as you can see, is riding a fairly standard road bike. I'm just having a quick look around there to see that he's also got on some clip-on aero bars in the middle. But most of these guys, over the first 6.5 kilometres, which is basically straight uphill, are using standard machines. The big question is how many of the big names towards the end of the race will come out and change for the final descent down into Chorges, because it's a very fast descent, the final one, Phil, and not that dangerous. What I would call sweeping bends.
Plenty of support for TJ out on course there. Peter Sagan is also on course as well, and he promised in this morning's papers he was going to give the time trial a run for its money, like he did on the road up to Saint Michel. Finished just outside of the points in 17th position for that green jersey, but nonetheless he's still well ahead in that sprinters competition.
Well, I don't doubt we'll see TJ Van Garderen later on in the year when he goes across to Colorado for a big bike race there, the US Pro Challenge. I'm sure he'd like to try and win that to add to his victory at the Amgen Tour of California in the early part of this season. But I think he would have to put a line through his Tour de France campaign this year.
Peter Sagan going through the check here at the 2nd check, so he's about 12 kilometres from home at this point. And 59th place. Well, if he's giving it a good go, Paul, I think he's changed his mind since he got underway.
Well, I think like many of these riders, Phil, they've found out that it's very, very difficult opening 6.5 kilometres. Well, in
Britain they have a famous competition that's called the Best Gurney, which is the term used for pulling faces. And just look at his faces, Paul. Here we go again.
Well, he pulls so many different faces that his nickname amongst the English-speaking riders is Hollywood. But I think if you're a fan of Monty Python, you probably think he was trying to get himself into the Ministry of Funny Faces, as opposed to the Ministry of Funny Walks.
Well, he's not on a very funny ride, I'm afraid. He's down the pan at the moment, but he's go looking for the stage win now. He's got 3 days here in the mountains. Tomorrow is very, very vicious. Might involve the real front runners of the Tour de France, but maybe a chance down to Grand Bornand, or maybe up Semnoz when we say goodbye to the high mountains on Saturday.
Well, I think that's a stage, Phil, that the French will be looking at, because they haven't had much success in the Tour de France this year. This is the Dutchman, Tom Dumoulin.
Yes, and the Dutch say this is a real star of the future.
Well, he accompanied the leaders yesterday for a long, long time and looked very good on yesterday's stage. Today he gets his chance at the individual time trial.
Finished 5th in Tour of Belgium, which was a good start, and earned him a selection, first Tour de France on the Argus Shimano team. They had a very good opening meet. Don't forget they've had 3 stage wins with their sprinter, Marcel Kittel. Back to TJ Van Garderen out on course. Still
Heyzerdal coming up to the line here. Pretty sensible ride for Heyzerdal, who's had a very difficult time over the first part of the Tour de France with a fractured rib.
Yes, and you know, they take 3 or 4 weeks for the pain to go away, and he's had it ever since the first days of this year's Tour. But it's been a very solid ride by Ryder Heyzerdal, the Canadian winner of the Giro d'Italia last year. As he races up towards the line, he's just going to go outside the top 6 for the moment, but a good ride nonetheless. 54 minutes 42 for the Garmin Sharp ride. Incidentally, Paul, the organisers of the Tour of Italy, the Giro d'Italia, are here today, and I'm sure they've been to pay Ryder a visit as the winner of that race last year.
He'll also probably be looking forward to a bike race in Canada towards the end of this year, because there's a newly founded Tour of Alberta.
Indeed, the popularity of the sport is spreading. Philippe Gilbert getting maximum. All the alleys coming from the French public, but there's a lot of English speakers on the course today. UK, America, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia. We're meeting them every day, and they've been camping out.
Well, actually, as it happens,
Let's get back in time to see the Frenchman, Tommy Voeckler, coming home here. A little bit down, 57.48 here. He's recovered from an injury in the early season classics, but hasn't really found his old form. Let's go down to the start. Haimar Zubeldia in the start house.
Zubeldia's finished in the top 10 in the overall standings at the Tour de France, but like many other riders in this year's Tour, he's been afflicted with injury from a crash in the first week of the race.
Well, some good news, though, for his team, Radio Shack. They took the team lead yesterday in the Tour. They'd held it in the first few days of the Tour and lost it to Movistar, and then it went to Saxo Tinkoff, and now it's come back only by a small margin, but it just shows as a team that they're racing very well now.
Well, all the big names start at the back end of the overall standings, that the best rider in the overall standing starts last, and that gives him the advantage, although on a day like today it may not, because in this part of France the wind tends to get up in the latter part of the afternoon. We can start to see a few heavy clouds creeping over the top of the mountains. Now, if it rains on a course like this, it won't affect them on the uphill part of the course, because they're only doing around about 12 or 13 miles an hour. But it will seriously affect them on the downhill part of the course, because it is already very treacherous in the dry. We've seen Jean-Christophe Perrault, the French rider who's in 9th place overall, crash in the dry while out warming up and training for the event, and still a big question mark as to whether or not he will start. We believe that he will start, but he was taken to hospital for x-rays.
Yeah, and he's a very, very good bike handler, being as he was a champion of the mountain biking. Philippe Gilbert not too far away for him now to coming up to the first check. He looks as though he's been moving pretty smoothly as he gets up towards Puy-Senière and the 6.5 kilometers into the race. There is a time check there. Best time still Thomas de Gendt at this point, 15 minutes and 16 seconds, and he slipped away after that, but only a little bit.
Well, just watching Philippe Gilbert, he's aggressively starting this climb here. We flip back to number 49. This is Haimar Zubeldia. But just comparing the ride from TJ Van Garderen, I noticed TJ Van Garderen rode very slowly away from the starting house. And I think that was because we went straight into the climb. He didn't want to asphyxiate himself before the climb, but he handled the climb very well, because at the first time check, he had the 3rd best time at just 22 seconds behind Thomas de Gendt.
Let's have a look at Geniez coming up to the finishing line here. And this is a good ride. He's really given it a good shot, this. It won't be the best time. He'll be 5th or 6th as he comes up to the line. He's challenging the time, though, of the Cofidis Irene Taramay, champion of Estonia, the time trial. Now he's looking and past to get. Now suddenly they all pack it in, and he's slipping in. He's going to get inside the top 10. A big effort by the Frenchman here as he comes up to the line now. About 54.30 as he hits the line. 54.29, 54.30 it was, and 6th place in the end.
Well, I think he'd be quite satisfied with that. The French are still looking for their first stage victory in this year's Tour de France, and I would say their only real chance, Phil, would have to be the day when we go to the Grand Bornand. That's a real day for the attackers.
He's been delivering the times. He's gone through the first check in the 11th best time. So he comes up to the 2nd check here. And his time holds 6, so he's making steady progress at the moment up the overall. He might be a wise man. There's a change of bike there.
I'll just explain the rules, by the way, on the bike change, because you can change a bike during an individual time trial like this, but you can't take the bike from somebody at the side of the road. It has to be a bike that's actually on the roof of the car that's following it. The mechanic has to take that bike off and pass it to the rider, and that is what the majority of these guys are doing. And the bike will be on the left-hand side, the right-hand side of the car. This is Van Garderen now coming up to the next time check.
Well, he looks as though he's turning the gas up here because he was third best time to the first check, and he's still shooting very nicely at Izagirre. This could be the best time. He's not very far from stopping the clock here. He looked very casual when he went out of the start house, but he's built and built and built. It might be a wise man. Best time for TJ Van Garderen at the second check.
Now we need to check and see what he's going to do as he goes around the corner here on the flat part. There's a low-profile bike. There we go. He's waiting for the check. Now, as he waits at the side of the road, mechanic has to take the low-profile machine off straight up to TJ Van Garderen, and he wants to take the advantage over the last 12 kilometers of this course, which is a much bigger road and a much faster road, and there he is away.
Well, that tells us another thing, Paul. TJ today has planned to try and win this time trial. A little bit of redemption perhaps on course in the time trial. Good for him. Bike change, always a gamble, a few seconds lost, and he's gone through with the best time at that second check.
Well, a few seconds lost, but you know, on those time trial bikes, the low-profile ones, especially up speeds of up to 80 kilometers an hour on the descent, he can gain himself for 4 or 5 seconds per kilometer, and that's the risk that many of these riders are prepared to take.
Arrival of TJ Van Garderen. The weather is hitting us. It has started to rain exactly as forecast, and this road here will become a little bit of an ice rink. It's still dry at the finish though, and has TJ Van Garderen done the ride? He was fastest at the second check. He's challenging the time of Izagirre. It's a sprint to the line. He should get it. He's got time in hand here. TJ Van Garderen is going to put the best time on the board. He's spotted the board now as he comes off the bend. TJ Van Garderen now aiming at Jon Izagirre's time of 53.18. It is going to be very 53.58 rather. It's going to be very close, but he's well done it. 33 seconds to the good, and the rain has started out on the course. This could be the best time of the day. Well, Paul, what do you think of that? If the rain comes, that might be the time to stand all day.
Well, this guy is a very good individual time trialist. We know that. We've seen him before, and the next guy to come into the starting house is going to be Igor Anton.
Let me know when you're okay.
So moving back here down to the start house.
Well, Igor Anton, Phil, came to this race as the leader of Euskaltel-Euskadi and Light. Oh, look at the rain coming down now. And we're looking here at Arnaud Jonaison. And if you wanted to know if the weather forecast was going to be right, well, yes, it is raining.
Oh, what a shame. 53.24, the time at the finishing line for TJ Van Garderen. This man was challenging Van Garderen. Just 8 seconds, no, a little bit more than that. 10 seconds behind at the first check. Now, because of these rains here, just take a look at this. He's finding these descents. He's slowed right down, and you can't blame him. On these corners here, as he comes off the first climb of the day. Watch the back wheel here. It's a sliding away, and he sensed that. He uses his foot to balance it and bring it back round. Now, those are seconds ticking away right here. That's a great shame. And this is always the gamble with the time trial, which is held throughout the whole day. For fairness, it's in reverse order of overall classification, so the same weather more or less prevails for the last 10 riders to start, and therefore they get the same weather, but risks will be taken by those who want to challenge the time of Chris Froome in the yellow jersey classification. This is Philippe Gilbert. He's copped it as well, out coming up towards the second check here, where TJ Van Garderen is best time. Well, I think we can go out on course as we catch up with our TireRack.com inside the race with Steve Perino.
Well, Phil, I'm actually back at the start. You are indeed right. It hasn't started raining here yet. This morning, I spoke with Alan Piper of BMC, and they said they had reconned this course no fewer than about 20 times to include everyone on the team. They looked at this 6 months ago. They knew exactly how they wanted to do the bike change and all the calculations that went into it. All that said, they really said, based on TJ's form, that this was sort of a preparatory ride for down the road. But here he is in the lead. I'll tell you what everyone else is saying, too, about the rain. is that if the rain does come on, all this bike chain stuff might have to go the way of the Dodo, because they got to think about traction. And that wind out there when I came through the last time in the last descent, it was in your face and it was very strong, only picking up here at the start.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, the Dodo's extinct, isn't it? And I think I wouldn't want to ride a time trial bike in those conditions. They're not easy to ride. Catching up with Pete, watching Andreas Klöden here on the course at the moment. Been a very consistent rider in the Tour de France over the years.
He was 38 years of age just before the start of the Tour, and he was 4th overall in the Tour of Belgium, but he's played a fairly quiet opening 2 weeks of the Tour.
Now let's go down to see the strong man who is guided almost on a daily basis. The last man standing with the race leader, Chris Froome. They're the best of friends. They share the same hotel room at night. Richie is a very, very good time trialist, but he's not going to want to throw all of his strength into riding a time trial today, when tomorrow Chris Froome will expect him to be riding alongside him in the Giants of the Alps. So expect to see him cruise through the situation today, I would think.
Of France in the road race, but his time is not going to light the race on fire here this afternoon. He's way down. I think many of these riders feel probably demoralized by the changing weather conditions. This is the first time we've actually had rain, I think, since we actually started this race in Corsica over 2 weeks ago.
It is. We had a brief dusting and nothing else. It's been the Sunshine Tour, this 100th edition of the Tour de France, but it's changing at the moment in the Alps. There's the face and the water running off the lower lip there of Arthur Vichot. We're looking here with Pierre Rolland. Look at this now. The water there. You've got to take it carefully now. Otherwise you'll simply slide off this course, and the early rains are going to be affected by the road surface for sure. Great respect there, and the brakes always get that horrible feeling. They don't work so well going down in the wet. Let me remind you, on Wednesday, and we can join him now in the start house here. And Scottrade Value Rising Star, there he is. Time trial champion now, so he wears the jersey of the time trial champion of Portugal. And he look forward to a wet ride, I'm afraid.
Well, this is Rui Costa riding away now, Phil. He's not riding the jersey that he had on yesterday when he won the stage into Gap, because this is the jersey of the champion of Portugal in the individual time trial.
And he got a nice cheer there from the crowd in Embrun, and that's because they all know him now, having won the stage yesterday in grand style, in glorious conditions. But he needs his umbrella when he gets up on the mountain today, because the rain has started on the second climb and might well be spreading to the lower slopes of the first climb now.
He also has the red number on his back. Number 124 is his own number, but the red number indicates that he was the most aggressive rider of the stage into Gap. He's won for the last 2 years the Tour of Switzerland, and if it hadn't been for that bad day on the road down to Saint-Amand when he had to wait for his team leader Alejandro Valverde, this guy could be up as high as 5th or 6th place in the overall standings.
And of course, catch our primetime coverage every night of the Tour. That comes to you at 8 Eastern, including tonight's programme, right here on NBCSN. We are following the French champion here, Sylvain Chavanel, away from the mountain of Puy-Stanière. He's gone up the top with the 22nd best time. He's showing a lot of respect for this treacherous descent. Well, he's flicking left and right, Paul, but it's something now. When time matters, I really would not want to be doing this.
Well, I have a feeling that this man here looks very comfortable, and the fact is that as it's been raining for quite a while, it's got rid of a lot of the grease that can build up on the surface of these mountain roads throughout the hot summer months. And once you get a big heavy rainfall, it clears all that away. And the way this man is going around the corners, Phil, he's hardly slowing down at all, and that would indicate to me that he's chosen the right tyre pressure, probably 30 or 40 psi lighter than you would normally ride when the roads are dry.
Well, we're watching Sylvain Chavanel. He is the champion of this discipline in France. 5 times he's done it. It's a record for French riders. Down in the start house, Cadel Evans is now beginning to make his start here. A man who is the only Australian ever to win the Tour de France. Now, in the past, he's been a great time trialist. He's won a time trial stage of the Tour. but this year he has not demonstrated the grand old form. Well, let's see as he gets a countdown what we get from him today. Cadel Evans, in his 9th Tour de France here, has now made his bid out on course in the time trial, knowing his teammate has best time. Heimar Zubeldia coming home, just hits the line, 20th best time for Heimar Zubeldia. Very consistent ride. Remember, they want good times on Team Radio Shack today because they have got the new lead in the team race. Now, this is Mikhail Kwiatkowski as he's on the last 5 seconds before departure. 11th in the Tour de France. Getting down now to the men who've dominated the Tour de France this past 2.5 weeks. Kwiatkowski here, by the way. He's never been the national time trial champion of Poland, but he's had 2 silver medals in the last 2 years, and he was the world junior time trial champion when we were first getting to know him back in 2008. So he might be okay on the course today. Now, earlier on this morning, when the race was just beginning around 10 o'clock, warming up out on course was Jean-Christophe Perrault. He crashed of his own momentum coming off the first climb and hurt his shoulder. They immediately took him to hospital for an investigation and announced his withdrawal, but he comes back to the start line and we think he's going to start. Now, I don't know what he's going to think now because the rain's coming down, but it does seem he is going to start because he is the best placed Frenchman. This is him when he came back. Underneath his tunic, he's got bandages on the left shoulder, right shoulder, left as we look here. So he is now going to take the start. He's the best placed Frenchman in the race, in 9th place. This is his teammate John Gadret coming in now. In 16th place for Gadret, 55.04. Games going there, including Team Sky this year. As we pick up the action again, no change at the finish, but we've had a bit of a surprise at the first check because Alejandro Valverde has gone through with the best time, 15 minutes flat, 38 seconds quicker than TJ Van Garderen at that first check. And there is the confirmation of that. De Gendt being knocked off as the best time by 16 seconds. Andy Schleck went through there with the 5th best time as well. Looking down there at the French hero of the Tour de France right now because he's nursing a seriously injured right shoulder. He's heavily bandaged on the leg, arm and shoulder, but he's taken the start. Jean-Christophe Perrault, who crashed this morning checking out the course, fell on the descent of the first mountain. He's now going up for a second attack at it. Down to see the start of the man in 8th place overall, Jakob Fuglsang of Denmark.
Well, these are all very, very important rides for these riders, Phil, because there's not a lot of time between the 2nd place rider overall and the 6th place rider overall, and we could see the top 10 places moving around quite a bit in the individual time trial on the eve of a race that's going to take the riders of Alpe d'Huez on 2 occasions. Romain Bardet, he's a great hopeful for France here and free to ride his own individual time trial this afternoon. I would expect to see quite a bit from him over the mountain stages in the last week of this race.
Waiting for the arrival of Valverde now at the 2nd checkpoint. This is Roman Kreuziger here, having a beautiful Tour de France and riding only 3 seconds separated from his teammate Alberto Contador.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a good ride by this guy, Phil, because he won a mountain time trial in the Tour of Switzerland a couple of years ago.
He takes the dive into the corridor of noise as he launches himself, and Contador will be the next rider to go, then Bauke Mollema, and then Chris Froome. And they're separated, all of them, by 3 minutes in the start house.
Yes, but for Kreuziger, Phil, a ride here could actually have him leapfrog over his own teammate, Alberto Contador. He's just 3 seconds separating him.
Back with Perrault. The wounded soldier here on the climb as he heads up towards the top of Puy-Sanière. Having said that he'll make a decision at the top, he's not looking to me like a man who's going to abandon the Tour at the top.
Certainly not, and it just depends on how badly the fracture is, if it's displaced or not displaced, if it's cracked. but there have been riders finish the Tour de France with cracked bones in the past, and it's just so close to Paris. A lot of riders say when you come into the Alps you can almost see the Eiffel Tower on the horizon. Unfortunately this year they've put an awful lot of mountains between the final time trial and the finish.
Oh, we're waiting for his time because he's gone through the time check just there, I think, as we look here at the banner. This is 25 kilometers to go. So we went through the Festima timeline, but it never came up on the... Yes, it has, 15:52. He's gone through with the 17th best time.
Well, that's not too bad, I'd have to say.
It's very good. Just watching him go down there, he's a bit shaky on the descent. Now let's join Quintana. He's on the climb now. I so much enjoy watching this rider climb mountains. He's just perfect. Perfect body shape for a mountain climber. He weighs around about 50 kilos, which is about 110 pounds, something like that. He's so light. He's at the 30 kilometers to go point. We've seen Perrault is 6 kilometers ahead of him on the road. But the white jersey here, he's been in a constant battle with Kwiatkowski, and Kwiatkowski isn't losing any time at all right now. 4th best time at the first check, so Quintana really needs to push the time of Kwiatkowski. Alberto Contador in the start house, a 2-time winner of the Tour de France, once disqualified for drug taking, and that victory then in 2010 going to Andy Schleck. His teammate Kreuziger is free to fly today and maybe eliminate that 3 seconds difference between the two of them. Contador chases Kreuziger. We're looking at the start house now. Alberto Contador, Paul, there he is. We've seen his teammate go 3 minutes in front of him. They're separated by 3 seconds. They have a private battle on their hands now. Contador launches down into the streets of Embrun. Just 2 riders left to go in the Tour de France as they continue up the climb.
This man used to be one of the greatest time trialists. This is a time trial circuit, I think, built for Alberto Contador. 2 second category climbs, some tricky corners on the descents, and this is the time when he should be able to rival Bauke Mollema, the rider from Holland who sits in 2nd place overall. Alberto Contador is only looking for 11 seconds over the Dutchman to move up 1 place in the overall standings.
The moment has come as Chris Froome, resplendent in the maillot jaune of the Tour de France, now takes his bike. He's warmed up, he's ready to go, and the world is looking at him now. Pushed away around the back in Embrun as we go back out on course. Maxime Montfort going through the checkpoints. Very good ride by Maxime. It'll slip away a little bit as he comes up towards the line.
Well, I have to say, Phil, this is rather a difficult individual time trial to call because there's a lot of guys riding different parts of the course at different speeds. Maxime Montfort is not even mentioned in the first 10 at the first checkpoint. In fact, he was 13th, and he's improved over the middle third of the course.
Well, all the Radio Shack team are racing for the team prize now. They are the leaders this race on team. He's actually coming up slower than Andy Schleck. Nonetheless, he's right in amongst it here as he goes through with the 11th best time thus far. It won't be long now before Alejandro Valverde gets that second checkpoint. He's still the best rider at the first checkpoint.
Just having a quick look as we follow Jean-Christophe Perrault, second in the Olympic Games in Beijing, down this descent. A man who is riding with a fracture to his right clavicle, but he's a brilliant bike handler, which surprises me that he fell off while he was warming up. Obviously taking a few risks, knowing that you can make serious time on the downhill part of this course.
Well, it was on this descent where he fell, and now he's going to have to ride. He's having great... Look at the different body shape of his arms as he gets out the saddle. That is really paining him. Still back at the finish is TJ Van Garderen at the best time. Now, this is the time we want to see. He's challenging TJ Van Garderen at this point. Still a little way to go up, but has he started too quickly? He's really giving it his best shot. Van Verde trying to be the best man at this point. The time of TJ is 39:47. It is going to be very, very close here as he's cheered all of the way. 6 seconds, it's counting down. I might say it might be reversed here. As he comes up, he is slowed down on this second. No, he gets it, boy. Look at that. 59 hundredths of a second.
Very, very close indeed for Alejandro Valverde as we go back down to the... Well, I tell you what,
is that
Phil,
a full minute? Oh, my goodness me, I was only looking at the seconds. It's a full minute for Valverde on the climb. As we now see out of the start house goes Bauke Mollema. Well, Valverde has pushed on there, and that surely now is going to be the best time once he comes up to the second check. He only has 12 kilometres virtually downhill to the finishing line for Valverde.
59 seconds beating of TJ Van Garderen. Alejandro Valverde is riding one of the best individual time trials I think I've ever seen him do.
So
Bauke Mollema.
I was watching only the seconds tick there. I didn't realise there was a whole minute at stake. As under 20 kilometres still to ride now, but the second check is significant now. Valverde goes through at 38.48, Van Garderen at 59 seconds, Izagirre at 67, Thomas de Gendt at 68. That's the situation at that second check. Still Perrault picking his way down.
Well, Phil, there's some incredible times being posted now, because going through the first time check, Joaquim Rodriguez has just gone through 3 seconds faster than Alejandro Valverde.
Well, if he builds like Valverde did on that second climb, the road, thankfully, is drying out for the crucial riders in the Tour de France. 14.57, the first man up inside 15 minutes for Rodriguez as he goes to there 3 seconds clear of Valverde. Just watching all of the time, Jean-Christophe Perrault, the injured Frenchman, continuing in his Tour de France with a broken collarbone, coming off this first mountain, but the roads have dried.
I'm glad we've got off this mountain, Phil, because for a few moments there I was starting to get seasick just trying to stay up with the man who was in 9th place overall, the man from France, Perrault.
Well, you may have to do it all again with Contador here, because he is on his way up. Rodriguez wants a great time. He said he still wants a podium finish in Paris. There's still a chance, as he has gone through. Now, Bauke Mollema has gone. The next man to go is the last man in the Tour de France, Chris Froome. Chris Froome in the start house. A few deep breaths. The Union flag flies. He has a flag of Kenya on his bicycle, and he's all set to go. Can he do what he did in Mont Saint-Michel and be the best of the men that matter in this year's Tour de France? Many of the people watching this from the roadside in Embrun are from Great Britain, as he moves off now and he slips into the top gears.
Phil, I'm not sure if you saw his face when he came out of that starting house. He wants to do something special, but Andy Schleck has done something very special in an individual time trial. Third. Fantastic.
He's pulled out something very special, Paul. You are so right. That is probably the best time trial I've ever seen Andy Schleck do. He's held on, and he's third. Now, he finishes down the road. Christopher Froome has just started and heads towards the finish line in Chorges. We're going to find out now if there's going to be a slight hiccup in the race for yellow in Paris or not.
Time when this man gets to the top of the first climb of the day will be extremely interesting. He is a fabulous climber. He was only beaten, I think, because of his youth and inexperience on the slopes up to the summit of the Mont Ventoux by Chris Froome. But remember the name Nairo Quintana from Boyacá in Colombia, because we'll be talking about him next year in the Tour de France and the year after as well.
Tremendous atmosphere, visibly going very quickly up this first climb. Laurens ten Dam, by the way, has now gone through behind Rodriguez. He has done the 11th best time. Rodriguez still best time up there at the first check. So it'll be a little while before Quintana gets up. He's next man to go through the time check, and then we'll know if he's making steady progress towards a podium in Paris.
Yes, because the first time check with the 8th best time, looking for 33 seconds on Joaquim Rodriguez.
So Quintana maybe a little bit of a slow starter here. The next climb will come as he continues now to go down this very tricky descent. So while we look here at Quintana, let's rejoin Steve Perino. Steve.
Well, Phil, I'm immediately behind Quintana. We're doing 60 kilometers an hour, so about upwards of 40 miles an hour. This morning when I was talking to his mechanic, and keep in mind, he's a Spaniard speaking French, and I'm an American trying out my French. What they explained to me was that his mechanic is Spanish, that is to say, Spanish speaking, and he was telling me that if it starts to rain, they will not go through with what is the plan currently, that is to run a time trial bike when they hit that mark. And I heard what Paul was saying earlier, where everyone's trying to decide where to do the change. The conventional wisdom so far is at right at 19.2 kilometers, and that's the best place to do it. I'll also tell you about the road conditions right now. Every time we go under the trees, it's the one place where the water does not seem to be evaporated, but when we're out in the open, so far it seems we have dry roads, and Quintana's taken advantage.
Thanks very much, Steve. Well, we watch to see that now. Quintana is running away from around about 7.5 kilometres into the race. Chris Froome is now on the climb up to the first mountain of Puy-Sanière. Valverde has arrived, and it is an unbelievable time by the rider who sits 15th in the Tour de France. Valverde, who lost 10 minutes on that day he broke a back wheel, he would have been a challenger for sure. 52.03 he has come in with, and has gone 1 minute 21 seconds ahead of TJ Van Garderen. Now that could be the time that will stand the passage of time today. There are still 14 riders to finish, and at the first check, Alberto Contador remains the best time out on course.
Oye, ha sido la crono de tu vida, macho.
He hecho una crono genial, me encuentro bien. Tengo que reivindicarme por una mala suerte que tuve, si no.
Well, Bauke Mollema has just gone through that check in only 19th position, Paul. 15.47.
More importantly is the time gap, Phil. 1:07 lost at this point, and that means that he's going to go down into third place overall, because Alberto Contador has gone faster than him at that point.
Contador looking to get up into the top 3 podium finish. He started the day third place overall. He's a very good time trial rider. So let's have a quick look around our giant bike stage summary, see how the day has gone today. As it all started out with bad news for Perrault, who crashed before the start. Vestra set the early pace best times. Izagirre came in, he sat for a while before the arrival of TJ Van Garderen. That looked good because the rain was now falling, and Valverde has just arrived in drier conditions with the best time, 52.03. This is Chris Froome out on course. Now, Bauke Mollema has gone through this in only 19th place. Chris Froome not far away. The best time at the moment is Contador's 14 minutes and 40 seconds. It's still a little way to go. Now, can Chris Froome get around that corner and underneath the second banner, remember, not the first banner. That's the top of the mountain, the one you can see here. So he's going to be behind Alberto Contador on the climb at the first checkpoint. That's the top of the climb. Now, there's the timekeeping coming up around the corner. There's the Festina time board. As he passes under that, the time will stop. Now, I haven't got a time until they announce it to us, but he has gone through there plus 4:25. I'm waiting to see. Froome's time has gone through with the second best time. 14:42 was his time under the banner. So that's no reason to panic yet, but the highlight is on Alberto Contador. That's all the times done through checkpoint 1 now. As with today's commercial-free segment of the Stage 17 time trial is presented by Competitive Cyclist, your source for pro-caliber bicycles, apparel and accessories. Fuel your passion at Competitive.
File bike.
Yeah, Rodriguez switching bikes.
I'm a bit surprised at that change there. He's changed there well before the top of the climb, and I wonder if they know something about the last part of this climb that we don't.
I really don't know. I know that Sky has said the best place to change bikes is with 19.2 kilometres left to ride, but he's further out than that.
Well, he's obviously opted to go for the low profile machine, and you can see by the fact he actually has changed, Phil, on the slopes of the climb.
Yep.
So we'll get a chance to see exactly where Chris Froome of Team Sky is going to change.
Well, there is the lonely figure now, the yellow jersey of the Tour de France. If he keeps it today, and he should do, it'll be his 10th day in the Maillot Jaune. At the finish, Valverde leads from Andrew Talansky as Jakob Fuglsang comes up the climb now, challenging the time here of TJ Van Garderen. I don't think he'll get to the top in Van Garderen's time here, but nonetheless, this is a good ride by Jakob Fuglsang.
Very, very tough individual time trial. And not only does it test your physical abilities, but it also tests your ability to handle the bike with the very tricky and technical descents. And then the speed descent, the last one of the day, at speeds approaching 90 kilometers an hour.
Third place for Fuglsang at the second checkpoint. That is a very good time by Jakob Fuglsang, and he's going to do the bike change as well. Seemed to be a little bit slow getting out of that car, but there's the bike for him. It must have taken 15 seconds lost there. As Fuglsang remounts, let's check back in with Steve Perino.
Well, Phil, I'm right behind Contador, and having just come off the descent, a little bit like yesterday, the man was on the limit. We hit 54 miles an hour. It's fairly technical, and I think you can see him right now. He's running a disc wheel already, so kind of a hybrid TT bike. Now, what you said before about Froome maybe not wanting to take all the risks to get a couple of seconds, well, that is not what Froome did yesterday. And I asked around, I said, well, if Froome was critical of Contador being excessively risky, in my mind, why was Froome following with a 4-minute advantage, and will he again do it today? What are you guys seeing?
That's a very good question, Steve. We're watching Chris Froome at the moment as he continues down this snaking descent back towards the lake before he goes up the second climb. This is Rodriguez coming up to the second checkpoint. Has he stayed up there and rivaled the time? It looks pretty good here. Rodriguez is going to dislodge Valverde at the top of this climb. This is a good ride. Rodriguez has always said he still has the chance of a podium in Paris.
Well, there's a lot of hard racing left to go. 2 times the summit of the Alpe d'Huez tomorrow. Rodriguez riding a very solid time trial. He went through the first time check in 3rd place. Riders are handling the different thirds of this race in a different manner. Some guys are feeling better in the first part, some guys in the second part. A lot of guys, though, are going very, very fast, Phil, in the last 12 kilometers.
And he's on his time trial bike, and he's sticking to that as he goes over the top. Michael Rogers now coming up the home straight. This has been a big effort by Rogers, despite the fact he's the 3rd counter on the Saxo Bank team. As he comes up to the line, the former 3-time world champion, 5th at the finish for him at the moment, 53.58.
Solid ride by Michael Rogers, an integral part of Team Saxo Bank. They've also got to try and have 3 good finishes here today, this afternoon, because for them, they're also looking to try and keep themselves up in the team competition. Back with Chris Froome.
And by the way, as we look at Chris Froome, Cadel Evans has finished with a terrible time. He was even slower than the sprinter Mark Cavendish. He'd be lucky to finish outside the last 30 riders on the stage.
Well, Froome only 2nd at the first time check, 2 seconds in the rears of Alberto Contador, but Alberto Contador is and has been a phenomenal individual time trials. Froome here is using all of the road, and look how aggressive he is. As soon as he gets out of the corner, back out of the saddle again, get himself up to high speed. He's now off the descent of the first climb of the day, Puy-Sanier, and now he's got to line himself up for the next one.
Yes, and he will know these 2 seconds down on Alberto Contador. His team will have told him in his little earpiece. We're looking at Alberto Contador now. Moving on to the next climb of the day, holds best time of 14:40. Nobody left to arrive there. And Froome's 2nd best time, 2 seconds slower. Rodriguez 3rd best time. That's the result of the first check. The former junior world champion Kwiatkowski coming up to the line here in a private battle for the white jersey with Quintana, as Kwiatkowski now comes up to the line. He's looking very, very strong here, Michael Kwiatkowski, 52.49 and counting. He's challenging the time of the American Andrew Talansky. He should get inside this and claim 2nd place for the moment at least. The former junior world champion has been strong ever since day 1 of this Tour de France, and it's not changed today. 2nd.
24 years of age, and he is riding for the white jersey competition. He wants to try and pull back some time on the Colombian climber Nairo Quintana, but he started the day more than 2 minutes behind him in the overall standings.
Yes, well, he lost a bit of time yesterday. He's looking for around 4 minutes gain on Quintana to ever see that white jersey. That doesn't seem possible now with the the road that lies ahead, but even so, he is still riding for a high finish in Paris. Well, we've just got about 10 riders out on course now, and we're watching Alberto Contador, who's reportedly moving ahead of Chris Froome on the road.
Well, it all depends. He stopped the clock there in the 11th best time. He's lost 1 minute and 41 seconds to Joaquim Rodriguez at that point. Rodriguez moving further and further up in the overall standings tonight.
Well, Ten Dam was 15th at that point at the first check, so he's come up 4 places there. But Rodriguez now, he is the marker ahead of Froome and Contador, setting the best times at every check. He's now on his way home, currently best at check 2. So, as we see Rodriguez pushing for the time trial of his life here, let me remind you that today's commercial-free segment of Stage 17 is presented by Competitive Cyclist, your source for pro-caliber bicycles, apparel and accessories. Fuel your passion at competitivecyclist.com. There'll be no commercial until we get to the finishing line with the last man on the road, Chris Froome, today, as we look at the beauty. And hey, the sun is coming out again now as we head towards the finish. Still Rodriguez leading at the checkpoints, but then, of course, Chris Froome and Contador haven't got there yet, Paul.
No, but Rodriguez riding a very solid ride for him. Phil, 18 seconds faster than Alejandro Valverde, as we get a chance here to look at the style of Chris Froome. Every chance that he can, even though we're in a mountain time trial this afternoon, he's getting himself into an aerodynamic position, getting his hands into the middle of the handlebars. He will when we get to the top of the final climb. This is not bad ride by Quintana, Phil.
Hey.
As I said, a lot of people have handled the second climb of the day better than others.
Look at his face now on Nairo Quintana here. He's not going to be the best time of this second check, but he is pulling up time all of the way here. As he continues to dance up this hill now, he's up amongst it. He's looking at the time of TJ Van Garderen, who for a long time was best time at the finish. And he's still got a few seconds, so he's going to go through in 3rd place. Is there a bike change coming?
There is. I've just seen the car door open. The mechanic's getting ready for it already. So as he comes round the corner, look at the mechanic. They're trying to make this change as quick as possible. The mechanic is out, flicks the quick release on the bike, straight up to the rider. That is probably, Phil, the quickest change I've seen all afternoon.
And at last the mechanics are getting to understand this time trial, because they've been pretty slow all day, but not now. They were ready for that one. He's got his bike, and Quintana is looking for the top time now.
Well, the sad thing that will go against him, Phil, is probably the lightest ride in the last 10 riders coming down this descent, and he won't have that advantage of the weight on the descent.
Watching Alberto Contador here as he heads up towards the check, and it will be a very interesting check. It's still currently Rodriguez, Valverde, Quintana in 3rd place, and Van Garderen, who was originally fastest, down to 4th.
Well, at the first time check, Phil, Kwiatkowski was faster than Quintana, but over the second climb of the day, Quintana took advantage of that long climb to pull himself back into this race, and he's gone through that second time check with the 3rd best time.
Yeah, and Rodriguez still best time there, but I think we're going to see that dislodge when Contador gets there, and then we'll have to check. Has Chris Froome continued to lose time on Contador? He was 2 seconds back at the first check, or has he recovered a little bit?
Well,
and Bauke Mollema here is really having a tough ride, unaware of what everybody is doing to him out on the course. He's losing time today, and he's probably losing a podium finish in Paris at this moment. Roman Kreuziger is coming up the hill here now and heading up towards point 2. He's challenging the time of Rodriguez. He has another man who has accelerated on the second part of the course.
Well, don't forget, a couple of years ago, Phil, when he won the Tour of Switzerland, he won it by using the mountain time trial. It was a mountain top time trial on that occasion, and it was right down towards the end of the race. He has ridden a very good middle section of the course.
Just slipping away from the leaderboard, from the lead on the board, but still slotting in 2nd place now. Kreuziger, these boys at the end are really turning on the style now, and the only man missing out, I'm sorry to say, is Bauke Mollema.
Well, interesting to note there, Phil, it looked as if he wasn't going to change his machine out on the course.
Well, he's not bothered at all. He's getting on with it here. Takes the closest way down, grabbed a drink on the way down. He's on a very good ride. There's only 3 riders left to go through. Contador will be the next man at that checkpoint. And
Race radio that Jean-Claude Perrault has crashed at 2 kilometers to go to the finish. That on top of the crash that he had this morning in a warm-up.
Well, with no pictures, he's down on the straight approaching the finish. We'll have to update you as we hear reports from the course there. But it sounds as though Jean-Christophe Perrault, on what would be the easiest section of the course, the run into the finish of Chooz, has actually fallen again. Now, this morning he fell. He has a fractured right clavicule. And if he's fallen again on the same side, well, what can you say? We're watching Rodriguez blazing a new time trail down the mountain as he now passes through 3 kilometers to go. He is not far behind Jean-Christophe Perrault at the moment.
Well, there's a couple of tricky little corners once you get into the outskirts of Chooz, and that's where one or two riders may come unstuck, especially if they haven't been out to check the corners on the run. And there's one point where you actually almost turn around on yourself. Alberto Contador could not be too far away from coming up to the next time check at point number 2, where Joaquim Rodriguez, the man we're looking at here for the moment currently, has the fastest time.
Well, as you can probably understand, covering a time trial on television is not easy because the cameras are not allowed to go close to the riders, and they're certainly not allowed to go past them. So we have to sort of let them run towards the cameras. We can't show you everything. We are still waiting for Contador. We're back at the finish line now as Jakob Fuglsang makes his approach to the line. I think we're going to see a great time off Jakob Fuglsang today. He's looking at Kwiatkowski's time. He's got plenty of time to get inside and make the second best time. Another man who's gone quicker all the way down. The sun shines on him now as he heads up towards the finishing line.
Well, he starts the day in 8th position with a good ride. He can actually move ahead of Joaquim Rodriguez, and that's why he's got to ride flat out in this individual time trial here this afternoon. He's not going to rival the time there of Kwiatkowski, but 3rd place for him.
Just 3rd place there as he hits the line for Fuglsang. He looks back at the finishing line. He is a man who has promised a high finish in Paris, but we're waiting for Contador on the climb now. Here he is as he's looking at the best time of 38.30. It's going to be close, but that's the time check as he comes up the hill here. He's going to hit the line. He's going to get the best time by just 6 seconds. 38.24 for Contador. Well, what can Froome do about that?
Well, he actually, according to Race Radio, Froome has pulled back 5 seconds on Alberto Contador. Froome is now 15 seconds behind Contador on the open road.
Far from home.
No, he's not.
In fact, he's in the home straight right now.
Well, he's looking at the time of Alejandro Valverde, 52 minutes and 3 seconds, and I think he's going to go well inside of that.
So Valverde's time looked good, but take a look at the time of his Spanish counterpart here, Rodriguez. This has been a tremendous ride by Rodriguez. He's promised himself a podium in Paris. Well, he's taken another step up the ladder towards that. Rodriguez drives on now. The 52.03 of Valverde will be well beaten by Rodriguez as he comes off up towards the finishing line now. Joaquim Rodriguez is going to set the best time for the moment, 51.43.
Yes, but there's still 6 more riders to come in. Laurens ten Dam should be the next man, followed by Nairo Quintana. But it's the last 4 out on the course field that I think will be seriously challenging. You can see the difference in the styles between the 2 riders. Contador out of the saddle, dancing like a pure climber, the pure climber that he was many years ago when he won the Tour de France. While on the other side, you can see Chris Froome sitting down in the saddle, trying to keep himself nice and aerodynamic. He's riding with sheer power.
Well, we'll see when we get over the top. We're just waiting for Froome now to see what he does at the check, where Contador is the best time at the second check, 12 kilometers out from home. Bauke Mollema will not know what's hit him today, but his time isn't living with these boys. You're seeing Bauke here now as he heads down. We've got Quintana shortly to finish and Laurens ten Dam, and I don't think Quintana will be too far behind Laurens ten Dam. Well, at the moment, as we sit there down on the finishing line, Joaquim Rodriguez, who's never won a time trial, is sat in the leaderboard on top of it. Just watching watching Kreuziger rather, on the way down, sticking his knee out, taking the short way down. This is a much quicker descent as he heads now towards the valley and the finish of the lake.
Well, Well, he was 20 seconds behind Alberto Contador at the first time check, but only 9 seconds behind him at the second time check. And we know that this man is a very good time trialist, especially when it's a mountain time trial. Froome, again, continues to get down into that low-profile position. He's riding a very high cadence, around about 100 revolutions for every minute. He keeps looking up the road. You watch the way he does this. He looks up the road to make sure that it's safe, then he puts his head down. That makes him a little bit more aero at the front end of his bike.
And he's very, very close now to that second check where Contador has just blazed through with the best time. This is Bout Mollema. He's now heading up to that point as he's being chased by 3 minutes by Chris Froome, who's closed in on Bout Mollema. Let's see how he sits now, but he's only out. He's going to be outside the top 12 riders here, I think. Talansky went over here in 11th, currently is 5th at the finish. As this is it's all about seconds for the 2nd to 6th place riders overall. And Bauke Mollema is losing a little bit of time today as the Dutchman continues to climb.
He could be losing his second place down to 4th place in the overall standings because of the ride being done by Roman Kreuziger. He only had a 14-second advantage over Kreuziger at the start of the day.
16th best time, 40 minutes 17 for him. And there's still the riders to come behind him who are getting better. There's only Chris Froome now behind him as he slots into that place. Froome started 3 minutes back of him as he now starts the way down the mountain. Froome was not that far away from that check.
No.
Contador, 38.24. He'll be very close. You know, I think this man is recovering and the bike is ready for him. Is he going to change as he heads up towards the top of the mountain comes first, and this is where they've decided.
Look at the door is open, the mechanic's ready.
Before the top of the climb, Paul,
Yep.
They agreed this point was the best place to change.
No panic on board, and look at this, he's up there, the mechanic is pushing him away very, very quickly. He's actually taking the advantage. It's actually quite clever because he's taking the advantage of getting a little bit of a push on the incline as he goes through up the clock.
They believed that was the best place to change the bike, but of course the clock has not stopped. So he's now gone over the top, 11 seconds off Alberto Contador.
But that is including the bike change. He was 15 seconds behind Alberto Contador a little while ago, while we go down to Laurens ten Dam in the finishing straight.
And Laurens ten Dam, I think, has done a pretty good time trial. This man is living a dream in the Tour de France this year. We've seen him many times. He's never ridden like this. As Laurens ten Dam has just turned in so far the 11th best time, 54.02.
But Phil, look at that. From 1st to 10th place, you're looking at almost 2 minutes, the time difference. The time gaps are really starting to open in the Tour de France, and this was still 3 mountain stages to come.
Yes, and before the double dose of Alpe d'Huez tomorrow. And then we've got the journey to the Grand Bournon, and then we go up to the top of Semnoz on the last day in the mountains on Saturday. Chris Froome gambled a little bit. It cost him time at the time check, but now he's on his best bike and he's free to fly down this mountain and head into the finishing line. We'll see spots of rain on the camera, but I think it might be perspiration or water coming off the crowds.
Well, this course, this is Quintana. This was going to be a very interesting time, and this is amazing.
Quintana arrives. Now this is going to be an interesting time. He continues. He's the time of the man who races him for the white jersey. Kwiatkowski is sitting in 3rd place. He's got plenty of time on his side after a great ride yesterday, Quintana. But you know, this man is pulling out something special in a mountain time trial, and goodness knows what he'll do in the Alps tomorrow when we go to Alpe d'Huez. This is a tremendous ride by this youngster. He's beaten Kwiatkowski. He slots in 3rd, 52.44.
I am not at all surprised by the performance of this man Quintana this afternoon. This time trial course is pretty much suited to his abilities. He has proven to us that he is a great time trialist. That was a crash on the right. That's a replay. That's a replay, Phil. Sorry about that. That was the crash of Perrault a little earlier.
Oh, goodness me. We switched to... This is when there was a little bit of rain on the camera, and I don't believe it, Paul, because he has fallen on the exact same side and clouted that broken collarbone.
Yeah, that was very, very tough for Perrault. It was nice of the French television to throw that one at us.
They found the pictures at least. That's all that matters, and what horrible pictures they were. Well, Christophe Perrault, a crash on a right-hand bend. It's still a little bit slippy from dampness of the road surface, but goodness me, you cringe with the pain that man must be going through.
Well, Roman Kreuziger now is seeing the banner across the road in front of him with 1 kilometre to go, and he has improved as the race has progressed. He went through the first time check with the 5th best time, and he went through the next time check with the 3rd best time. So he is riding a solid end to this race this afternoon. And obviously Saxo Tinkoff made the decision not to change to a low-profile bike, and that might well go against them over the last 12 kilometres.
No, all they've done is add on the bars, which used to be illegal, but they're not anymore, and just get on with that bit of streamline. Now let's see what Kreuziger can do as he comes up. There's the time of Rodriguez at 51.43. It might just take Rodriguez out here. Still a little way to go to the line, though, as Rodriguez sits there watching this as the best finisher so far. Never won a time trial in a road race, in a stage race, Rodriguez, and he's still holding best time as Kreuziger can see the clock now. He's got a few seconds to do it, but I don't know whether he's going to quite get there.
Well, it's going to be a long, hard pull up to the line, but one thing we can say, he'll be pulling himself up into a podium position at the end of today's stage.
Well, of course, Rodriguez wanted to close time on this man. He's closed a few seconds as we look at Valverde's time. Kreuziger is going to slot in 2nd place here. He's getting the last drain of energy out of those legs. 2nd for the moment, 51.56. A great ride.
That's going to be enough to move him up probably into 3rd place in the overall standings tonight, depending on the performance of his own teammate Alberto Contador behind him, because at the 2nd time check he was only 9 seconds behind Contador at that point, so it's really down to who finishes off the best.
Now we go back out on course here and pick up Mollema again. He is being swept away in a hurricane all around him just at the moment as he slips away from that 2nd place overall. Out on course, it's Froome versus Contador. The yellow jersey safe for the time being done today. Chris Froome will take his 10th yellow jersey of the Tour, but has Contador gained any time?
Well, I think actually Froome will probably finish off a lot better. Let's not forget Froome is the overall leader, starts the day with a massive advantage of 4 minutes 14 over Bauke Mollema, but 4:25 over Alberto Contador. Contador coming down now, and he'll be very shortly lining up for that corner that took out Jean-Christophe Pirot a few moments ago. But as you can see, looking at the road surface here, Phil, it's nice and dry.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit. How unlucky Jean-Christophe Pirot has been today, falling twice, once in training and once in the race, and he's injured. There's the corner as Contador goes round it. A better line, makes it look fairly easy. Now, the situation with everybody through at the last check of the day, the order is Contador, Rodriguez, Kreuziger, Froome, Valverde. Now, will that reshape as they come down? He has only 1 kilometre to go. The best time at the finish is 51.43.
It's going to be very, very close indeed. He needs to cover this final kilometre in less than 1 minute and 10 seconds if he's going to go ahead of Joaquim Rodriguez. Now, that is a tough call. That's 60 kilometres an hour, and he looks like he's going that fast.
Well, he's done it at the 2 checks over Rodriguez. He was just 6 seconds quicker with 12 kilometres to go. Has he come off the mountains better? Has he kept the rhythm up on terrain not so suitable, perhaps, to Contador? It's going to be tight. The best time is still Joaquim Rodriguez at 51.43. Contador still out of the saddle. He must spend half of his time trial out of the saddle, but he wants time today, and he wants time primarily over Chris Froome as we go into the last 3 major days in the Alps before we ride to Paris. Contador driving home.
Well, it's going to be very, very close on the line. He's inside the last 100 metres. You can see the finishing line gantry right now as he digs and digs deeper.
Oh, he's going to do it. It's going to be very, very close. 51.43. He's coming up to the line. He gets it, by goodness me. 72 hundredths of a second to the good. That will be rounded out to 1 second quicker than Rodriguez. So Rodriguez came down that mountain quicker than Alberto Contador did. Now, will Chris Froome do the same?
Well, that's the important thing. Froome has taken the option, Phil, at the top of that last climb of the day to go onto the aerodynamic bike, and I think that's going to give him a slight advantage. He started looking for 11 seconds on Alberto Contador for the last 12 kilometres of the race here this afternoon, but Contador, 51.42 is the time to beat. A second faster than Joaquim Rodriguez and 14 seconds faster than his own teammate, Roman Kreuziger.
Now, Contador conceded 5 of his 6 seconds in that last 12 kilometres of the stage downhill. Chris Froome was 11 seconds behind Contador, but he did the bike change. He would have only been about 2 seconds behind him.
But just look at this, Phil. There's another little cloud burst now, which may well go against Froome here this afternoon, because he's starting to pick up a little bit of dampness on the road.
Yes, very, very dangerous indeed. And Chris Froome has got time in the bank, and that's what he needs to think about. No silly risks down here, and do what Jean-Christophe Perrault has done, and that's fall on a right-hand bend. Froome on 3 kilometres out for Bauke Mollema, and he's being chased down the mountain by the yellow jersey Chris Froome. He's taking the corners wide as well, but it looks as though he's found the drier roads here now as he races off this hill.
Well, he's using the last part of this race. He's taking a few risks going around 1 or 2 of these corners. Just have a look at the way Contador was going around the corners, Phil. Very, very fast indeed. However, a little bit more gingerly is Chris Froome on the left.
Absolutely. Contador is a very good descender, though he did fall yesterday.
However, race radio is saying that Chris Froome has a 3-second advantage at this point over Alberto Contador. It's going to go right down to the wire for this one.
It's going to be a sprint finish, that's for sure. If we see Contador, he's coming down. Of course, he is already there. He sits on the best time by a single second over Rodriguez. Kreuziger is third, Valverde down to fourth, when it looked like he'd done the winning time. This is Bauke Mollema. His time will not shake the leaderboard at all as he runs down towards the finish. Well, this is Froome.
3 kilometres to go now for Chris Froome, and at these speeds I would think he will cover those 3 kilometres in only just over 3 minutes of effort left to go.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's running about 1.25 minutes, maybe 2 minutes maximum behind Bauke Mollema. I think he's even closer than that now, as he's got himself into the fine rhythm. He didn't look too quick on the wet roads, but he's got... Oh, Bauke Mollema has crashed. He's
same
crashed
corner.
As the camera's picked him up, the same corner.
Well,
What's
it's the
this?
same corner. Actually, that was his own fault, Phil. He was going too fast in that corner, and he didn't have enough space left to actually correct it.
He did well to not fall off there. The crowd were wise to step back. He's under the 1 kilometre to go ban. He's recovered well, Bauke Mollema. He gets back into his rhythm. Remember, this man started the day 2nd overall in the Tour de France. He might find he's down to 4th or 5th today when we see his time.
Well, he
is right now. Van Garden's time is now only 9th. He was a long time the leader on the day, and he's going to be quicker than Mollema as well as he comes up the straight here. Bauke Mollema's big defence of a high finish in Paris, I think, has gone today.
Well, the yellow jersey has just gone under the red kite, so he's only a minute away from the finishing line, Chris Froome.
And Mollema comes home here now, still looking at 10th place. He hits the line, he gets 10th place, exactly 2 minutes off the time of Contador, 53.42. And expect to see the yellow jersey in his gun sights now.
Well, it's all about the time now of 51.42. That is the time that Chris Froome is aiming for. He's inside of the final kilometre. Alberto Contador is not far away from the finishing line. He's looking down at the televisions to see whether or not he's going to win this stage here this afternoon, as Froome continues to put his head down to get that little bit more aerodynamic at the front end. And now he can pretty much see the finishing line around the corner. It's going to be so very, very close.
He'll pick his head up. He'll see the banner. 51.42, 19, 18, 17. The seconds tick away. Has he reversed an 11-second deficit? I think he has. He's 12, 11, 10. It is 9 seconds, 8 seconds. It'll be now 9 seconds for Chris Froome. He has gone the best time of the day. The face of Alberto Contador. He gave it his best shot, and Chris Froome has just given it a better shot. Chris Froome now wins his 3rd stage of the Tour de France, and this is a time trial.
Yes, a phenomenal victory there, Phil, for Chris Froome, to add to the 2 big mountain stages that he got, to Aix-Trois-Domaines and the Mont Ventoux, plus the race last year. Alberto Contador dreamed for a long time that he was going to get that, but 8 seconds just goes to show that Alberto Contador is riding better and better in this last week of the race. I think we're setting ourselves up for a very good campaign of the Alps in the next 3 days of racing.
Well, it certainly showed the wisdom in changing bicycles. And let's have a look at the individual time trial result. Chris Froome in yellow. This is in the halcyon days of the great rides of the Tour de France. He wins the time trial by 9 seconds over Alberto Contador. Reversed the deficit of 11 seconds in the last 7 miles. Rodriguez finishes 3rd at 10. Kreuziger at 23. These are the boys. Quintana keeps his white jersey and builds time over Kwiatkowski at just 22 seconds, but it all counts. Andrew Talansky, another great return by him in 9th place today, a minute 41, just ahead of TJ Van Garderen. Big loser, there's no doubt about that. It's Bauke Mollema in 11th place today, Michael Rogers 13th, and Andy Schleck showing a return to good form. That's a good performance by Andy Schleck, 15th in the time trial, but 2 minutes 27 seconds lost to the yellow jersey of the Tour de France. Well, the wisdom of changing to the time trial bike and gambling paid off as he reversed an 11 seconds deficit into a win in the time trial today. His 3rd stage win.
Riders leaving Gap where the sunshine is, and they go over immediately the Col de Mons that they went over to get them into Gap just the other day. Then they've got the Rampe du Morty, nothing really too much to write home about. Then the Col d'Ornon is when it starts to get a little bit grippy. Into Bourg d'Oisans, up the Alpe d'Huez, round that circuit over the Col de Sérène, and then back up the outside categorized climb of the Alpe d'Huez. You can see on the profile it's not that bad for the first half of the race, but when you get into the last half of the race, this is unbelievable. We're going to see some dramatic descents and a great battle.
So that's the route that the non-climbers have never wanted to see, Todd, but I'll tell you what, we're in for an absolute treat. Back to you.
Well, I'm wondering at the end of the day if many of these riders we're seeing in this live shot down in Gap are going to question their choice of careers. Might be see some applications for law school, medical school going out after today. The riders are in Gap. They are waiting. You can see the sun is out down there. The pavement is dry. Bob, if you're on the line on a day like today, stage 18 of the 100th edition of the Tour de France, and you're about ready to head up one of the most iconic climbs, not once but twice, what's going through your mind?
I'll tell you, every rider in that peloton has a tremendous amount of anticipation for the climbs to come, and this is a very special mountain. This is the cathedral of the climbers, and you can bet that Alberto Contador there is ready for a big day of racing. This is the perfect amphitheater of pain, so when you're on the start line, it's nice for the morale when the sun's out, right? It gives you a chance to look forward to it. Every single rider has heard about this. They've done it a number of times, perhaps in their career. If not, they know all about it. The first time I went up Alpe d'Huez, I couldn't wait to get there, but we had done 2 climbs before, the 2 massive mountains, and that's par for the course for Alpe d'Huez. But one thing you always anticipate is the crowd support, and they're going to have plenty of that on today's climbs.
Bob, I know you love it when I put you on the spot, so I'm going to do it right now, but a wild card. Give me a wild card. Can a guy like maybe Nairo Quintana really mix things up today?
Oh, absolutely. Nairo Quintana is looking for the coronation as the king of the climbers. Watch for Nairo Quintana the last time up Alpe d'Huez. If he's smart, go absolutely ballistic and try to win the stage. He's gone away a little bit too early. He's made his attacks a little bit too early in the previous 2 mountaintop finishes to Aitaux-Domaine and Al Mont Ventoux. I think if he can wait the last few kilometers and go then, he has a chance to win this stage and join Luis Herrera, his countryman, as the only other Colombian to win here on Alpe d'Huez.
Beautiful scene.
It's going to be nice at the start, that we can see. But it's going to be pretty rainy at the finish. They're forecasting storms right through till about 5:30 tonight, and that's when we're due to finish. 5-mile-an-hour wind, so that won't be a factor. Temperature will get slightly cooler after they say goodbye to Gap and head up into the mountains. This is going to be an exquisite day of racing for us and for you, because you're going to see the whole stage from the moment the flag drops. Now, they won't be speeding away from the start because it is neutralized for the first 3.5 miles.
Yes, 3.5 miles, and after that it's straight up the first climb of the day, the Col de Mons.
Here we go, roll-out time for the 178 men who survived in this year's Tour de France. Christian Prudhomme just sitting in the back seat of the car. He is the race director of the Tour de France. As all of the leaders' jerseys always start on the front row, and the white flag will fly until Mr. Prudhomme decides it's time to pull it in. You will see a board on the side of the road that says kilometer 0, and then it starts counting up. Well, Paul, we have seen rain falling pretty heavily this morning here on the top of Alpe d'Huez. Rumours are always emanating amongst the Tour caravan. No, they're going to take the second lap out. They're going to take the time at the top of Alpe d'Huez first time through. What do you think will happen? We've still no news because we've been told they are making decision live on the road at the time.
I have a feeling, Phil, just looking at the weather conditions from the commentary box here, that they will go ahead with the whole of this stage.
Yeah.
The riders, I think, a majority of the riders won't want to let down the fans either. Let's not forget that there are a lot of people on the Col de Suresnes who have been there for 3 days. They've camped out. These guys want to put a show on today, and if certain riders want to make risks on the descent, then I think we'll just let them go. And I believe that if Chris Froome started the bottom of the Alpe d'Huez with a minute or 2 minutes deficit the final time on Alberto Contador, he could quite easily pull himself back into the race.
Just looking down there, those guys put quite a show on as well there as we say goodbye to Gap, where we've been basically based for 3 days, and hello to the 100th edition of the Tour de France. There is Nairo Quintana. He's a young man. He's impressed beyond belief in this race. He still has a possibility of a podium in Paris in white.
23 years of age. Just looking at the back of the main field, Phil, number 151, the British national champion. He's a great sprinter, but like many of the sprinters, today is a day that they will all fear. They will have all calculated the elimination times today to know how much time they have got in hand to get themselves inside the elimination time to stay in the race and survive for the next 2 mountain stages.
The town of Gap here, which is down the valley road of the Durance River, is probably no more than 70 miles away from where they will finish today, and yet look at the difference in the weather. Warm, sunny conditions. Up here on the Alp, the clouds are blowing through. For the moment it's dry. The rain has gone away, and the riders will climb all the way up to the Alp, turning right just short of the finishing line, descending the Col de Suresnes, which is narrow, twisty and very dangerous, with unguarded railings on the side where the plunge is over 600 feet if they go off that road. That's why it's dangerous. They'll go back to the valley to Bourg d'Oisans, and they'll climb up the Alp again, but this time they'll veer left and come up to the finish line. It is an iconic day in the Tour de France, and this, don't forget, the centennial Tour de France, and no French stage winner yet.
Maybe Arthur Vichot, champion of France, number 79. He's ridden pretty well over the last couple of weeks, but not too much success so far in the Tour. It's the 3rd Tour de France this year. Jens Voigt on the front here is always a man who will look for the breakaways, and always a man who's prepared to put the hammer down. And every time there's been a small flurry of activity, the Dutchman Johnny Hoogland has always managed to get into this early break, and he's looking to try and establish a move, but they're not quite yet letting him go.
Everybody interested. When you expend this sort of energy, when you know what is lying just down the road, it is amazing. But immediately we leave town, we're getting onto the lower slopes now of the Col de Mans, straight out of Gap and up the hill, the same hill that they climbed 2 days ago.
I just don't know where this man gets his enthusiasm from. 41 years of age, Jens Voigt. Also just coming along, there's a number of riders trying to come along from Team Saxo. Now Saxo took over the lead in the team competition yesterday, so they need to make sure that if any of these breaks go clear, they've got at least one rider present.
I see Simon Clark of Orica Green Edge also getting in there. Simon Clark still nurturing thoughts of winning the King of the Mountains title. Well, today he's got to be grabbing points. There's plenty up for grabs.
You see how that break, once they've got so many riders into the group, there's no organisation in it now, so they're starting to slow off a little bit more. I wonder if there's any possibility of a move by that man today, number 41, Andy Schleck. He's a great climber, and I thought he rode a very, very good individual time trial yesterday.
Andy Schleck's been quite critical about the course as well, about the descent, saying yes, cycling is a spectacle, and so is climbing and descending mountains. But what happens when you go down a mountain and there's 200 meters unfenced wall on the side which you can plunge off? And he asked the question. This is Simon Clark now pushing on. I think it is at the front of the race. David Miller in the blue.
Well, David Miller, part of the American Garmin Sharp team, and said that they are not concerned at all about the overall standings. They just want to make this race dramatic. They want to go out there and throw everything they can to the main field today to make the race as exciting and aggressive as possible. Looking at here is a very, very good climber, but look at the responses coming from the back.
Yes, and this is why I think when we saw the fast start, they chased every breakaway down as the riders down in the overall classification tried to get away from the bunch. But they chased them down because I think Team Saxo Bank, their plan today is to hit Chris Froome from the very beginning of the stage. Jesus Hernandez, third career Tour de France for him. And this is the curly climb up the Col de Mans. So we came down it towards the finish a couple of days ago now.
Yes, well, it's a very nasty climb right at the start of the race. 6.6 kilometers long. That's just 4 miles. 6.2% the average gradient. The scary thing is 159 kilometers or 100 miles to go from the top. Rider's already suffering at the back of the race here because just slipping back. Svein Toft, he is second from last in the overall standings. He rode a lot in the front of the race for the first week for Team Orica Greenedge, but I think after he had a crash a couple of days ago on the run into Gap, I think since then he's been struggling to find his legs.
As they go round the rim here of the Col, just inside 3 miles from the summit. So let's have our first visit to Steve Perino, TireRack.com, inside the race. What have you got for us, Steve?
Phil, I just wanted to follow up and see if the rumors about it possibly getting reduced to 1 climb today were true. One of the French reporters this morning told me he talked to the director, Pescia, and he said absolutely not. So I just checked with one of the directors at the front of the race, where I am now, Francois Lemarchand. He said anyone that told you that we will not have a complete race today is wrong. And he said, if in fact it is sunny at the top, we might just do it 3 times.
Don't tell the riders, Steve, or if, at least send them a letter and get well clear if I were you. Well, it does look, and I must say, Paul, at the moment we're looking at brilliant pictures, clear skies, and it's not too bad on top of the Alpe Iver. Now look at this, Paul. These boys being dropped at the moment 2 miles from the top of the first climb. How on earth are they going to get through the day?
Well, the big problem is the elimination time. One of the first riders dropped there was Christophe Lemaivel, who's finished high up in the overall standings of the Tour de France. But he's not having a great day today. And if you get dropped so early on, you realise you are staring elimination right in the face.
Well, it's going to be a big, hard day for the boys in black here of Team Sky. They're now trying to bring the peloton up to the attacking Jesus Hernandez, riding his 3rd Tour de France. He's finished the previous 2 in 2010 and 11. Didn't ride the Tour de France last year. So the messenger's gone up from Chris Froome's Team Sky as they try to hold this one together on the first climb. Trying to move up a little bit because he senses things are happening early on. And the rider there from Française des Jeux, just tucked in at the back of the breakaway, is Arnaud Janson, who was right up in the time trial yesterday, stretching his legs again. Now, the boys in Blackpool trying to look after Chris Froome early on. And Chris Froome's already under pressure here as Saxo assenting another move.
Well, this is Michael Rogers now having a go, and they're really trying to put Chris Froome into isolation very early on in this race, right from the gun. But is Peter Kenyuk is on the front. He's setting the tempo, and what he's trying to do is calm down the attacks, but they're coming thick and fast.
Rui Costas just accelerated his way, the winner into Gap 2 days ago. And it looks like Chris Froome again has had to take decisions himself here. That's Peter Kenyuk, the other rider in black, who was marshalling affairs. But at the moment, they've lost control of this peloton. It is completely disintegrated.
It certainly is. That was Mick Rogers trying to put the pressure on a little bit. We've still got a small group trying to form off the front end of the main field. But this is a very difficult start. I mean, Phil, we've only done like 12 kilometres so far.
Well, about 2 and a bit kilometres from the summit of the Col de Mans, and then we start to go down a little bit and run into the valleys. But they're already trying to shape this race, and these are not the boys trying to get into the early morning breakaway and have a good day out. These are the heads of the Tour de France, already deciding the only way to beat Chris Froome is to hit him from the gun.
Well, they know they've only really got 3 days left if they want to turn the overall standings upside down. What it's doing here is decanting a lot of the weaker riders out of the main field, and Chris Froome is having to do all of the chase making himself.
Constant attacking, and Froome is now the only man left with Sky. Deja vu from the second day in the Pyrenees, as we're seeing now Chris Froome closing the gap himself.
Phil, he's too nervous. I really don't know why he's chasing down Mick Rogers, because that's Mick Rogers there.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't really chase all of these moves down personally. He should wait and keep his teammates with him so they go over the top of the climb with 4 or 5 guys, and then I think he can organise and make the chase. But he's going to go through very, very nervous days, I think, over the next 3 days.
Arnaud Janson at the front here, finding a good pair of legs. Remember, French still searching for their first stage win in their centennial edition of the Tour. This group is becoming a very select lead. Ryder Hesjedal of Canada isn't a wanted man by Chris Froome, so Chris won't chase him down. But already, Paul, this group contains no other Sky riders.
Yeah, but the big question there, Phil, is that where's number 91, Alberto Contador, in person, who is second overall at the start of the day, is actually missing from that group. He's also on the back foot.
Quintana has made it. He came up a little bit later, but he came up. There's Dan Martin. Dan Martin at the back of the peloton here. This fast start has hurt the riders as they're still climbing towards the summit. We haven't seen the last kilometre to the top yet, but it isn't far away. We'll see you back here just a moment. Come back. The riders just starting the descent of the Col de Mans now, some 14 kilometres into the day of 172, are bound for Alpe d'Huez. Rider Hesjedal, a Canadian on Garmin Sharp, went over the top first, but there was a general regrouping of the head of the peloton. Johnson second, Vauclair was third, and Gadret was fourth. They got the points in the King of the Mountains.
Yeah, but it's having a serious effect on the main field. There is the yellow jersey, and it's Team Saxo Tinkoff have been putting in a number of attacks, but it might be, Phil, that they're actually putting their own man, Alberto Contador, into the red zone here this afternoon, because most of the attacks have come from the Australian Michael Rogers. I had said today we're going to have a very special chance to see how difficult it is for that early morning breakaway to form. Well, as you can see, we've been going like this for 40 minutes now since the start, and the breakaway has not yet established itself.
No, and I'm not sure there will be an early morning breakaway now, because the heads of this race have decided to attack Chris Froome, and constantly Sylvain Chavanel on the front at the moment. We are hearing on race radio Peter Sagan, the sprinter, has been dropped. Cadel Evans, who tried a little bit of an attack earlier, he's also been dropped. They might get back on now because the terrain runs a little bit more favourable as we go into the valley. Well, towards the third category climb of the Romp du Morty, which comes still some 20 miles away.
But this is flat out from the start, and that means there's going to be some very tired bodies. This is Sylvain Chavanel, a 5-time champion of France in the individual time trial, who's looking for the move this afternoon. He would like to have the honour of being the first Frenchman to win a stage in this year's Tour. And if he can get into a breakaway and establish a good advantage, and I think you probably need a 10-minute advantage before the first ascent of Alpe d'Huez if you want to try and win the stage from the breakaway group today.
So we should see now a general regrouping. All right, well, it's goodbye to Gap now as the riders head up the valley here, bound for Alpe d'Huez. There should be a coming together over the next few miles of the riders from the Col de Mans. We'll take another break, but remember, the last climb of Alpe d'Huez today is commercial free. 0.4 kilometres. They're going to hit him again on the slopes here.
Every time they come to a climb, I think they've decided they want to make themselves a big move here.
Well, that's amazing as they go, but quickly switch up to see who goes over the front. Tommy Danielson go from Christophe Riblon. That's the order over the top, but really we want to be back with that move that we've just seen coming from Saxo Bank, and here it is. Well, it's another plan by Saxo Bank. Every time the road has gone up, this has been the breakaway move, as we've got two riders in the clear.
This is going to be the plan all day. What they want to do.
Paulinho and Nicolas Roche.
Two very tough bike riders. Paulinho is the rider in first position now. Now watch, this was obviously pre-planned, because these two riders, wheel in wheel, have decided to attack as soon as they found a gradient. What they're wanting to do here, Phil, is put these two riders a little bit further up the road, so that later on, when possibly we get to the Col d'Ornon, we see a move coming from Alberto Contador, who will be then able to bridge across to a move like this for his teammates.
Well, that would be the most obvious reasoning, absolutely, as we see them now start on the climb. This is only a small little ramp of a couple of kilometres, but they've used it to get away from the peloton. And there won't be any reaction from Chris Froome just at this moment.
But bear in mind how good these two riders are, Phil. Nicolas Roche, for many years, in fact, was a contender to finish high in the overall standings. The profile about today, it's all about the end. We're just at the moment on the third category climb after 45 kilometres covered. But what they're trying to do is establish an advantage to these two riders from the same team before the next climb of the day, the Col d'Ornon.
So as we look here at Geraint Thomas setting the pace behind that escaping group of two, let's go back inside the race now with Steve Perino. Steve.
Well, Phil, I just checked in with the director of Sky, Nicholas Portal, to find out exactly how the truce came to be when Chris Froome was the first one to sit up and let the chase go. And he said there seemed to be fairly a consensual agreement to do that. I asked him why he was chasing, that is Chris Froome, Mick Rogers earlier in the day. As Paul pointed out, he wasn't quite sure. He said even though Mick Rogers is about 10 minutes out, they still consider him a threat. 5 minutes today, 5 minutes tomorrow. You give it an inch, they'll take a mile. Additionally, I noticed that Belkin and Sky were talking for about 2 minutes back here about 3 minutes ago. I asked, do you have a friend in Belkin today? And he said, I think maybe we do.
Interesting, because Belkin, of course, the grip was loosened a little bit. Bauke Mollema losing his second place in the time trial, but they're still right up there in the overall situation. And a combination, well, it's not unknown in the Tour de France, although a combination of rival teams working together is certainly not allowed. Another little moving where it looks like it might be Andy Schleck moving clear here. No, it's not, as we start to climb up on the road here. Laurent Didier of Luxembourg just coming clear of the field. He's deciding it might be nice to move up to those two attacking Saxo Tinkoff riders. There won't be any reaction immediately. You can't chase everybody in the Tour de France, so you've got to make sure you chase the right men. We'll take the breakaway group, just trying to scamper away and be first onto the Alpine slopes, first time up Alpe d'Huez. But that flurry of activity behind has brought the advantage back by about 40 seconds now, as we just skim round the beautiful dam here. It's a man-made dam as Saint-Pierre-Cognier. Been a very tough opening 44 kilometres in the first hour of racing, Paul, all because of the flurry of activity early on.
Yeah, that's almost 28 miles an hour, the average speed when we come through that first part of the race. And bear in mind, we had two climbs that the riders had to get over first. This is the Lac Sauté, and that is made up because of the dam which is built down towards the end. The dam wall is 75 metres high, constructed in 1954 to 1957.
The riders running down the right-hand side of our picture here as they head down towards the climb of the Col d'Ornon. This is Team Sky. All of the riders keeping Chris Froome out of the wind, as relaxed as they can, because they know at the end of this day he's their man and they won't be with him. Very fast sweeping descent this now. A little bit of relaxation after all the tension of the start of this race. Wide sweeping bend. Amador taking it very wide there, skimming down the concrete protective barrier. At the back here is Sylvain Chavanel. Good high-speed descent this, ball. Nice bit of road.
Yes, it certainly is. A bit of respite as well for these guys, Phil, as they start to build up on their advantage. Now almost up to 6.5 minutes, but it's not going up quite as quickly as it needs to if they want to dream about winning the stage, because Team Sky have certainly not allowed them a lot of freedom.
Just looking at the computer, the chase group of two are not getting away at all. 45 seconds is all they are, these two now, ahead of the main field. So they are beginning to pull them back into the fold.
Well, it's a brave move, but obviously a pre-organised move by Nicolas Roach and Sergio Paulinho to try and have a bit of firepower up the road by the time their teammates Alberto Contador and Roman Kurziger make a move. I doubt if they would make a move on the Col d'Ornon. It's only a 5.1 kilometre climb at 6.7%. I think the idea would be to make a move on the first ascent of the Alpe d'Huez.
This looks like Andre Greipel. Are you thinking of going to bed at the moment? We've seen him do this before in the Tour de France, but it's not that hot, is it?
Well, no, it isn't, but he's probably just getting himself lightened up as much as possible.
Which I think he started with extra clothing on because of the weather forecast. He's now decided to reduce that clothing.
Very prolific winner, Andre Greipel. Starts his year off every year now. It's become a habit of his to go to Australia early on in January. Spent a couple of weeks there before going to the Santos Tour Down Under, where he's quite a prolific stage winner.
Very much so. He's won more stage of the Tour Down Under than any other rider. Team Sky guiding their man in yellow, as they have done for well over a week now around France, but today is his most important challenge. Yes, and if we look down there at the peloton, many of you do write and ask us to tell you what's in those feed bags, where we're doing our best to show you what the riders carry and are passed up to them at the feeding station. We are approaching the feeding station. We're not quite there yet with these 9 leaders, and once we get through the feed, which comes at 73 kilometres into the race today. So just watching the peloton, still ahead, or behind rather, by 6 minutes 38 seconds. There is a chase about a minute and a quarter ahead of this pace, but the two riders there don't seem to be moving anywhere right now. If they can get onto the slopes of the Col d'Ornon, then Paulinho and Nicolas Roach might get clear. Looking down on the speeding figures of the riders in the Tour de France, there's now 175 riders left in the race. We've lost already today the youngest rider in the race as he decided to pack in before we get to the 2 slopes of Alpe d'Huez today. Still got the 9 riders out front. They've been out front since the 17th kilometre, and we're heading now for the feeding station at 73 kilometres.
Yep, important on a mountain day as well to make sure you get your feeding bag and keep all your energy levels topped up as much as possible, because I think it's more important to read before you get to eat before you get to the Alpe d'Huez, because on the last 60 or 70 kilometers of today's stage, Phil, it's very, very difficult to actually take on board calories, because when you're climbing, it's hard to eat, and then when you've got a descent like the descent that we've got today, the Col de Seren, it's so difficult to get your hands off the handlebars. You've got to keep yourself topped up early on in the stage.
Very, very dangerous descent, and we hope it is in the dry, because it would be totally treacherous in the wet. Riders have been steadily disrobing since in the last half hour or so, taking off extra clothing they put on. Have to say that the sun, as you can see, is certainly with the riders, and where we are at the top of Alpe d'Huez, we've got lovely white cloud as well. So let's hope the forecast of storms by 5 o'clock do not come to reality. Just seeing down there as they skim round this rim. Plenty of support here. Looking at the viaduct of La Bonne here, built back in 1924. The yellow jersey standings after yesterday's time trial. Contador moved up into 2nd place, 4:34 back of Froome. Kreuziger up into 3rd place there. The man who suffered most went down 2 places, and that was Bauke Mollema. Team Sky heading up the head of the race. We've just switched up to Andre Amador here of Movistar. He's just gone back to his team car. Then he'll pedal back up to this bunch. There are 2 Americans in the breakaway today. Tommy Danielson of Garmin Sharp and TJ Van Garderen of BMC. Gap is 6:36. And there are 2 riders in between. Sergio Paulinho and his teammate on Saxo, Nicholas Roach. And here's another drink for Tommy D, as we call him, the man from Boulder, Colorado. Cheers from the crowd there as they pass through. There is Team Sky. Now, the biggest problem on the Tour de France these days is where do you park all the team buses, because they have these luxury coaches. You know, they cost around $500,000 each. So here's an insight view as to what's inside these beautiful machines.
Welcome to Team Sky Bus. The team bus for the riders is really important. It's like their own house for, like in a Grand Tour for 4 weeks. The amount of time they will spend in the bus is impressive. Here we are. This is like 1 seat, a rider seat, and the rider owns this space around him. Every seat has a small closet, and you can put what you want in there, can do what you want. These seats are really comfortable. Just look at, you can stay like this during the trip and sort of relax, sleep if you're able to. There's electricity sockets, so your phone and computers can always be full power for after the stage. What more can you want? And this is, as you can guess from the helmet, Chris's seat. It was actually Edvald's seat at the beginning of the tour, but unluckily we lost Edvald with the broken arm, so Chris has decided he moved from this seat to this seat. This is sort of the kitchen area, if we can say so. We got coffee machine, the rice cooker will go here, and here we got a microwave that is sometimes used to heat up the food for time trials. And this is the hydration angle, still to be filled up, but tomorrow it will be completely full of water, Gatorade, and fizzy water. I think the team needs to be relaxed, they need to be comfortable, and I think the team was really happy when the first had a feedback of riders saying, it's like being home. I feel the bus as my home.
The only trouble is, of course, they have to come out of that bus and ride in the Tour de France, and they're certainly doing it very well at the moment.
5 feet, by the way.
Sorry?
That's 5 feet, by the way. Just
5 feet, yeah.
Put it into old money.
All right, well, while we're watching the leaders, still a little way to go. Let's quickly check in with Steve Perino, Tyrac.com, taking us inside the race. Steve.
Well, Phil, I was trying to get a read on just what's going on with Saxo for maybe another team, so I checked in with Garmin's Jonathan Vaughters, and his feeling was that, you know, the idea obviously is to provide something for Contador to latch onto so they can descend the backside of Alpe d'Huez as a team, but he thinks they maybe went a little bit too early based on the tempo that the peloton has right now, and so maybe a bit early is his thinking. As far as the breakaway and his man Ton Danielson, he seems to think if they can get the bottom of Alpe d'Huez with about a 6-minute buffer, that it has a chance of staying away. But that is a big if.
Indeed, I think they might have gone too early too, but we'll find out very soon now, Steve, because we're not far away from the start of Alpe d'Huez climb itself. A lot of strange animals in the Alps today, I must say. But some of the press were up in the hills this morning and actually saw the marmots, which are these little animals which I've never seen, and they are very well protected in the Alps. Peloton continues on their way here. A man that we haven't talked about for some while, Tom Villers. Remember, he was the rider involved in that incident in Saint-Malo when he was knocked off his bike, or in collision's a better term, I think, with Mark Cavendish in the sprint. And Villers is now vying for the Lanterne Rouge of the Tour de France. He's 175th of the 177 who started this morning. There's only 175 left now.
Well, just behind him, the man who was the last man in the overall standings, and that is the Canadian rider, Sven Tuft, 8 times champion of Canada in the individual time trial. He's only 11 seconds ahead of Murat Muyav, the rider from Astana.
They've had quite a dice for that last position for a week now. But even so, they have jobs to do in the Tour de France and help their team leaders, so their own position is not so important. Lars Bohm just checking over his shoulder here. Just ahead is the summit. Now, there's nobody really scoring in the King of the Mountains. Tommy Danielson, looks as though, in fact, Sylvain Chavanel is going to take it away from Tommy Danielson here. I was about to say, Tommy Danielson is quite well placed in it.
Well, I think Jonathan's going to go for it.
Well, Johnson is also featuring in the body of the classification. A few more points won't hurt him here, and Johnson gets it ahead of Chavanel.
I might have mentioned to you, Phil, a little bit earlier that Tour de France actually went over Alpe d'Huez twice in one event before. That was back in 1979. The first time it was a long stage to get to Alpe d'Huez, won by Joachim Agostinho. The second time it actually came over this very same climb. It started at the bottom in Bourg d'Oisans, did a loop around the valley, came back over the Col d'Ornon, and then climbed Alpe d'Huez again. But never before had anybody ever had a thought of doing it twice the same day.
Johnson gets 5 points for that victory there, which has given him now 14 points. Has moved him up into the top 17 in the King of the Mountains, but that's all, I'm afraid. Still playing carrots for the team. It's going to happen on Alpe d'Huez now, because these boys will start a very fast valley descent down into the bottom, where we have this delightful town of Bourg d'Oisans. And many of you who will have seen the Alpe d'Huez over the years, you know that once in that town, the way the tour goes, there's only one way out, and that's up the hill of the Alpe itself. About 6 minutes down for these two as they've gone over the top. Still a little bit further. They're going to be timed at 6:04 behind the leaders.
Yes, they're about 2 minutes in front of the main field. This was not necessarily a pre-decided plan, but it was a gut instinct feeling. The man in second position, Sergio Paulinho, had Nicolas Roach on his wheel. They attacked the field on the Rampe de Morty, the second climb of the day. And the idea is to have some reinforcements for the attack, which is surely going to come later on from Alberto Contador and from Roman Kreuziger.
Nice view of the peloton there as they come up into the last 400 meters of the climb, so they're not that far behind Roach and Paulinho. Evidence there of a rock slide during the winter. As the riders continue their way to the top of the Col d'Ornon. Well, they've survived that one. Saxo deciding this wasn't the place, probably because of the fairly long drop down into Bourg d'Oisans, and then is a very short approach to the start of Alpe d'Huez.
I think the moves will start to come, Phil, once we get onto Alpe d'Huez, and the first thing will be to try and isolate Chris Froome, to eliminate as many of his teammates as possible. I would think once again you will see the last man standing will be Richie Porte. Number 131, this is the rider from Cofidis, Reim Taaramäe. He's the champion of Estonia, which is why he has a slightly different coloured jersey. And yesterday in the time trial, Phil, because the road was so technical on the way down, he kept catching the motorbike in front of him.
Yeah. The police outrider, each rider has a police outrider motorbike guiding him down and keeping the road completely clear. And he kept consistently coming up behind him. The guy couldn't get out quick enough down the hills. Two chasers, and the peloton have just topped at the top of the Col d'Ornon. So they are over the top now. No attacks, but there will be the next time we get onto a climb, because we will be on to the climb of the Alpe d'Huez. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll take the riders up the first climb of the Alpe. They're just going under the last kilometre for the sprint here now. TJ Van Garderen has gone in this breakaway. So too as Moreno Moser. He's number 17, sat at the back. Looking over his shoulder there is on Chavanel, Sylvain Chavanel. Nice little group. It happened so quickly, and these five have just decided to turn it up.
Well, I would suggest maybe the initiative of the man in first position there, Lars Boom. He's a very good cyclocross rider, very agile on the bike, and knows how to go around corners very, very fast indeed. Just by the way, racing on Team Belkin is pretty much a family affair, because Lars Boom's dad just happens to be a mechanic on the Belkin squad, and his uncle Jesper is the chef at the Tour de France.
This might be an interesting move, you know, Paul, especially by TJ Van Garderen. He's a good climber, and he's going to see the Alps. These boys are going for the sprint, which is worth €1,500. And it looks as though they're going to just clean up. It looks like the time trialing mode there for Sylvain Chavanel. Is anybody going to take it off him as he sets the pace of Christophe Riblon? And it looks to me as though the others might be coming back. You can see the wheels at the top of the picture there. Now is Lars Boom, does he want the money? I think he got it.
Yep, you can see the gap between these two groups. The five leaders have got about 15 seconds advantage over the four men who were caught out on the descent. There's Tom Danielson in the pale blue of Garmin. Very strange for Jens Voigt to be caught out. Maybe he was in the wrong position going around one of the corners and just couldn't quite bridge the gap.
Now just look at the crowd. This is Bourg d'Oisans, where the race restarts tomorrow. Now, as you know, Paul, you've been here. I don't know how you felt when you knew you were approaching the Alpe d'Huez, but these boys are going to flick onto the Alpe d'Huez very, very shortly, and then we're on the first of two climbs.
It's 62 kilometres to go from here to the finish line, Phil, and most of that is uphill or down dale. A very, very difficult descent away from the Col de Sorène, which is actually very high at 1,999 metres in altitude. As you can see, these guys are getting themselves ready to get that first wall in front of them.
Now let's see what happens as they hit the slopes here. They get just to confirm, by the way, Lars Boom did get that sprint ahead of Chavanel and Christophe Riblon, the rider at the back, number 89. Still to arrive there, though. There are still points available, and so I expect to see a switch back and see if Peter Sagan can get the 12th place points on the line. There's the sign. 12.3 kilometres to the top on this occasion of the climb of Alpe d'Huez, lap 1.
Today, and Jens Voigt has made it back to the leaders.
You'll probably see our cameraman show you the 21 turns. We start at 21, we finish at number 1 at the top. Each one tells you the height you are currently at. It names a famous cyclist as well. And this is a massive climb. 12.3 kilometres this time up, even further to the finish line the next time up. And we'll top out at the top this time. There'll still be 50 kilometres to race. Never happened before in the history of the Tour de France. Tommy Danielson has got some points as well in the King of the Mountains. The Devil is on the right. Those of you who asked where he is this year, so he's changed his colour to yellow, celebrating the centennial edition of the Tour de France. These are the two chasers losing ground all of just over a minute ahead of the field for the moment. Less than that now, some 40 seconds ahead of the group of all of the riders in the Tour de France. Action's about to break big time, Paul.
You can see the big battle now for position. You've got the lime green jerseys over on the left-hand side. The third place rider there is Laurens ten Dam, and just behind him, Bauke Mollema.
And they're lining up because they're the two best placed of that team. They've also got Lars Boom still in contention up front, but not for the overall, of course. 12.3 kilometres to the summit for these two riders. Nicholas Roach there, number 97, and is at Irish Corner. Stephen Roach, all of the boys in green waiting to welcome it, including his dad, Stephen Roach, who won the Tour de France back in 1987. Well, that's it, says Stephen Roach. A little tap from Sergio Paolino. Says, I'll take over from here, and he's gone.
Well, I think Nicholas Roach has spent force there. You know, he's used an awful lot of energy in between these two mountains, and he's going to leave it up to Sergio Paolino to be the last man standing when Alberto Contador makes a little bit of a move. But look at the speed in the main field as everybody looks to find the right position to be in.
7:35 is the disadvantage of the pelotons. They go on to the Alpe, but all of the men who matter in this year's Tour de France are in this group now as they start the climb. 21 corners to the top, and this is not the finish this time. For the first time in the history of the Tour de France, we'll come down and do it all again. I can't believe it.
Big acceleration now coming from the American TJ Van Garderen. He's starting to enjoy his Tour de France for the first time. He was 5th overall in the Tour de France last year and the best young rider. But this year, it's not been quite the same. He's joined now by Christophe Riblon, and they're putting time between themselves and everybody else. But Phil, bear in mind, he's got to be very, very careful. We're still looking at 40 miles to go to the finish, and we've still got to go around and come back and climb Alpe d'Huez again.
Yes, what a 40 miles, my goodness me. But Riblon is a good climber, as you said, Paul. He won the climb in the Pyrenees at Axe Trois Domaines in 2010. TJ Van Garderen may not have won a stage in the Tour de France, but he's shown us he is a very, very good climber. I think that's the obvious selection by those two riders. Now we'll see how they handle two climbs of the Alps. At the moment, Team Sky are handling the head of the peloton. Now, with the second climb to come, plus the climb of the Col de Suresnes and the descent, surely they're not going to rip the legs off everybody on this first ascent.
I don't think that will be the way it will happen, Phil. I think we will see a decanting. The sprinters will get left behind, the heavier riders, and the riders from the flatlands will get left behind. Maybe Cadel Evans will get left behind as well.
Yeah, number 31 there, Cadel Evans. He's been yo-yoing at the back. I think mentally he's not very strong at this moment in the Tour de France. The man blazing the lonely trail at the front, TJ Van Garderen. The crowd now, they've waited 3 days, so they're going to explode as well.
He's putting a bit of pressure onto Christophe Riblon there, and I'm not sure whether or not Riblon is going to be able to stay with the young American.
I would say his face says he won't, but is that Jens Voigt trying to catch them up back there?
That is Jens Voigt. Jens Voigt is lying in 3rd place on the road, and all of a sudden Riblon, I think, has popped.
Well, he made his effort and he cracked. This is Blaise Cadry also here in a spot of bother, and this is back in the main field.
David Miller slipping backwards. Andre Greipel, who got himself some points in the points competition. All of these guys now are switching across to survival mode.
As one by one, these riders are unhitching, and it looks as though TJ Van Garderen has decided he can stay away for the best part of 60 kilometres, because that's what he's setting himself now as he gets onto the slopes of Alpe d'Huez. Now, Paul, climbers like to climb at their own speed. They don't really want intruders of other riders dictating to them, do they?
No, definitely not. In a race like this, the most important thing is to ride at your own pace, as Nicholas Roach is about to get picked up by the Sky train. Sky have been put under pressure by this little move by Team Saxo Tinkoff, but they haven't yet crumbled. They're being allowed to dictate their own pace on the front end of the peloton. And meanwhile, the yellow jersey is sitting there protected by his men. The one guy who's keeping a very close eye on the yellow jersey today is Nairo Quintana, just on his left-hand side in that white jersey. I think Quintana needs to bide his time on a day like today, and I don't think we'll see a major attack come till we get towards the summit of the Alpe d'Huez the first time around. Andy Schleck
for that competition. He has won the King of the Mountains jersey as well for one day back in 2011, and the first American to do that since Greg LeMond. But right now, he's looking like the old TJ. That is the picture of Alpe d'Huez. I often refer to it as a piece of discarded string on the side of the Alps. It is an amazing climb.
21 hairpin bends. This year the riders will have to face 42 because they've got to do it on 2 occasions. And actually, you just meant to mention Greg LeMond, Phil. Well, as I was walking to the commentary position just a few moments before we started to come on air, I actually bumped into Greg LeMond, and he rode up Alpe d'Huez a little while ago with his former teammate Bernard Hinault.
Wow, repeating history when Hinault won in a photo finish from Greg LeMond. LeMond won the Tour, of course, 1986. Cavendish at the back and just doing pretty well, if you ask me, right now. He's got a big bunch of riders around him.
Winner of a stage of the Tour de France there, number 158, Matteo Trentin. These 2 riders will stay alongside Mark Cavendish and try and nurse him through the mountains. The big rider in front was Gert Steegmans.
You see the people from their helicopter. They go as far as the eye can see. Tens of thousands of them. They closed the road up to the Alps 3 days ago because they were afraid they could not cope with the amount of people going up the Alps.
Well, now the 2 men from the flatlands from Team Sky have disappeared, and that's not a major surprise at all. Ian Stannard been washed away, so too has Geraint Thomas. It's now Konstantin Sivtsov on the front, followed by David Lopez, followed by Peter Kenyon of the Isle of Man, and behind him you've got Richie Porte, and behind him the yellow jersey.
That is Trentin, who has won 1 stage on that long breakaway we had the other day. And, of course, his teammate, Mark Cavendish, who's already scored twice this year. He's pushed his total up to 25 historical stage wins now. Flags of Norway down there, Germany. This very international climb now, as it has become over the 20 years or so we've used it fairly frequently.
It's a very difficult thing. Many of these riders got a little bit of an hors d'oeuvre of the Alpe d'Huez and the descent that they'll be facing away from the Col de Sarenne, because they actually raced over it in the month of June in the Criterium du Dauphiné, which a lot of riders use as their last event before the Tour de France in their final preparation. And I noticed that Pierre Rolland, the last rider to win on Alpe d'Huez back in 2011, he was actually riding on the shoulder of Chris Froome. I wonder if he's nurturing thoughts of being first Frenchman to get a victory.
Well, I'm sure he is, and you'll see how it goes. This is Rudy Mollard, number 138 from Cofidis. He also losing a little bit of ground. Up there amongst the front runners, Quintana in white is sitting on the wheel of the man in yellow. It looks to me as though they're trying to control the pace of this climb because it is the first ascent. Even at this stage of the climb, you don't normally see a big bunch. That's what we've got at the moment, as Sky try to hold off the attacks as long as possible.
Well, Sivtsov doing a great job of work here, and he's trying to do his best to stay in contact with this group for as long as possible. They want to have as many men around Chris Froome as they can for as long as they can into the race, because if he has a mechanical incident, as we saw the other day when we're dropping down into Gap, he needed to have somebody alongside him. And as they say in a lot of games, that the MVP, the most valuable player for him, is always Richie Porte.
Johnson, Amador, Bone and Danielson. This is Poligno. Behind him now, the relentless pressure by Sky, bringing him back, beginning to say what folly it was for these 2 riders to dangle off the front for so long.
Well, he'll be back in the main field, but the question is, has he used? Look, there's a little bit of a move coming on the outside. You can now start to see the shape of Alberto Contador
to attack, Saxo, after the work of these 2 riders.
Got to be very careful. You've got to attack at the right moment. Slovakian flag over on the right-hand side.
This is sad side. Cadel Evans, a winner of the Tour de France a couple of years ago. He just can't find his legs this time around. He lost an awful lot of time in the time trial yesterday. He's now off the back of the race, and this is the first climb. Nicholas Roach has also gone down there as well.
Yep, well, a lot of energy left there. Stephen Roach earlier in the day was on Irish corner. You've got Dutch corner, Irish corner, and very soon it looks, Phil, as if we might even have South African corner.
The flag was there, wasn't it? This is a very sensible first ascent here. They're not attacking each other. Nairo Quintana, the white jersey down there. Look at him, sat on the yellow jersey of Chris Froome. That is very ominous, but he's controlling his enthusiasm. We're now on Belgian corner.
Plenty of damage being done. Ian Stannard done his job for the day, and that's such a tough thing being a professional bike rider, because he's ridden on the front for 50 kilometres with Geraint Thomas, and now he's got to make sure that he still finishes this stage inside of the elimination time. There's Dan Martin going backwards now. That's not a good sign. Dan Martin, high in the overall standings, 10th overall today, and I think paying for the 3rd week of the Tour.
A week too far, perhaps. When you look at the faces of some of these riders, there's a lot of riders suffering in pain here. And Rui Costa, the winner into Gap, has now been left behind as well.
Well, this is it can be very, very off-putting sometimes. I often wonder why these guys want to run alongside the cyclists, maybe just to get themselves a half a minute of fame on the emission of the Tour de France on TV around the world. But now this man, TJ Van Garderen, has climbed away from the craziness. When you get to the final 3 kilometres, it becomes a lot safer for the riders, because the final 3 kilometres are actually barriered.
TJ Van Garderen blazing his own personal trail at the first descent of Alpe d'Huez. This young American who still qualifies for the white jersey competition, which he won last year, hasn't been the same rider thus far, but he's beginning to look rather good today. Christophe Riblon of France, who would dearly love to get France their first stage win in the Tour de France this year, rides 24 seconds back.
Well, in the group behind, in 3rd, 4th and 5th place on the road, Marina Moser is with Jens Voigt and Tom Danielson. And they're at 40 seconds to the lone leader, TJ Van Garderen. And Thomas Voeckler moving to the front now.
Coming up to 4 kilometres to the summit of the climb this time around. And Moser now with Riblon.
Well, they're very luckily now, Phil, into the barricaded part of the course. They're nice and safe. The sound will not be quite as deafening in their ears as the race is really becoming quite hot. The chase behind TJ Van Garderen. This is Thomas Voeckler and Pierre Rolland in the group behind, and he's trying to set up a move for his man Pierre Rolland to try and win the stage as he did back in 2011. But they've still got a very long, hard chase to pull back TJ Van Garderen, who's actually extended his lead a fraction over the yellow jersey group of 8 minutes and 15 seconds. But when we get up to the summit of Alpe d'Huez the first time, we don't actually go up to the finishing line. The riders come to the roundabout at the bottom of the finishing straight and turn to the right to go and find the long little road to take them to the Col de Sarenne, and they start that long descent into the valley below and then come back. Garderen is about to get caught now by the 2 chasers. Moser is the first one. He won the Strada Bianca in Italy in the early part of the season, helped by his mate Peter Sagan. 22 years of age, the young Italian there, has dragged Christophe Riblon back into the race this afternoon. But I have to say, Phil, that if these 2 riders stay with TJ Van Garderen, it might be an advantage for him on the descent. Not the first part of the descent, but once they get to 5 kilometres or so down, because it's then the kind of descent where you can actually work together and they can build and hold on to their advantage over the yellow jersey group.
Looks over his shoulder, TJ. He's scored 1 point so far in the King of the Mountains, and there's 25 at stake here for the first man. Schleck has decided to accelerate here as he leaves the village of Huez, and this could be a good move by Andy. He's 23 minutes behind, so there'll be no reaction from Sky yet.
This is the move. This is how he made it from about 7th or 8th position. He indicated to us yesterday, Phil, that he had really good legs. He rode probably the best individual time trial I've seen him ride in many, many years. He wants to do something in the Alps, and I think this is something for him to be able to say to his detractors. Andy Schleck is not finished. Andy Schleck is back.
Yes, Schleck has chosen a good time there, I think, to make a move, because just coming up towards the summit, and he's the one that's been critical about this dangerous descent, and I think maybe also he wants to see it on his own, in his own power. And Moser is going for the top of the first climb of the Alpe here as he starts to go, and he drops the other 2. Now, can he stay away? It's around the corner of the summit, and then we cross the Alpe, and then we climb a little bit up the Col de Sarenne before we go down the descent.
Well, Moser there has decided he's going to keep the pressure on now, having given himself the maximum points there. Now, TJ Van Garderen needs to work a little bit with Christophe Riblon to pull themselves back up to the Italian and start the descent. They're going to ride all the way through the town of Alpe d'Huez, go past the airport, and then they've got another nasty little kick up to the summit of the Col de Saren, and then this climb that everybody has been talking about. And you get a chance to see just how tricky it is.
So Moser gets the 25 points. Riblon gets 20. Van Garderen 18 over the top. 3 riders over. Well, as we're crossing the void now towards the Col de Saren. These 3 riders up here are Christophe Riblon, TJ Van Garderen, Marino Moser. Moser was the first man to cross the top of the climb, followed by Riblon and TJ on Alpe d'Huez. Now we're crossing the void here to the short and snappy climb of the Col de Saren, and then the long descent. Back on the top of Alpe d'Huez, the big peloton of about 20 riders still together here are picking up Tommy Voeckler. There is the end of the first ascent of Alpe d'Huez. It won't be there, it'll be further up next time at the finish line. And Voeckler has been wiped out now as they go through 8¼ minutes after TJ Van Garderen's 3-man group went through this point. So that's been a great ride by TJ because he's actually gained time on this group up the mountain. Then they're going to have a showdown on the Alpe. Oh dear, a little bit of rain in those clouds just at the moment.
Well, let's keep TJ Van Garderen just riding at his tempo, putting Marino Moser into a little bit of difficulty once again.
It doesn't look that steep, but I think you're right. "42 kilometres left to ride. It's only 26 miles. It's not very far, but the terrain is so terrible.
Amazing thing, Phil, about cycling nowadays is we've got so many youngsters starting to come through. This rider here, Marino Moser, 22 years of age. Van Garderen just up ahead of him, 25 years of age. There are so many youngsters starting to come through that I think it's a refreshing face for the sport nowadays after all that it's been through over the last few years.
Schleck, Roland, Nier and Paul out to poles here on the descent. Yeah, well, Marino Moser this year won Italy's equivalent of Paris-Roubaix, the very rough race called the Strada Blanca. So he's not going to see anything wrong with this road at all. It'll be like a freeway to him, I would think. They have made some effort to repair any parts of the seriously damaged road surface. They have filled out the troughs which they use as water drainage across the mountains. So we'll see. It looks as though they've also put a little bit of a protection on the side as well there.
Yes, but a very, very difficult thing in store for this young man. But it is great to see. He and Peter Sagan are very, very good mates. Both of them 22 years of age. But now we've seen that the riders are recovering a fraction, and TJ Van Garderen working with Christophe Riblon. We're just about to get to the summit. That banner there at the side of the road indicates that we're looking at 1 kilometre to go to the summit of the Col de Saren. And I wonder also, Phil, if the organisation have kept a lot of people away from this area, because this is actually a protected area for the flora and fauna. So maybe they didn't want 500,000 people trampling over all the flowers.
Well, I agree. You can't put a car on this climb. It is just simply too narrow. Bicycle riders have been going up and down it and checking it out. Because many people this year have been here for 3, 4 and even 5 days, getting the best vantage points for a double lap of the Alpe. 8 minutes 20 the spread, and TJ Van Garderen and the other 2 riders, they should all come together on the descent. And a chance to, these riders are on the way up, by the way, at the moment, but we'll see what the descent is like very shortly.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, it's a very, very complicated day in the mountains because behind the 3 leaders, there are 5 other distinct groups, and they're lining themselves up for what is going to be a very sketchy descent. It's a scary descent. The first 3 or 4 kilometres are very, very narrow, rough roads with a number of very sharp hairpin bends. But probably the most important thing is there are no barriers. There's no protective barriers. If you get it wrong in one of these corners, if you have a front wheel blowout, there's no safety catchment on the side of the road, so you've got to be very, very careful. And I think the riders, in fact, will back off a fraction. They realise how dangerous this is, and they are very, very concentrated for the job in hand. This is not yet the summit of the Col de Saren.
This is the main group of about 35 riders, which includes all of the men who matter in the overall classification. They've done their own way of neutralising the race because of this dangerous descent. They've decided to call it a showdown on the second ascent of Alpe d'Huez. Then it'll go one-on-one. TJ Van Garderen, Christophe Reblon. Reblon, a stage winner in the past in the Pyrenees. TJ, a white jersey winner of the Tour last year.
Well, the yellow jersey still very happily got 3 teammates alongside him, but the mountains, Phil, it's always complicated. You've got the 2 leaders, TJ Van Garderen and Reblon. 1 rider chasing them now, Moser. Jens Voigt is lying in 4th place on the road. Tommy Danielson from Garmin Sharp is in 5th place on the road. Then you've got a group of 4 riders, the survivors of that early breakaway. Jonathan, Amador, Chavanel and Boom. And they are chased by a group of 4 containing Andy Schleck and Pierre Rolland.
Well, we're giving you a forward shot as the riders come up from the back and back into the group here. Cyril Gauthier in there.
Well, the reason for that, Phil, is the race organisers have just ordered all of the cameras to go to the back of the groups because they realise that camera bikes cannot go down this descent at the speed that these riders will attack it.
Well, the clouds don't look too bad at the moment here. Very shortly we'll be on this descent, which we have built up to be an horrendous devil in the middle of the Alps, but it really is a very difficult descent, believe me. Very shortly we'll be on this descent, which we have built up to be an horrendous devil in the middle of the Alps, but it really is a very difficult descent, believe me. Or coming up to the summit now of the 2nd category climb, and there's just 2 riders contesting the points, attacked by rider Hejjedal from the group. Well, we're looking at a very select group of riders here, albeit riding 8 minutes and 20 seconds behind 2 riders up front. But all the men that matter in the Tour de France are in that group. It's about 40 strong as they come towards the top of the Col du Sérène.
Let me give you a little bit of advice if you're sitting at home now. Sit a little bit further back in your seat, put your seatbelt on and hang in for a very exciting ride, because these riders are 100 meters away from the top of the climb here, and as soon as they cross this climb, wow, it's going to be an unbelievable descent.
TJ Van Garderen getting the points over the top of the Col. He's moving nicely up the overall classification in the King of the Mountains. Reblon in 2nd place. Now life gets a bit dizzy.
Well, there is the yellow jersey group, and still no move has come to challenge the supremacy of Team Sky. Oh, Movistar now are starting to do a little bit of tempo making. They've suddenly realised they've been caught on the back foot here, Phil. They've suddenly realised that if Nairo Quintana wants to win this race, Sky are not going to chase down the breakaway group this afternoon, so we're going to have to get involved with doing the pacemaking.
A little bit handicapped really, because Quintana wants time over the yellow jersey. He should wait until the next climb, I suspect, but he will attack. I'm pretty sure of that. The 2 leaders are on the way down now on the narrow descents and twisting roads, while here coming up towards the summit of 40 kilometers to go, just 25 miles left for the leaders, who at least they're free to fly down a mountain pour without any hindrance of too many riders around. And it looks as though the Little Prince is also unhitching at the back of the peloton as well. So we're down to about 45 riders now. Well, they've gone up as they've rejoined from the back. Now look at this. The yellow jersey himself is bringing forward his 2 last-minute men, Peter Kennock and also Richie Porte. They're going to stay with him as long as they can.
Well, there you get a chance to see what the climb looks like. It's a very difficult climb, 7% the gradient, as David Lopez disappears from the back end of the group. It's a real daredevil descent here this afternoon.
His job is done now. He's left the 2 strong climbers still alongside Froome, still doing their job, keeping him in position as they're still going up the climb here of the Sérène. They're not far from the summit, but there's still a lovely gap, and it could well be that Christophe Reblon and the American TJ Van Garderen could steal the show today. But will a Frenchman win? They haven't done so since this tour began on the island of Corsica.
Yes, but the last time the Tour de France came to the Alpe d'Huez, it was a Frenchman who took the victory at the top, and that was Pierre Rolland. He's in a group behind, but he's 7 minutes behind the 2 leaders.
Sharp, tight left-hander here, but they've resurfaced it. Oh, trouble with the gears here for TJ. What has happened to his gears?
Well, it's a very, very rough descent. Yeah. It was coming round that corner. Now, this is bad luck for this man. I wonder if he's got his team car behind him.
Maybe we can't have a quick look there, but his chain is jammed, I think. Hejjedal has been brought back to the pack as they are still on the way up. TJ is in a little bit of trouble with those gears. Well, the thing is that, as you see here, that Hejjedal's been caught. In fact, coming back here is Moreno Moser, and it looks to me as though TJ Van Garderen cannot pedal, and he's got no chance now of anybody. He's trying to stop. His hand is up, exactly what we didn't want to see. If you're in a problem on the descent, when's he going to get any assistance on this road?
Well, he was away in the breakaway of 3, so it's quite possible that he still had his team car up behind him. The team car will have stopped. I hope the team car has stopped as these two riders combine their forces at the front. Moreno Moser has recovered on this descent and is catching up with Riblon.
Well, Riblon continues to go down. TJ Van Garderen has pulled over on the side of the road, and he is hoping his team car is still in the mix there on the very narrow road. The leaders continue to go down. They've been strengthened again by the arrival of Moser alongside Riblon. Although everybody is still going off at the back of the peloton here, and we're seeing 1 or 2 riders of note now slip away, because Laurens ten Dam, number 167, is losing his high overall position, and he's only still going up the second category. Col de Seren, ten Dam 7th overall tonight.
Yes, well,
last night, rather.
Just in front of him, his teammate is waiting for him, and that's Robert Gesink, while still Team Sky are able to control the rider. Hejjedal back in the fold. Peter Kenjuch, who lost a lot of weight between the Criterium du Dauphiné and the Tour de France to get himself ready for these big mountain stages, is doing a sterling job on this second category, Col de Saren.
1 kilometre for the peloton. Laurens ten Dam is feeling the pressure. Now, if he's in trouble here on this particular climb, he's going to be in major trouble on the last climb of the day up to the finish at Alpe d'Huez. Little chase group here. Now, we've got no further update on the demise of TJ Van Garderen, other than the fact his chain is jammed and he's had to stop. We don't know if he's managed to get any assistance at all. We might get shots of him as the peloton begins their charge down.
Well, they're doing a pretty impressive move here, because Andy Schleck, they've taken 2 minutes off the overall lead of the leading riders. They're at 6 minutes and 14 seconds. They are the 6th group on the road scattered over this mountain.
The original breakaway is still not all been picked up by any manner of means. There's cheers for the man in the polka dot jersey from his fans. And a quick bottle there for Andy Schleck, and in fact Wout Poels wanted one from the same guy. There's the top of the Col de Seren from these riders. Schleck goes over the top.
Just about to pick up Sylvain Chavanel. He's the rider just in front of them as they start the descent with a 6-minute deficit.
And Chavanel will happily get involved with this group now on the way down. It's a very good descent. Still got the 2 leaders going down this very narrow descent, but so far, apart from the demise of TJ Van Garderen, which seems to be a mechanical, it's handling itself very well indeed. Moser has gone straight back up to Riblon and is now setting the trend.
Well, you must have no fear at all of this rather tricky descent, because that race you mentioned earlier, Phil, the Strada Bianca, is a race with a large portion of it on dirt roads.
Yeah. And and he's gone straight on. He couldn't get around at all. Christophe Riblon overshot, but fortunately it's just a matter of getting himself back on the road.
Well, I'll tell you what went wrong there, Phil. He was badly lined up going into that corner. He was on the inside of the apex. He should have been over on the right hand side to be able to cut around the corner, but he wasn't able at that speed to enter into the corner at the right angle.
Well, he was stopped because he went into marsh there, literally into a bog. He doesn't have wet feet now because he had to run back through it, but at least he's okay. 8 minutes 20 seconds is still the gap. Moser all of a sudden finds himself in the lead. There's the select peloton as they climb up, and they've still got Laurens ten Dam in trouble here. 167. He was in 7th place overall last night, losing ground now. Well, the Col de Seren is proving to be quite a nightmare on the way up as well as on the way down. Coming up to the top of the Col de Seren now, we have the yellow jersey group, about 30 riders coming up, but ahead of these riders, still the breakaway, drama on the way down. Christophe Riblon going down the mountain up front has gone off the road. He's okay, but he's got delayed. He's now got to get back up to the lone leader on the road, who is Moreno Moser. And the news that William Bonnet, we saw him fall back on the climb of Alpe d'Huez, has abandoned the Tour de France. Now, TJ Van Garderen, who was setting the pace up the front, his gears appear to jam on the Col de Sérène on the descent, and he pulled off on the road, and we don't know if he got any help from his team, subject to the narrow descent, and we haven't seen him since.
Phil, there's a few spots starting to appear on the camera. Hopefully the rain will keep away. The first part of the descent, the first 4 or 5 kilometers, is the most dangerous part. Pierre Rolland is not comfortable on this descent at all, while storming away around the corner there is Andy Schleck. You see the organisation, well, not the town of Alpe d'Huez has actually been back down this climb and repaired a number of the corners to try and make this race as safe as possible.
Well, let's see if we can find... There he is, the lone figure of TJ Van Garderen now. He seems to have got himself going again. Whether he had any help or not, I don't know. Maybe his chain just jammed up and he's wrenched it out all by himself. But that was really bad luck for TJ. He looked to be on his day today. Now he's picking his way down. He's still ahead of the main pack, of course, but he's still got a bit of racing now to get back up to the leaders.
I think he must have got a spare bike from the team car, Phil, because it doesn't appear to me that that bike has a number on it. So his team car must have been fairly close behind him. But the question is, as we spotted him from the helicopter there, how far behind is him? How long did he have to wait?
Yes, we don't know his exact location. He's not coming up on our computer at the moment. And look at this now, and this is a start to move now. And you know, he said he would attack down the hill, Paul, and now it's up to Froome to follow Contador.
I would let him go. If I was Chris Froome, stay with your teammates. Just let Contador take the risks. Let him be the one to make a mistake on a descent like this, as the rain is starting to come down and throw a little bit of dampness over the surface of this descent.
Well, they've got to get down this descent quickly. The rain won't matter on the way up to Alpe d'Huez.
You see how Contador had let a teammate go off the front of the group by a fraction. Now he's trying to jump across to his teammate and put pressure on Team Sky. They've got to stay calm like this. They mustn't panic and chase down everything. After all, at the start of the day, he has a 4-minute 34-second advantage, Chris Froome, over his Spanish challenger.
Contador has been something of an annoying rider this year for Chris Froome. He's always hit him on the descent whenever he's had the chance. You may remember on the Col de Mans descending into Gap, he caused an accident, although they did seem to fall in separate places, but on the same bend. Anyway, the two teammates are willing to try and lead the man in yellow down this very tortuous, narrow descent. Now remember, on this descent a bit further down was where Christophe Reblon didn't get round the corner and finished up into a rather wet ditch, but he's back in the race now.
Well, I think they're being sensible on this occasion. Chris Froome in the past has had the habit of chasing down everything. TJ Van Garderen, Phil, is 42 seconds behind the leaders on the race, so we've still got a chance to reintegrate the front end of the race. Schleck, though, is doing a phenomenal job at 6 minutes.
This is the front end of the peloton. The descent that the riders didn't want to see in the Tour de France, because they said it was too narrow, it was unguarded, and if the rain came, there would be serious trouble. You hear the brakes going on. There is Contador on the right, using a teammate to try and get rid of Chris Froome on the descent. You cannot afford to let Contador clear to get to the climb itself.
Well, Quintana there in the white jersey, you spot him. He's being very, very attentive. I think he's been given the instruction today, Phil, to play a waiting game and hit this race hard at about 5 kilometers to go to the summit of Alpe d'Huez the last time. But 22 years of age, Moreno Moser has gone very, very well down this descent. He's had a couple of bad patches where he got left behind and he's caught back up, and now he's in the lead because of that accident to Christophe Reblon. TJ Van Garderen now is in 3rd place on the road, looking for 42 seconds to the other two riders ahead of him.
Well, it's up to him to try and chase back. We continue to descend now right down to do it all again, and TJ seemed to be climbing very, very strongly. We've still got Schleck, Rolland, Nieve. Chavanel is back with this group now, as we saw him picked up at the top of the climb, and Wout Poels as well.
Well, not only, Phil, is this descent a little bit chaotic for the bike riders, it's pretty chaotic for television as well, because we have to film from the rear on the descent because this descent is so dangerous.
Yes, thank heavens for helicopters. That's what we've got at the moment as we watch Chris Froome under the escort of Peter Kenyuk and for Richie Porte. They're looking after Chris Froome as long as they can before you have to take over the role himself. Brake hard and come off that apex and kick out the corners. Still about 35 riders, although they're strung out in that chase group. But Contador is making his bid. Well, I take my hat off to him in as much, Paul. He has continued to attack Chris Froome at every opportunity.
Well, he's a champion. He's a racer. And as his team manager said a little bit earlier on today, he's a guy who races on emotion, a guy who races on instinct. And that's exactly what he's doing here. He felt that if he couldn't put Chris Froome into difficulty on the slopes in the mountains, he would use the descents as well.
Well, our cameras are doing a brilliant job just keeping up with these riders down here as we now pick up the leader on the road. This is Moser now as he continues on the descent to the little towns on the way down.
Well, Moser on his own because of that exit of the road by Christophe Riblon a few moments ago, and I bet his heart went right up through his mouth when that happened. But fortunately for him, it was marshy at the side of the road and he was able to stop quite quickly before he went into the forest.
So as Moser now leads the way down, we're on the descent of the Col de Sérène. Once we get down to the bottom, we'll then start the climb again of Alpe d'Huez. And this time, of course, we won't go the same way. We'll climb even higher as we go up to the finishing line itself. Still a few of Francesco. And he's proving to be a pretty fair descender, this man. He was in trouble on the way up and was dropped. He came back up to the leader after he saw TJ Van Garderen stop with trouble, and he's shown much more skill on the descent than Christophe Riblon.
It's pretty impressive to think that the second and third place riders in the overall standings have managed to link up together and go on the attack on the descent.
Moser, Riblon chasing on his own to Moser, Van Garderen chasing on his own to Riblon. Then we've got Jonathan, Danielson, Amador. They're all on the mountain, but we're just not seeing them at the moment. All ahead of this group chasing. This is a replay we're showing you here of the attack of Alberto Contador, and he's making progress. He's not descending as well as his teammate, though.
No, Roman Kreuziger is the rider in front, and these two will combine their efforts. It's always good to be in a breakaway with a teammate because you know you can give 100%. You don't have to hold anything back at all. And once these two riders get a little bit further down the descent, it becomes slightly less technical. Then they can collaborate together and hope to build up on their advantage over the Froome group.
We are still undecided which of those two is the stronger, Kreuziger or Contador. Have a feeling we're going to find out in a few minutes' time as they start the Alpe together.
Well, they're on the bottom part of the road. They're going to the left while the Sky team are going to the right and into that corner. I think they're playing a sensible game, Sky, just backing it off, not taking the risks. This man has to take risks if he wants to win the Tour, but in second and third place overall, this is serious drama.
Here comes the front end of the peloton. There were about 40 riders here. Oh, there's quite a few of them still there actually at the moment. They'll all come together as a big pack before they start the climb of the Alpe. And the road's getting a little bit wider now. The early part of the descent was the most difficult and dangerous.
You see, this again is the reason why they sent those two riders away, Nicolas Roche and Sergio Paulinho, early on to keep pressure on Team Sky to set something up like this. As Contador, you can see he still continues to eat. He wants to make sure that when he comes down to the Alpe d'Huez for the next time, he's still got plenty of energy available for him because he knows that Alpe d'Huez is a 40-minute effort.
Rather uncomfortable descending style here for Moser as he just continues to freewheel down. Still needs a little bit of energy for the last climb up to the finish at Alpe d'Huez. Once we get down into La Garde-en-Oisans, that's where we start the climb again up to the top of the mountain. Moser's made his play here. Well, the team advertised the fact. They said, we will attack on the descent of the Sérène. They made no secret about it.
So Ruben Plaza.
Yeah, Ruben Plaza at the back. He had a bit of a problem, I think, but he's there now. That's a fair way to go, but we're doing a little bit of a kick on the graph, but then he continues the descent.
Well, the last Italian to win here, Phil, was back in 1999, and it was Giuseppe Guerini. Do you remember that when the cameraman walked out into the road?
Just trying to think of the cameraman's name.
Eric.
Eric, the cameraman. Yes, right. And Eric went to his hotel that night to apologise for causing him to crash. Fortunately, as he got up and won the stage, he wasn't too annoyed. Anyway, back together now. Good descent by Christophe Riblon, has put himself back up with Moser, as two of them are now continuing to the basement. 25 kilometres to go for the two leaders.
Well, Moser calling his team car up alongside him for a bit of information on what was the position of TJ Van Garderen, and also to take on some last-minute energy drinks. He needs to get that gel on board before he gets to the final slopes of Alpe d'Huez. We actually don't go back into the Grand Bornand. We turn just short of it in the small town of La Ferrière, and then they'll see the banner indicating 13.8 kilometres to go to the summit.
The Bourg d'Oisans. We don't want to go to the Grand Bornand today. You said Grand Bornand. Bourg d'Oisans, yeah. We go to the Grand Bornand tomorrow.
No, sorry, because, Phil, I was just listening to the race radio there, and they came across and said there will be a test at the finish of the race to check the weight of everybody's bike, which is something they don't very often do, but obviously they're concerned about the fact that we come up Alpe d'Huez on 2 occasions, and they want to make sure that people are not on bikes which are lighter than the minimum requirement, and that is 6.8 kilos.
Wow, well, that'll be interesting. What will they do if they find they weigh 6.7 kilos? That'll be very interesting indeed. Anyway, the cameras have picked up TJ Van Garderen now. Is he going to close? They're saying 45 seconds on the computer. The gap, TJ, behind the two leaders.
Yeah, 6.8 kilos is around about 14 pounds. So if you've got a bike lighter than that, there could be a referee waiting for you at the finish with a measuring scale.
After all that effort, goodness me. Anyway, through the narrow streets now for the elite chase group here of Andy Schleck.
They're still a long way behind, Phil, because the last time check we had to this group, the Andy Schleck group, which is actually the 5th group on the road this afternoon, they're at 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, they'll have to slam the brakes on for that difficult journey through the village, because we're on a full hairpin back now. Wout Poels has taken them around. Schleck goes through on the inside, followed by Nieve and Chavanel. This is the group here. Chavanel caught on the way up the Suresnes. Van Garderen is still chasing, and they're taking his time off now, so we don't know where he is, but we'll see if we can pick him up on this descent down towards the turn back onto the Alpe.
Trying to find our way down to the main road, and we'll continue the descent down towards Ferrière. Contador has got his teammate with him. That's his teammate in first place, Romain Kreuziger, former winner of the Tour of Switzerland, and I have to say rode a very solid individual time trial yesterday to finish in 4th position.
Well, these two are not that far ahead of the Schleck group either, the way they've come down here. There's a little spread. There's 7:45 the peloton. Van Garderen now being timed at 30 seconds behind the two front runners, so he is closing up there.
But how much energy has he left on the side of the road, Phil, trying to catch up to the two leaders? He looked very comfortable in that group, and he may well have a chance to recover once he starts the slopes of the next climb. There's a rider just in front of the two chasers here, the Contador Kreuziger group.
These are the two Saxo riders here, 7:25 behind, 20 seconds. There's the two leaders on the road, and judging by the fact we're pulling back, we should see the red jersey very shortly of TJ Van Garderen. It's still quite a big gap, this. There it is down there. We're way up in the helicopter, but there he is. I think he'll come back.
Well, it's 25 to 30 seconds, and he's come to the easier part of the course now. He's coming back onto the main road as he tries to get himself back to the leading group of two, but they will not be hanging around waiting for him.
Yeah, he's still fidgeting a bit with those gears. I'm not too sure whether he's completely happy with the situation, but here we are.
This is the right-hand turn now back onto the turn off to Les Deux Alpes. That's Amador, who was a rider in the leading break as he gets picked up by the Saxo tandem here. Now they've got a fair amount of false flat now as they continue down 4 or 5 kilometres. Around the corner, they go over the big dam here at the bottom of Les Deux Alpes, and they drop down. Then they've got to climb, and that could be the point which will give TJ Van Garderen an opportunity to reintegrate the front end of the race. But meanwhile, it's still being left up to Richie Porte to do the pacemaking.
Chris Froome, the man in the middle. There's the dam wall, and these are the two leaders now. This is Kreuziger, seems to be doing a little bit more of the pacemaking than his teammate Contador. Contador might make his move the minute the slope starts of Alpe d'Huez and before Chris Froome gets back up to him.
Well, as I said at the start of the show, Phil, I think Chris Froome today had to not panic. He had to stay nice and calm. The attacks were certain to come. It was almost predicted they were going to come on the descent of the Col de Seren. So I think he's ridden sensibly, Froome, and allowed Contador to go away and not try to stay with him.
Now, they're just saying on the race radio they're allowing riders to take drinks just to the foot of the last climb of Alpe d'Huez. So now's the time to take on board all you're going to need to the top. So that's the bottle gone from TJ Van Garderen, and the car is allowed to come to him and give him more.
Up until the foot of the Alpe, and then it's all eyes down. Andy Schleck, fabulous really, Phil, to see Andy Schleck coming back. We talked about him a lot in the first week of the Tour. He had a couple of bad days, which is to be expected when you've been away from top-end competition for almost 12 months. But slowly and surely, as we got into the third week of this Tour de France, he's finding himself once again. And I'm sure tonight he's going to be a very, very happy man.
Well, let's see how he climbs the last climb up the Alpe, because if he can convert his position here into first at the finish, then we'll know that Andy Schleck is back in the big time. Sylvain Chavanel, he's coming back from the front group. Remember, he was picked up at the top. Under 25 kilometers to go. It's a long time since the leaders went under that banner. 7:45 is the gap for the two front runners over the yellow jersey group at the moment. These two are desperate now to fight for the foot of the Alpe, and Contador will go then. Now, this is Froome. As he continues on, he's just got his two riders. Peter Kenyuk is the man in front. Richie Porte is the man behind. And there's a big turn of speed now from the Movistar riders. They're trying to set this up as well for their man in white, Quintana. So as the Movistar riders are trying to take control of the chase group containing the yellow jersey, we are winging our way down now as we head up towards the last climb of the Alpe, and this time it really will be the finishing line on top, and we'll bring it to you commercial free when we come back. As we look down the valley now, TJ Van Garderen has just a moment ago contacted the other two riders. There are now three riders at the front, and the yellow jersey group is back 7 minutes and 21 seconds, and there's only 10 miles left to go to the finish. This is Alberto Contador again under pressure. He's been picked up. I think he's gone to the back of the group into the cars now. I'm just not too sure. He was picked up about 5 minutes ago along with Roman Kreuziger, and I'm just wondering what on earth he is doing back here. Not a man dropping back for a drink. Contador is in a little bit of trouble here. Second overall in the race, and having to fight back to the group that he was ahead of, and he's got his teammate has dropped back to give him a hand. This is Hernandez, Jesus Hernandez, picking up and pacing him back up to that bunch. What an amazing race. It's yo-yoing all around the Alps today, this race. That peloton, which is still about 30-35 riders strong, and Contador attacked them on the way down, and he's struggling to hold them on the way up again. Well, with the offering of the Alpe in front in this last 16 kilometers of the day, Contador's back in the line. Just about. He comes up to the back wheel there of Peter Velits in the blue, and Velits himself struggling to hold on to the tail. Well, the pressure's really gone on at the front of this line at the moment. It's being done by Team Sky's Peter Kenyuk and the Movistar boys, who are now trying to make a launch pad here for Quintana as they put their strength back on the front, shade of the opening week. Well, Movistar are causing huge problems back there for Contador just at the moment. Van Garderen is back up with the leaders. We've got 3 men up front, and with this sort of a time gap, I'm not sure they won't stay away to the end.
It's a good time gap, and they don't look like three riders who are showing any signs of weakness at all. TJ Van Garderen, I would say, will be very happy now to get a little bit of rest and respite after a long chase after a mechanical incident. But I must remind you that at the end of the race, the referees are going to go out and weigh a number of the bikes. And most recently, in the feminine Tour of Italy, Fabiana Luperini was disqualified from second place in the overall standings because her bike was underweight.
Well, we're going to be interested to find about that. I've never heard of it happening before, but you know, we're seeing three riders up front, and the return of TJ Van Garderen was very special. He just got across the gap, and there's 3 of them now heading up towards the climb of the Alpe Game, and not far away from it once more. Oh dear me, a little bit of expert bunny hopping there by Christophe Riblin. He's going to go the long way round that.
Yeah, well, he got caught out a fraction there as he went across the wrong side of the island, but dexterity was the order of the day as he jumped across that nice and safely. What's now on the horizon is the final ascent of Alpe d'Huez, and when you hit that first part of the climb where you can see the black color on the profile, it is very, very steep indeed. It's quite scary when you come around the corner and that wall is right in front of you.
And now this time we are going to the very, very top of Alpe d'Huez, where the finishing line awaits. Running about bad luck on the descent there, but he seems to have sorted out. Attack by Riblin. Quick reaction by TJ Van Garderen. Interesting, he's gone right at the bottom of the Alpe. The Schleck group 6.5 minutes back. The peloton still 7:20.
Well, that's completely opposite to the previous ascent, the previous first kilometers of Alpe d'Huez, because it was Riblin who was in difficulty, and maybe he thought because of the long, hard chase by the American TJ Van Garderen would be put on the defensive, but he's not. He responded immediately. The guy in difficulty is Moreno Moser.
Moser's been a little bit suspect the last time up this climb, and it looks like he's cracked early on this one. So, one-on-one, the 2 men who were originally together are back together again. Van Garderen had absolutely no trouble in answering the acceleration of Christophe Riblin, which might have been a tester to get rid of the Italian. There is the Devil in his new all-yellow strip to celebrate the 100th edition of the Tour de France. As these 2 riders go, now I can tell you from race radio, they're stopping the cars behind the Schleck group because they are being caught by the peloton driven by Movistar. And this is the group containing Contador as they continue up the climb. Let's check in inside the race with Steve Perino. Steve?
Well, Phil, when you saw Contador drop off the back earlier, it was because he changed his bike, and it looked like a calculated move because they were going uphill a little bit slower. I'll tell you that the bike that he's on has his tag on it. I noticed earlier today that the bike with the tag on it was also on the car, so this is not his first bike change. This is his second bike change, and I have not heard yet that he's had a mechanical, so I'm wondering if this is a tactical move on his part.
For me, I would say it's a tactical move. He's probably got a different range of gears on this bike for the last ascent up the Alpe, and an interesting move. Let's see how he responds to that now. Sylvain Chavanel, Andy Schleck, and Mikel Nieve, they've all been blown away now because they've been brought back by this attacking move by Team Movistar, who are trying to set up a launch pad here for the man in the white jersey. Pierre Rolland also about to be swept up with Wout Poels here, so the chase is virtually over. Very shortly we are going to see the top men in this year's Tour de France play their cards.
Well, I wonder, Phil, if Team Movistar here have not really waited too long to pick up the pacemaking at the front of this race. They've allowed Sky to do all of the pacemaking since we came over the first climb of the day, the Col de Mons, and they've just let that breakaway go to 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes 15 at its maximum. Now all of a sudden it's scramble time, trying to pull the race back together for their favourite Nairo Quintana.
Well, Contador, by the way, he's been back to the team car to change onto a bike, and the bike carries his number, so he may have had 2 bike changes today. But either way, he may also have a different set of gears for the last climb of the Alpe.
It's quite possible, and we're looking here at the yellow jersey, getting some assistance. Lots of different tactics unfolding from different teams in the race now this afternoon. Just noticed that Michael Kwiatkowski was in there, the champion of Poland. He's high up in the overall standings at 24 years of age. He's in 9th place overall.
Little bit of rain appearing on the lens of our camera here. Well, it was suggested 90% chance of rain at 5 o'clock. It's 18 minutes to 5 at the moment, but the danger's over now. They won't mind climbing the Alpe in the rain.
The question is, how are they going to handle the second ascent of Alpe d'Huez? Just up the road there, you see how the Italian Phil Moreno, last time up the climb, he suffered in the first part. That's where the gradient is its steepest. Once the gradient got a little bit easier, he got into his own rhythm and he managed to catch back up to the leaders.
There's Moreno down there in the lime green colours of Cannondale. Very polite and orderly crowd applauding him up the climb there. This is Movistar, the man in white. They're looking at each other, just keep drilling it. And I don't know what... oh, there's somebody standing in the road there. These boys are trying to set this up for the white jersey to attack. A long, thin rider being pulled out by Team Movistar. They've been a great team in this year's Tour de France. And he's got to make up time now as the riders start to crack here. Is his Andy Schleck?
That's Jens Voigt.
We haven't seen him for ages, but we always knew he was out there somewhere.
Well, he's coming up to Moreno Moser. Now, how about that? 41 years of age.
TJ Van Garderen, we quickly move to the front here, is trying to lift it up here, but I think Riblon for the moment has got the answer. But look at the face on TJ Van Garderen.
That is now concentration. That is now get the job in hand done. He's looking for the gap between himself and Riblon. He knows he put Riblon under pressure last time up the climb, and he wants to get rid of the Frenchman, and he's giving it all out here on the steepest part of the climb.
5:15, the lead over the yellow jersey. That's where we will enact who will win the Tour de France. But here we're looking who might win the stage itself. And Riblon is for France as TJ continues to accelerate. And Riblon now is fighting with himself. Can he hold the wheel?
Well, he's put him into difficulty. Laurens ten Dam is in difficulty too at the back end of the race. He started the day high in the overall standings in 7th. But TJ Van Garderen is the man trying to really take this race apart.
Well, as the man from Belkin fights to hold on to 7th place overall in the Tour de France, the American now, TJ Van Garderen, is trying to win the most iconic stage of the Tour de France by climbing Alpe d'Huez and reach the summit. Everybody now is in a massive pain as attack follows attack.
Well, everybody's waiting for the attack to come to the yellow jersey. Still locked on the wheel of Chris Froome is the white jersey of Nairo Quintana. Alejandro Valverde has had a dig here, but he's trying to ride across the gap on his own.
But it's not going to happen as he's falling back to the peloton right now. Just look at the face of TJ Van Garderen here now. This is the man who is absolutely turning his Tour de France around today. He's still got the lead that matters, and he should be able to hang on. Let me remind you that today's commercial-free segment is brought to you by Extreme Endurance. Log on to xendurance.com to watch a segment highlighting their product line.
Serpa, the Colombian rider from Lampre there in 2nd position, straight across the gap to the wheel of Alejandro Valverde.
Well, that acceleration which we've come to learn in the mountains is absolutely fearsome. The speed these boys are winding their way up to the summit on the 2nd attempt of Alpe d'Huez. Now there's a very select group there. Contador is still there. But most of the other riders, we've not seen anything of Jakob Fuglsang.
Michael Kwiatkowski, he's also in difficulty now. These are the big climbers of the Tour. These are the guys who are going to dominate the next 2 days in the Alps. Igor Anton Tri, that's Jose Serpa on the far side in the pink jersey of Lampre. He's a rider who in the past was a winner of the Tour of Langkawi, but the damage is certainly being done at the back.
Completely smashed apart at the moment. Bart de Klerk is still there for Lotto, trying to close the gap. As there's the attack by Chris Froome has made it well, but now it is forming a new group. Meanwhile, the man trying to run away with the stage, of course, will be TJ Van Garderen. The gap is still there for the American. Richie Porte is looking back at Chris Froome as well and saying, just where are we going from here? As the riders continue up the climb, and the peloton, there's Jakob Fuglsang in the 2nd wave. That light blue jersey. Well, I think at the moment, Paul, we're seeing a revitalised Richie Porte here, talking with Chris Froome right at the front of the peloton.
Yeah, well, the little chat going on. I wonder what was said there. Maybe just keep it going, mate. I'm actually quite good this afternoon.
That's what I think he said, because I think he feels he's got the better of all the riders now in this race.
Well, everyone's really on the defensive. TJ Van Garderen has still got 4 minutes and 23 seconds advantage over the yellow jersey group, but he's still got 9 kilometres, so almost 5.5 miles of climbing left to go. So a little bit of weakness now as you see the shoulders starting to nod. It's a tall ask for anybody to ride Alpe d'Huez once. It's a bigger ask to make them do it twice at the end of a 172 kilometre stage. And the speed in the main field behind Phil is amazing, and Kreuziger has cracked.
Kreuziger has gone for sure. He's got that small group in front here. Look at his face. That says it all now. He's fighting for survival, Roman Kreuziger, who was 3rd overall, and it's all because of the acceleration again by Chris Froome. The man who is 2nd and 3rd overall are now in difficulty.
Well, in that group, I was waiting for a response to come from Alberto Contador, but Contador is just sitting on the wheel of Nairo Quintana.
Chris Froome using that familiar high cadence to go away while his man Richie Porte backs off the race. Rodriguez made no effort to go round him. Quintana has had to come around the rest to try and get on the back wheel of Froome, and I think he's going to do it.
Well, this could be very, very important for Nairo Quintana because he actually could be looking at a podium position this afternoon. Is Joaquin Rodriguez a little bit further back than we thought? It was Daniel Navarro. No, it is Rodriguez back there. He's now on the back foot trying to pull himself into this race. There is Contador, there is Valverde, but Chris Froome is going with one of the best climbers in the world, and Nairo Quintana is doing a phenomenal job.
He needs only 2 minutes 24 seconds to be up into 2nd place in the Tour de France. That is very possible at 9.2 kilometers to the summit, as he now is, and that's what has been his plan all along, not to win the stage but to get a podium place in Paris.
Well, bear in mind, Phil, that 2 of the riders in front of him, Roman Kreuziger and Wout Mollema, they have already been left behind, so they could lose huge chunks of time with still 9 kilometers to go to the summit of this climb.
And we are going to see a huge time gap tonight with Chris Froome looking back at the rest of the Tour de France here. Number 91 is Alberto Contador. Number 6 is Richie Porte. Rodriguez in the red there. And are they slowly trying to come back? They've got into their rhythm again.
Well, there have been a lot of questions surrounding the performances of Chris Froome, by the way. But did you know that he handed over all of his race information for the last 2 years to the newspaper L'Equipe, and they had a doctor look at it, and they said, well, Chris Froome's performances are exactly the same in 2011, 12 and 13.
Which is Chris's answer when everybody every day says, are you riding on drugs? And he says, once and for all, I don't cheat, end of story. Well, Froome now is being forced on the defensive by this young man from Colombia. As he flicks his arm there, he's actually calling Chris Froome to come through on him.
Well, he's working with Chris Froome, but now there's the reaction coming from the 2 riders from Katusha. That, in fact, is Joaquim Rodriguez, who himself, Phil, is looking for a high lead, and Danny Moreno.
Oh boy, this 2nd climb of Alpe d'Huez. Let me remind you, today's commercial-free segment is brought to you by Extreme Endurance. Log on to xendurance.com to watch a segment highlighting their product line. We're looking at the American, TJ Van Garderen. It is going to be desperately close because the 2 top riders, as they are at the moment on the Alpe, are in yellow and white and closing in. Chris Froome now, and on the back wheel is Nairo Quintana. So as they battle of the Alps, as it is called now, Christophe Riblon is also in trouble. They'll be next in the gun sights of these riders as they get it together. 10 kilometers to go.
Well, now we've got some riders with Chris Froome who are looking to try and change the podium appearance in Paris at the end of the day, because in there, Nairo Quintana, he starts the day in 6th. He'd love to leap up, but also in there as well is Rodriguez.
Contador's played cards today, but he hasn't been able to put those cards and win the hand, and he's now slotting back. Quintana is also trying to move forward. There it is, as he tries to move forward at Chris Froome. I'm not sure Chris has got the answer to this. Quintana now trying to reach TJ Van Garderen.
Well, Chris Froome has got the answer to it, Phil, but he's more like a big diesel engine compared to this younger, smaller rider who's got that incredible acceleration over a short period of time. So what Froome does is he allows the Colombian rider to go, and then he slowly claws his way back up to him.
Said earlier, I have no idea why they do that, running alongside the riders. Now let's have a look. It looks to me as though Rodriguez, this is a typical move by Purito, as they call him, and Rodriguez now is looking for time as well.
Well, he's looking for a long time. He needs 7 minutes and 21 seconds if he's going to affect the position of Chris Froome, but Quintana has seen that, and he's responded now, dragging Chris Froome back in. What a next couple of days we're going to have.
He only needs 1 minute 2 seconds to be on the podium in Paris, and that's what he's aiming at. I don't think anybody dreams now of catching up with Chris Froome, not at this stage of the Tour de France, but Rodriguez still wants a top 3 in Paris.
Well, in fact, Chris Froome can't stay on the wheel of the Colombian now. Quintana's coming across the gap.
Well, these boys have used all their ammunition today. They've thrown it at one another. This is still Valverde back there, but look at the gap that's opened up now. The Alpe is declaring its colours and showing us the strongest riders in this year's Tour de France.
Well, Froome has had everything thrown at him this afternoon. The attacks of Alejandro Valverde on the descent when he joined his teammate Roman Kreuziger. He never panics. But now that he's got to Alpe d'Huez for the second time, he's seeing different rivals. He's been looking at Alberto Contador for the last few days, and he never thought about this man, Joaquim Rodriguez. He was always concerned about Nairo Quintana, but he's just about pegging the Colombian.
Well, this is a great show too by Joaquim Rodriguez. That's a fabulous attack, the way he's done that. This is not his style of a mountain, yet he's gone for it and he's heading up. Still the battle. Remember that TJ Van Garderen is now at 7 kilometres from the finish. He's still holding on to 4 minutes of his lead. He might well take this stage.
Well, Froome just has to stay calm at this point, Phil. He's got to ride at his own rhythm, limit his losses, and you see how he slowly drags himself up to the Colombian.
The determination too on the face of these riders now as they go through the crowd here. This is, they feel, establishing the finishing order. It's still a really tough day tomorrow, believe me, to the Grand Bonnat. Another mountaintop finish on Saturday, and so there's still plenty of more opportunities to gain time. But it's apparent now that Rodriguez and Quintana, who is still moving away here from Froome, who will not let them go. Froome is accelerating again to try and hold on to these two climbers.
Well, this man has ridden a perfect race so far, Chris Froome, as he now comes under attack from a Spaniard and a Colombian. Alberto Contador is in a spot of bother further down the slopes of this climb this afternoon.
Well, Contador has actually attacked downhill and uphill, and he's actually paying the price for his audacity as he slips away, and he's got a teammate, Moreno, of Katusha, which is of Rodriguez, so he's not going to help Contador anyway.
What about Roman Kreuziger? He's absolutely popped and gone right off the back in a situation like this.
Still hanging on, but we're inside 4 minutes now. The advantage for TJ Van Garderen, but we're also approaching 6.5 kilometres left to ride. Once up the steeper section, it gets a little bit easier as we cross towards the finishing line.
Well, Froome, Phil, has not given up yet, and he keeps clawing his way back up to the wheel. TJ Van Garderen is trying to concentrate, and he's getting put off by people running alongside him and causing him to lose his concentration and causing him to lose his line.
If it's not hard enough second time up the Alpe, it's hard enough the first time. And his legs must be absolutely screaming now all the time he spent at the front today and had to recover from mechanicals. We've still got Riblon in second place on the road, but he can't be far ahead of these three.
Well, he's 40 seconds behind the leader on the road, to TJ Van Garderen. He's 3 minutes and 46 seconds ahead of the yellow jersey group Van Garderen at the moment.
Taking advantage of this chaotic finale here on Alpe d'Huez. Now Rodriguez has been alive to it. They realise that Chris Froome, the first time we've seen him fallible, but he is hitting the wall here, but he's only got 4 kilometres to go.
Well, he's got to make sure that he limits his losses. He sticks on the wheel of Richie Porte now this afternoon as he goes closer and closer to the summit of this climb. Well, this is going to be a big chase now for Quintana, because Quintana now knows that all he's got to do is fly away from this race. But you see, this is an unbelievable move by the Colombian.
Well, now we know, and Richie Porte very unhappy with the crowd there as well. Froome now in the yellow jersey is going to have to try and fight back here. He is struggling at the moment. Now he's got time in the bank, and that's what's most important. There's always a day like this for any leader in the Tour de France. Quintana is racing for a podium place, and he's unhitched Rodriguez.
Well, the gap back now from the leader, TJ Van Garderen, to the Colombian, who is now really whipping up this road, is 3 minutes and 21. He's got to take back a minute for every kilometre on the road, as Van Garderen really grimaces at this point. He knows, but if he can just get into the outskirts of the town of Alpe d'Huez, the road gets that little easier for the last 1.5 kilometres.
If Van Garderen can just suffer and not blow, he's won the stage today. But if what happens to Van Garderen, like has just happened to Chris Froome, whole different ball game. Ride this is on a great two-timer up Alpe d'Huez to celebrate the centennial of the Tour de France, being chased by the magical little new climber that comes from Colombia, Quintana, and Rodriguez alongside. As TJ Van Garderen took the first look over his shoulder, now he knows that Riblon is coming at him.
Well, it's 14 seconds there. Riblon is a man inspired by a whole country, the country of France, who celebrates the 100th edition of the Tour de France today, and he wants this. He really wants it in his gut, and that might well be the difference.
The red versus the white as they come towards the summit of Alpe d'Huez. They climb all the way to the line. The helpers are waiting to catch the riders as they cross the line, because they won't have the strength to even get off their bikes. 3:07 to the yellow jersey of Chris Froome, but this battle will go right to the line now. It's almost as if he's seeing TJ Van Garderen as a magnet.
Well, it's 2.4 kilometres to go to the summit. Normally on a flat stage, that'd only be about 2.5 minutes. But here on the summit of a mountain, the mountain of Alpe d'Huez, it's about 5 to 6 minutes of effort still left to go. Van Garderen can feel his legs buckling. He's trying to push that pain barrier a little bit further forward. He knows if he can get into the Alpe d'Huez, the roads will flatten out a bit, and he'll be able to take advantage of the big power he's got as a very good time trialist.
Van Garderen now looks for 2 kilometres to go. Still 2 kilometres to go. Here comes another acceleration from Riblon. Well, TJ is going to have to make a decision soon, because Riblon is going to pick him up, and then he's going to have to go one-on-one to the line.
Well, he's probably paying a little bit for the chase that he put in here to catch up with the leaders. But look at the different pedaling style of Riblon in second position. He's much more energy. He's going to hit him straight away hard.
Oh, TJ's got to react to that. And he hasn't got the reaction. TJ is totally committed. But what a revival, what an absolute revival by Christophe Riblon here.
Well, to bring this for France at the end of 2 ascents of Alpe d'Huez is phenomenal. The crowd out here, Phil, are going absolutely ballistic because of this. He will go back to 2010 and his victory at Aix-Trois-Domaines, and just the way he's pedaling, he's found something very special over this last 1.5 kilometres. He's going to walk away with this.
Or even ride away with this as he races up towards the last kilometre. TJ Van Garderen, it does ease a little bit, and if TJ can just get a few deep breaths, he might come back. Jakob Fuglsang here now is also starting to cut through the Contador group and leave him behind.
This race, the final ascent of Alpe d'Huez, has really created some damage this afternoon, as Riblon now is into the tunnel. We'll lose the picture a little bit when he goes in there. Alberto Contador is having a horrendous day. He's got his teammate Roman Krujicka alongside him. Even Chris Froome is on probably one of the worst days he's experienced on a bike.
Well, Chris Froome is having to live through the real pressure of being the leader of the Tour de France for what will be an 11th day today. He's not going to lose his lead yet, but we're going to look back at a different time gap tonight, as Quintana now works well with the Spanish rider Rodriguez. In the Pyrenees in the Tour de France, he's never won since, and now he comes to Alpe d'Huez and he gives the French reason to smile again. Christophe Riblon comes home on the top of Alpe d'Huez. Just listen to the crowd bring him home. France are happy again now in this 100th edition of the Tour de France. Paul, if he hadn't been French, he wouldn't have won today. He had to dig so deep.
Well, I think I'd agree with you there, Phil. The crowd out here are going crazy. You've got to feel a little bit sorry for TJ Van Garderen. I wonder if it wasn't for that mechanical problem and he hadn't had to use so much energy to get back into the front group, if he wouldn't have been able to stay that little bit closer to Riblon. But, you know, he's going to be 25 years of age in August of this year. As he comes around the corner, he'll be able to remember that this was one of his special days on a bike, but he just hit the wall a little bit further down the road.
So TJ Van Garderen so close. Remember, he had the mechanical as well. He had to get back up to the leaders after the mechanical problem. It may have cost him that vital little bit of energy that's cost him the stage today. But he's had an absolutely outstanding day in the Alps on the Tour's most difficult day. Not time to remind him there are 2 first category and 2 outside category tomorrow. Look at this.
Well, those you what, Phil, I've forgotten about Moreno. Moreno Moses still managed to hold on. He's going to get himself 3rd place.
Another young man going forward in the world of cycling now. He's hung on well for 3rd place. He has yo-yoed. Look, beaten so many times today. He just crosses the line in 3rd place.
Well, the riders will be fighting out for 4th and 5th. Joaquim Rodriguez and Quintana, they're inside the last 500 metres now. Well, both of these guys, Phil, are looking for time here this afternoon because they want to get onto the podium in Paris.
Yes, they're racing each other. They might even finish side by side as Quintana takes the wide turn up towards the line. Rodriguez will at least try to hold on to his back wheel so they both cross the line at the same time. He may lose a second here because the little sprinter, the little climber proves he can sprint when it's a mountain, and Quintana comes on. What a great ride. He's accomplished what he's achieved. He's closed the gap. There's still 2 more days in the mountains to come.
Well, it's all now about the clock and the arrival of Contador and Kreuziger. Well, on the defensive this afternoon, fortunately for him, he's got his big teammate alongside him, Richie Porte, and he's doing everything he can to concede as little time as possible, conserving his losses. Richie Porte comes around him again saying, calm down, mate, don't worry, I'll take you all the way to the line.
Well, every second counts for Richie Porte. The clock is counting down against him, remember, for the first time in this Tour, apart from that windy stretch we had to Saint-Amand. This is a mountain road where he's been dominant throughout, and there's 2 more days in the mountains too. The team will have noted his weakness in the last climb today. An horrendously difficult day with 2 climbs up the mountain. Richie Porte has been his right-hand man. He's dragging him along and making sure he saves as many seconds as possible.
Well, bear in mind, he's opening the gap again on Alberto Contador and Kreuziger, but this is the first sign of weakness he's shown since the very first start of the race. And look at Alejandro Valverde just in the back. He's made a pretty impressive comeback.
He certainly has. He got in the way of all the cars who should not have been there at that moment in time. Now, we're just going back here. This, I think, is Alberto Contador here. Is this Contador? This is Contador here, along with Fuglsang.
Well, Kreuziger, Phil, is not in this group at all, so he could very easily be losing his 3rd place overall tonight.
Well, there's ever-changing face of the Tour de France. Fuglsang here, in the end of the day, started in 8th place, and he'll be a little bit higher today. We haven't seen too much of him all day, but he's steadily moved back up towards the leaders. And so we think, with all pens and paper over the table here, that Quintana tonight will be on the podium in Paris if he holds 3rd place, which is where we've calculated he now stands.
Well, it was always said that this last week was going to be very, very difficult. This is Kreuziger coming in, and the man behind him is Michael Rogers.
Well, he should have crossed the line 4:11, 4:32, but that is based on the winner, of course, today, which was Christophe Riblon. So it'll all go down to the countback. Riblon getting France their first victory on this iconic stage in the 100th Tour de France. TJ Van Garderen just concedes about a minute per second. Moser 1:27. Quintana, the 4th man of importance for the race for the podium at 2:12. Joaquim Rodriguez in 5th place at 2:15. Then Porte brings home Chris Froome at 3 minutes 18. Valverde recovered well to almost catch Chris at 3:22. Then Michael Nieve in the King of the Mountains colours at 4:15, and Jakob Fuglsang 10th. Contador 4:15 lost to the winner, remember, and concedes a bit of time again today, and Kreuziger just behind him in 12th place. It'll be interesting to see how the overall works out tonight, as Christophe Riblon has done it for France. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have a look how it all works out in the overall. There will be changes tonight. It's all begun to close up. Presented by Michelob Ultra, Chris Froome tonight has increased his lead. Contador hangs on to second place, 5:11. Quintana is up into third, 5:32. Kreuziger slips to fourth. Joaquim Rodriguez is fifth. The gaps are big to Froome, but look at the gaps to each other. They're close. Bauke Mollema slips to sixth place tonight. Fuglsang is still fighting in there with seventh. Michael Rogers now moves up a little bit in eighth. Kwiatkowski in ninth. And the top 10 completed by Lawrence Ten Dam, who slides a little bit more, over 14 minutes back now for Lawrence Ten Dam. So at the end of the day, Contador cracked but held on to his second overall position, and tomorrow is another day, of course, in the high mountains of the Alps. Let's see if he recovers overnight here on Alpe d'Huez.